Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Rising Sign. The astrology of April 2026 is unusually stacked. We're seeing a rare convergence of multiple eclipse patterns that are activating. Mars and Saturn are beginning a brand new synodic cycle in the sign of Aries in a triple conjunction with Mercury, which is rare. And Uranus is getting ready to shift signs at the end of April, moving into the sign of Gemini, where he'll be for a whole 7 years. You know, historically, these kinds of pattern changes will correlate with periods of instability as we get ready to get into the vibration of the new. So it can be a major time of adaptation, structural change, and reorganization for the world at large and our own lives individually. I like a lot about the month of April. We have exalted Jupiter, exalted Sun, Mars, and Venus in their home kingdoms of Taurus and Aries. So the dignification of the sky is not so bad. And by the way, Mercury would have gone direct in the third week of March, and now no planets are retrograde. So we have that kind of clear ship ahead. Green light is what I called my individual videos, a green light. Everybody's dragged. People are in dignity, and there is a big but here. We also have a Kaal Sarp Yoga in the sky, meaning although the planets are wedged between the north and the south node, and this happens in our sky quite often, but not so often that it's something we don't watch. And this is an Vedic term, but the idea is there's a pressure cooker on one side of the north and south nodes of fate. And those nodes are where those eclipses are activating in Virgo and in Pisces. And so it kind of is going to lopside our sky. The only planet that's outside of this barrier is the moon for half a month, but also Pluto. So there's quite a lot of energy that says this is a time of massive transformation. In your own lives, you're not a world in war, you're not a world in chaos. You're a human being living your own life, hopefully on a somewhat decent level of stability and ease. However, in this overview, I'm going to have you take a screenshot of a picture I want to share with you. It's literally me just writing down the major turning points of the month ahead. So you can keep that as a handy snapshot. And I'm going to talk for about 20 minutes maximum about my thoughts about the month of April. And then we're moving into your sign. But these are your all signs 30 to 40 minute videos that have come out individually on the third weekend of the month of March. On every third weekend on a Saturday, I always drop 12 videos, one for each sign. But I thought we'd try something different. What if you had all the videos in one long video with chapters or timestamps to go to your sign and an intro by me in the beginning as well? We're giving this a shot. This might not be a good idea. This might be a great idea. We like to experiment on the channel. So one thing I want to say before we go ahead and show you the screenshot so you can grab it and then use it is remember, even if the sky is falling and the world is going to hell in a handbasket, your life is okay. Now, it depends on when you're getting this drop. When you're listening to it, you might be halfway through the month when you finally find this. But we have a lyric meteor shower, coming through the sky around the 21st of April, which is always this time of year. And it's kind of softened some of the intensity of that as well. If you're new here, welcome. My name is Lori Lothian. This is Western Tropical Zodiac Astrology. I am a predictive astrologer, and I'm also a teaching astrologer. If you're interested at all in coming to my Divine Timing Masterclass for 5 weekends in the month of May, live with me with weekly Q&As, please come aboard. That class is I haven't taught that since 2022, teaching it again. It's for advanced beginner to intermediate level. If you look in the description box below, you'll either see a link to the enrollment, but more likely to the wait list for the early bird discounts and notification when the enrollment card is open. I also have my 2026 All Signs videos, bundle, etc., still for sale under there. Go get a 2.5 hour video for your sign in 26, because astrology is a time map. It is a map of time. Okay, if you like my content, subscribe, please hit the notification bell. The smallest little gesture by you is the biggest success for my channel. I kind of begged you guys to subscribe in the month of December for the All Signs bundle, the All Signs videos that I put out forecasting January. And thank you for those of you who did. I had a nice little subscriber boost thanks to your kindness. All right, so here's what I want you to do. I want you to take a picture of this. Okay, so I'm going to show it to you right now, 30 seconds or less. I'm going to share this picture. Oh, we got to actually get it up, right? Because this is my back end. This is just a screenshotable, okay? Just go ahead and screenshot. And then I'm going to talk more free form about some of my thoughts about this story. I'll do a little Steve Judd. I'll just kind of ponder. I won't do a Pam Gregory, but I'll do a Steve Judd. I like Steve. I've got to have him on my channel. This is the sky. This is the sky that you're going into. This is the month of April. We start with that full moon in Libra. My video will have come out already on that. I think you're probably listening to this after my full moon video came out on a March the 29th, Sunday. So that is an important full moon for the world and for you. So go listen to that. But nonetheless, all signs video, of course, you can see what's up here. So take a screenshot, keep this handy. I put anything with Mars in red and anything with sweet Venus in blue. Everybody else gets neutral black. It's just so you can say what Venus is up to. You can see what Mars is up to in the vibe of this month ahead. And one thing I would say about this month ahead, and I'll keep this up here, we've had Mercury in the sign of Pisces for forever. Literally late February, all of March, maybe it was like February 27th, all of March until mid-April. It could have been February 7th, for goodness sakes. I apologize. So all of February, all of March to mid-April. Yeah. That's correct. And that is Mercury out of dignity. And, when we're hearing all our news stories right now, we're like, is it real? Is it a deep fake? Is that prime minister of the country in the Middle East alive? Or is it all those six-fingered videos, three-fingered videos, some deep fakes? What's really going on? Mercury can't really give us clear news. He's in a place that has to do with imagination, make-believe, dreaming. We're talking Pisces waters. He's out of dignity. It's a place where you will find manipulation, deception, and spin cycles. So he doesn't necessarily tell the truth or see the details, right? And that's why we've been feeling like all of February, all of March to mid-April, all of us were just feeling like someone put me out of my misery, right? And nobody believes what they're told, right? There's a war in the Middle East and it's going back and forth like a bad fish. The reasons the war exists, the United States government keeps changing its mind about what it's for and what it's about. And then there was this funny thing going on Twitter where Donald Trump had tweeted like 9 times in a row, or Truth Social probably, I should say. And it was like, this war is almost finished. Nope, this war is going to go full blast. This is he literally was like Jekyll and hiding back and forth. This is like 3 days ago. I'm recording on March the who knows what day, 25th. Even not knowing what day it is. If you don't know what day it is half the time, that's Mercury and Pisces. You think it's Thursday, but it's Tuesday. You're all muddled up. It's like you have dementia for 2.5 months. We all have dementia and confusion for 2.5 months. All right, so I just want you to get a screenshot of that, okay? I'm not going to keep it up here, but I want you to have that handy, because if you listen to my individual all signs videos, chapters are provided here where you can go listen to your 30 to 40 minute sign, and then you can go listen for your sun, moon, and rising, right? Then you have that little diagram to apply and keep and print out and put on your refrigerator. Your sun sign is your essential core nature, true self. It's like the spirit of you, the soul of you, the real you. It's the one that got incarnated into a body, all right? The body is the ascendant, the rising sign. It's how you look. It's your personality body complex. And the moon is how you think and feel about life. After the age of 45, I find your sun signs much more actively useful to listen to for general predictions, or underneath the age of 7. Yeah, and your rising sign is always highly sensitive. Don't know how to cast your chart in whole sign houses, or find your rising sign. Free video tutorial, 7 minutes long, how to do that with free online software under every one of my YouTube videos under the freebies section. Got a lot of freebies down there. Go get the freebies. I give you guys all kinds of stuff. The meanings of the 12 houses PDF underneath my video. Now, one thing I want to say, because I'm going to talk about my thoughts about this. I'm not too long. I'll Steve Judd here. I'll kind of rambling on in a folksy way with a British accent for a bit. Because we're having Mercury finally direct on March 20th, at least he's moving forward, but he's still in Pisces. That's the challenge, okay? He's still going to give us that confusion till mid-April, but the 15th, he leaves Pisces and moves into Aries. So you're going to notice, probably many of us will, that there's still this feeling of uncertainty, confusion, and you don't know what to believe, right? You don't know what to believe. The politicians, anyone, the talk show hosts of mainstream media, that doesn't matter. There's so many different stories, so many different versions of reality being spoken, announced, advertised, promoted, PR'd out into the world. And that's definitely what you will get when you get that long stay of Mercury in Pisces in his elemental water year. So bear with that story, because by mid-April, a lot of the uncertainty, confusion, and all of that we've been experiencing collectively and individually will begin to clear. That's the good news, begin to clear. Mars is going to move into in the month of April after Mercury goes direct on April. When Mercury enters into Aries around April the 13th, 15th, around there. And then Mars will move into Aries on April 19th. Now, both of them are there, and so is Lord Saturn, who entered Aries on February 15th or so, 13th, 14th, 15th. So now we have all these planets and their intents in the sign of Aries, and Neptune's been there since the last week of January. So we have like a stellium building up here in the sign of Aries, the sign of war. I would like to believe that Mars in Aries at least has got his command center straight. Central command, CENTCOM, Mars. He figures out, he knows what he's doing. Mars is like the soldiers, the warriors, and Mars is like ready to take action. Now, he can be heroic and he can be homicidal, right? He can be, noble warrior, and he can be attack agent. You know what I mean? Including events that happen that we all go, oh no, like back in September of 2011. So there's a lot of ways this can play out, but he's going to be going through the sign of Aries until about May 18th. So we have a month of Mars in a war sign. And we have Saturn here as well. Saturn, since mid-February, Saturn is in a condition of detriment already. He doesn't feel good in Saturn. Saturn does not feel good in a sign of impulse, recklessness, daring, youth, that's the sign of Mars, and then he's this old wise guy, or he's this old Saturnian dude who's like, we want to take it slow, not fast. We want to think and be cautious, not reckless. And he doesn't go with the vibe of Aries. And so poor Saturn, I mean, he'd be exalted in Libra, Venus's sign, but he's fallen in Saturn, in Mars's sign. So in the sign of Aries, he's in bad shape. And this can look like what we see some of already: impetuous leadership, childlike nature of elderly people in places of power, acting like children. Soon as we got the renaming to the Department of War, I'm like, that happened last summer, by the way, when Saturn was in Aries. Childlike institutions that had been around for a while, Saturn getting weird, cartoonishly renamed the Department of War. I mean, it feels like I'm in a comic book, right? Do you feel like you're in a comic book? Instead of the U.S. has a Department of Defense, they have the Department of War. I feel like this is Sparta or something. I mean, what the hell? So they got that. There's that going. So one of the things I feel about the month of April, and I'm hoping, right? I'm hoping, because Mars was rising in Capricorn back on January the 9th, and he's in the middle of a 2-year cycle that has to do with honoring Saturn, honoring the Lord of the sign of Capricorn, where he became visible in the sky on January the 9th. Oh, sorry, where he died in the heart of the sun on January 9th, where he died in the heart of the sun on January 9th. It's kind of like he died in the heart of the sun under Saturn's rulership. So maybe he'll try his best to work with Saturn. Maybe he's not going to send everybody into bunkers to avoid a detonation of a device that could cause radiation, if you know what I mean. Because that's my biggest concern. If I have to think of the biggest threat that may be coming up in the next couple of months, it's certainly that we're coming back into some territory, and that will take us back to the 1940s. It'll take us back to Nagasaki and Hiroshima and all of that over the next 3 months. So we have this looming peril, this looming thing that could or could not happen, may or may not happen. And that's one of the things that concerns me the most about the month. It does concern me a lot about the month of April. Neptune rules bodies of water, and of course, Mars rules war, and Saturn rules hardship and constriction. And we're already seeing some of this happen without Mars in Aries. We're seeing the blockades of, bodies of water like the Strait of Hormuz. And we may see the annihilation or the destruction of salination and water desalination plants in the Middle East, which is horrific, because that would cause huge hardship for those countries that use that water from the sea to survive. Now, these water desalination plants are absolutely essential, right? If you live in a very arid, dry area with deserts and you need to convert seawater to drinkable water. I don't know if you guys know this, but before the 21-point peace plan, soldiers in the Gaza Strip decided to destroy the desalination plant in Gaza. So it's absolutely horrific and unjustifiable that those civilian infrastructures could be targeted by any of the countries going on in this war right now in the Middle East. And the thing about that's a war crime. Civil infrastructure, hospitals, schools, you target civilian infrastructure, it's a war crime. I think we're just so used to it now, we don't think about it, but that is what it is. Now, I'm not going to be too negative here, but I'm going to give you some guideposts, right? Because your sign is coming up, and the world astrology, I already put that out with Donnie Lim. We did a recording together where he and I talk about some of the things that may occur this month ahead. And it's probably already out by the time you see this, or it'll be out shortly after this longer intro video. We have some interesting good things, and we have some darker stories. Some of the highlights that I like about this month ahead is I do think that there's some Jupiter support structures for something good. Exalted Jupiter in the sign of Cancer, on Sirius, the dog star, on the sun of the United States of America, who has its sun on the same placement. Jupiter is activating some positive flow the first week of April. He's hooked up to the sun and to Mercury. So we might have some seeming first week of April positive breakthroughs with a Libra balancing the scales of justice. Moon also connecting pretty strongly to stories of trying to with Jupiter, square Jupiter, to try to bring justice, truth, and goodness in scales of war, scales of commerce, scales of justice. So we may feel like the first week of April, something good is trying to happen. That's how I'm going to put it. Something good is trying to happen. And maybe through an exalted sun. So it's an Aries sun, which is an exalted leader energy. And Jupiter, who squares that sun, is exalted as well. Whatever that is, it's when push comes to shove, good things and goodness is trying to make a statement. And Jupiter trining Mercury that first week of April is trying to show up as good news. This good news is good. Opportune, lucky, good news. Now, on the second week for the world, from the second week of April, we're going to see Mars collide with Neptune, which can clear the confusion about what's really happening in matters of Aries. Which is mostly at this time of our reality, mostly conflict, aggression, and war in the world. And so Mars can be either obfuscation or clarification. One of the two is likely to happen in that second week of April. I also wonder a little bit about how Mars and Uranus are going to hook up around the 8th to 9th of the month. And there could be some kind of rebellion or protest. You know what I mean? Mars and Uranus can be like people taken to the streets, or Donnie and Lim and I talked about maybe unions saying we're going to go on strike if this thing continues, right? Because I mean, it's not so much the price of gas, and it is the price of gas as oil is going higher and higher and higher because of the Strait of Hormuz and the threat to the supply chain for the world. But you use the same thing, that petrol for your car, that you need the same oil for fertilizer. Fertilizer is what grows things. We need fertilizer for mass production of food. So I feel like that and maybe the general public, because Neptune represents a conscription of the draft in Aries in particular, soldiers. And I think there's going to be pushes for conscription movements and laws being passed in the United States to fortify this war. Drafts, yes. Maybe what we're seeing in the second week of April, the 7th to the 14th with the Mars Uranus, is protests, people rebelling, people wanting to push back against. And this is going to be when Mars is still in Pisces. So I'm not sure how effective it's going to be. It's going to be a slippery vibe, right? Slippery vibe. Darker side of the last week of the second week of April. So let's go with the 7th to let's go from about the 7th to the 9th. I am concerned that Uranus and Mars here in the sign of water could be about events connected to nuclear powered devices like submarines. I mean, nuclear devices that could implement at sea nuclear powered weapons. That concerns me on the dark side, which is around the 6th to the 9th of April. Then we're going to move into like idea that Venus is going to try to smooth out the chaos when she sextiles Jupiter around the 12th and the 13th. And now she is in Taurus, her home kingdom. Let's all say thank you, Venus, for moving into Taurus, where you're going to try your best to bring something good to this world in your dignity in the sign of earth, land, and fixed earth. And she'll be there from March 30th to April 23rd. So she's there already. And she's trying to work with Jupiter exalted in Cancer in a sextile to bring some kind of stabilization around themes of land, water, well, land and not really what's water because of Jupiter in Pisces. So land and water, stabilization, Jupiter in Pisces, Jupiter in Cancer. I don't know, guys. It feels like there's something negative happening on the 7th, 8th, 9th, and then there's trying to calm the waters and smooth the story out on the 12th to the 13th, with Jupiter pretty well sitting on the sun of the United States of America in the Sibley 1776 chart. You can only assume that some of this is involving the United States of America. That just makes sense, right? So let's see how that rolls, what happens there. Israel has its sun in the sign of Taurus. So we could say Israel, a Taurus entity with its solar energy there, and the Jupiter on the sun of the United States, the leadership of the United States of America, are trying to figure out a solution to some kind of problem. Let's see how that looks. We can talk about, and J.D. Vance as well as Donald Trump both have their midheaven in Taurus. So both of those characters may be very involved in stories that are happening from the 12th and 13th of the month of April. On the 14th to the 21st in the third week, we have a new moon at 27 degrees of Aries, for example, on the 17th. That new moon is going to activate the eclipse of March of 2023 at 29 Aries. And so in March of 2023 at 29 degrees of Aries, all right, squaring in March of 23, the ascendant of the nation of Israel around 21 or 2 or 23, can't remember exactly where, Libra, that March solar eclipse unfolded part of what happened in October of 2023, because solar eclipses can take a year to fully unfold their wings. And so, yes, well, there was a Libra South Node eclipse on October 14th of 2023, right on the ascendant of the nation of Israel. We also have this other story that also is a part of it. So because I can see how the 27-degree eclipse in the sign of Aries triggered with a node of fate still in Taurus, where the sun of Israel is, I can see how that's a part of the story of the war in the Middle East that began in that time frame. It's all connected to that time frame. So we'll have to look at that new moon, new beginning at 27 degrees of Aries will play out. I'll be doing a separate video on that, but it may be a major turning point in the Middle Eastern story. Don't believe the news cycle if you can on the 17th around the time of the moon. Mercury will be on top of Neptune. Those two together are terrible for information being true in general. Okay. Like, Mercury is in Aries. At least he's not confused in Pisces, but there can be some war stories you're being told that are completely lies. I would not believe my news story around the 17th, give or take a day on either side of the month of April. And then I would say looking at Mars, Saturn, and Mars will conjoin Saturn, will conjoin Mercury in a triple conjunction around the 17th to the 20th. Let's say the 17th to the 21st, that whole time frame. You're feeling it all building up. You're feeling it intensify around 8 and 9 degrees of Aries. And in your all signs video, I talk about that, about your sign, how to deal with that. In the world, this is happening right on the sun of the nation of Iran, which has its sun at 11 degrees of Aries. So that does not feel easy, nor does it feel necessarily positive when you see Mars, the war god, clashing with Saturn, the Grim Reaper, or the Lord of Time and Karma, with Mercury news. So there's some big news stories coming out connected to Iran at that time. I'd be shocked if there wasn't in regards to what this war is up to. And Neptune is in Aries. I don't like him there because he can rule poisonous things that make us sick, that are invisible, like viruses or what do you call that stuff? Fungus, right? I mean, he rules pharmaceuticals too, but like, if you think of something that you can't see that can make you sick, I already think of radiation. So I hope this is not about radiation poisoning in the country of Iran, but that is my biggest concern around that time of the 17th to the 21st of April. And Mercury will be sextiling Pluto at the same time, and plutonium, right? So you got a lot going on all at once. Venus will do her last in a lifetime conjunction to Uranus, where she's been conjoining him ever since 2019 on the yearly. And she'll do that last conjunction to Uranus in Taurus. He's going to be leaving there on the 26th of April, not back for another 84 years. So the only downside is they're pretty close to Algol, which is corpses and rotting bodies and mass death. Sorry. It's also on the sun of the New York Stock Exchange, so it could be a major downdraft in the markets. Even though Venus is in dignity, Uranus is still like shake it up, baby, tower-like moments. And Venus is the ruler of the son of Israel, for example. You got to try to figure out who else could get involved in this hot mess. That with some bit of shock and awe and surprise. Donald Trump's midheaven and JD Vance's midheaven is in Taurus, where this is happening. These people are maybe in this story. We're talking about Venus and Uranus co-joining around the 21st, 22nd, 23rd of the month, those 3 days. But remember, I'm already saying there's a lot going on just before that. Could be the stock exchange for the New York Stock Exchange for sure. And it could be some surprises there. I think the sun of Israel's in the third decan. It's like maybe it's at 20 or 21 degrees or 23 degrees of Taurus. This is close enough to hit Israel's sun, but Israel's sun's been getting Venus-Uranus shock waves close to that sun for the last 3 years. So it's more of that, what's going on in that country. Netanyahu has his sun in the third section, like 20 or 21 degrees of Libra. And well, the Venus-Uranus conjunction is probably not that significant in terms of what could be going on. I do think that the 27-degree new moon at the middle of the month on the 17th, squaring Benjamin Netanyahu's sun, means he's in trouble. Like something's going on. If he's not got really 3 fingers or 6 fingers or a disappearing pocket, if better complexion, everything is looks so jigged and rigged on his videos these days. It looks like it is AI. So if he's still with us, but then because his sun gets squared from the new moon on the 17th, around that time, if he's not with us, we're going to probably hear about it. And maybe between the 17th to the 23rd of the month, we may discover whether or not the prime minister of that country is in his body or not, or if he has been unalived. And then finally, I kind of like the energy as we close out the month a bit better. Sun squares Pluto could be death of a leader, news of death of a leader. Mercury squares Jupiter, exalted in Cancer, information or news about the death of a leader. This is all possibilities around the 24th to the 27th of the month. The sun will have moved into Taurus. So leaders who have Taurian features, right? Taurian people, Taurian midheavens, Donald Trump, JD Vance, the son of Israel, the leader of Israel. So we're seeing a lot going on here. Mercury squares Jupiter for the news story in the sign of Aries, squaring Jupiter, exalted in Cancer, sitting on the sun of the United States. So there's a lot going on between those two countries in the last week of April and some information or news coming out. Alrighty, that's what I've got for you. Hopefully that's useful. Go watch for your sign. I think with world astrology, it's a bit of a dicey thing to try to predict everything here on YouTube. People get angry. People don't want to hear it. People say that I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican. I'm neither. I'm a Canadian. But I do my best to give you some broad themes. I've been very accurate on many things. And many of you know I dreamt about a plane going like this and the nose going down. I shared it in 2 videos recently, and I didn't know what that was. And I was worried about fire. Well, a plane, Air Canada, Air Jazz plane landing in LaGuardia, on the runway, hit a fire truck. And the nose completely crumpled and the 2 pilots were killed. And it was probably the fault of air traffic control or ground control, because the plane that's landing always has the right of way. Okay. That's sad, but that was my dream. But I also, when I'm not dreaming things, which I do, I'm just decent at astrology. Like the Donald Trump ear clipping episode in July, I predicted that within 2 days of that event, I had predicted his life was in unaliving harm. So I mean that Joe Biden would step down and that Walsh would be the VP pick and stuff. I get some of it right. I get some of it wrong. So in that regard, always take this stuff with a grain of salt. I thank you for listening to this intro to the world, to your All Signs bundle. And I'm still trying to find my happy place between world astrology and personal astrology on YouTube. Share in the comments what you'd like to see me do more of. Celebrity charts, stuff to do with more world astrology. World astrology can get me in hot water with you guys. It gets very contentious. People get angry. People want to unsub. They don't like the news stories. And then other people say, give me more of it. I'm trying to find my balance. Join me on the members only section here where I can be more unplugged and tell you what I really think is going on. Okay. And let's go ahead and watch the individual signs. Aries, sun, moon, and rising. Of all of the signs, Aries have the least views every single time we put something out. You guys don't like to be told what to do. And you like to leap in the moment. You're going out of the closet. You just are coming out of an incubation time. All eyes on you because look at you. You are like insanely busy. You get golden opportunities on steroids. Some expenses, needing to be addressed. Now that can be anything to do with your face. Like you need a crown, you need veneers, you need dental work. You are like a racehorse acting like a plow horse, getting it done. You want to penetrate the wall and move through it, but don't, because this is not what's called forward here. You're not meant to push through. Don't overdo it. Otherwise, you could injure yourself or get depressed or crash and burn. Some of you might be getting ready to move your home. Look how busy we are. Look how on stage we are. Good for digital dating for those of you looking for relationships. Power of love and love of power. Hello, Aries, sun, moon, and rising. You are coming out of your shell in the month of April. You are stepping up in April of 2026, like you're making a big debut of some kind. And on top of that, you're going to notice you have a little bit of a money surprise coming your way that you're really going to like. One thing I'll say about this month is that you're determined, unstoppable, and driven to succeed. But there is a period of time that you might hit that old wall and you'll have to recalibrate. We're going to break down the month of April for you bit by bit by bit so that you can work with the sky as a time map. My name is Lori Lothian. This is a Western Tropical Zodiac Astrology. If you want to know how to time your best life for 2026, you can check out my All Signs bundle. Information on how to procure that bundle of 12 videos, 2.5 hours long, listen for sun, moon, rising, or simply get one sign or share with friends and family. It's on sale. It's down below. It's my guidance map for your 26 astrology. And if you want to also consider possibly learning how to time your best life, I teach Sky Reader, my signature program, every single September. But if you want to do advanced or intermediate level tools, I'm teaching my Divine Timing Masterclass 5 weekends in May. Come join me. Information about that course will be in the description box below. All right, don't do that if you're a beginner because you'll be lost. Now, we're going to be going together for 30 minutes. I might be talking a bit fast, and I understand that. Please bear with me, but we want to get all of this exciting month ahead in for you because there's stuff happening, guys, that is kind of once in a lifetime, and you don't want to miss it, right? So I'm recording this early for my Patreon community who's going to get this well before you do. This is only March 10th. So if you're at all interested in being a part of that community, all the information is under my box in the description. Okay, now let's talk astrology. If you're an Aries sun, it's about career purpose and your eternal nature. It's the spiritual essence of you. Then you play a character in the simulation of life or the game of life, and that's your rising sign. Yet you can think about career-based matters, solar energy, as purpose and career. You can think of ascendant, body, health, deportment, character, mask, and anything sensitive to life's experiences in every part of your life. It's a sensitive part of the sky, your ascendant. And you can think about the moon as how you think and feel about your life. It's your mind and thinking complex, but it relates to mother figures, home, and nest. Just like the sun relates to father figures as well. So basically, I encourage you to listen for sun sign most accurately and also ascendant, sun sign more active after the age of 45. And finally, cast your chart in whole sign houses because they work, because it's important, because Time Lord tools only work with that sign system. And we are all talking whole sign house. Every astrologer on YouTube is using whole sign houses in order to give you general bell curve astrology. Check out how to cast your chart in whole sign houses down below in my description box. Free video tutorial. All right, guys, what's going on? First of all, you can see this is a hot block of energy, right? What the hell? Like, what the hell? If you want to go back, Aries, and you think about the month before, which is March, that block of energy was all jamming up here in your 12th house. So what are you going to do with that, right? Except for Saturn and Neptune, everybody was piled up back here. This is kind of like you're going out of the closet. You've been like tucked in, maybe curled in a fetal ball like me. I'm an Aries sun, trying to get stuff done behind the scenes, maybe trying to work on addictions and getting out of addictive habits and escapist patterns. And I was Netflix binging a bit in March already, and I'm recording on March the 10th. But it also could be that you just are coming out of an incubation time. You've been incubating, you've been curled inward, you like your solitude, you're trying to understand reality. And here comes April, and now you're stepping onto the stage. It's kind of a debut. Here I come, look at me. So everybody, all of us Aries folk, we're going to feel this sense of coming out into the world again after an interior window of time. And you'll notice that this is like everyone is all eyes on you, because look at you. You are like insanely busy with activations that you're pouring this energy through your being. One of the things about your code until 2028 April is make your dreams real. Make your dreams real. You have Saturn, Neptune in your sign until then together. So this is an intense time of your life through to April. It's once in a lifetime. Make your dreams real. And through to April of 2028, that's the underlying code. In the meantime, as we go into the month ahead, the first thing that happens is a full moon in your marriage house. This is also your audience, your clients, your marketplace, 10 from the 10. It's also your business partners. Now, having a full light here is from a seed you planted October 21st when you had a new moon here. This moon will happen around 12 degrees of Libra on April 1st, 2nd, time zone dependent. And this is going to be a lunation that opens up a blossoming in your 7th house of some kind of focus. Now, it could be a redirection or of some way that you're approaching long-term committed love. You might not know what it is right away. You might be thinking, well, how could I redirect it? Well, I don't know. It's going to open up a fulfillment as well of your client audience and marketplace stories relative to your money as well, because Venus is managing the moon from the 2nd house. And so there's something going on. I like it a lot. I think you might be also, if you're a single person and a full moon happens here, the full moon will end up in a Pluto-Juno trine, and it could indicate a new relationship might enter your life for single Aries within the next few months of this moon, 6 months, but also 4 weeks after, look for evidence of being able to come into a new relationship opportunity, especially the 3rd week of April. We'll get to that in a minute. My microphone is going on and off again for some reason. It's Mercury retrograde. All right, then we're going to talk about the other stories in the sky. The other stories are Mercury trining Jupiter for good news and lucky opportunities coming through the sky all at once in a beautiful swooping energy. Mercury, information and news, Jupiter, luck and opportunity, long distance travel, foreign shores, real estate, property and land, buying a home, selling a home, things to do with international travel and prosperity in and from the home. Some of you may also be coming into some kind of money inheritances. It can come from your in-laws if you're married, and there's this bountiful thing, and it will feel like good news and good opportunity in all of the ways I just tried to describe to you. And it may come as a bit of a surprise as well, but it will be very well received by you, and you'll be very glad for it. And if you do make digital income borderless revenue through international sources, and you do that prosperity from your home base, then that's going to be a nice surge of success for you as well. Venus and Pluto are squaring. There's a bit of a power of love and love of power moment, money and earnings, and Pluto power in your influence in the world, in your career gains, in your celebrity, in your success, and in your finances. You could like swing a new client, a benefactor, ally, someone of great wealth and power wants to contract to work with you to increase your money. And this will be happening around the 3rd and 4th of April. Now, one thing to notice is Venus will be in your 2nd house, March the 31st until April the 23rd. This is good for your money. This is good for doing any kind of facial improvements, lasers, injectables, surgery. Also really good for your money, also really good for your speech, eloquent, beautiful speech and talking. And so also good for your facial appearance, as I said, includes dental work. So if you have to schedule dental work, wait till April. Now, as Venus is here, in this window of time, we're going to get to the last in a lifetime Uranus hookup later. So hang in there. That's probably the most important story of this month of April. What happens when you get a sun square Jupiter and both planets are exalted, you get golden opportunities on steroids. It's only the kind of thing that can happen once every 12 years. So on the 5th and 6th of the month, a golden steroid opportunity lights up your sky. The exalted sun will be coming into a perfect square to Lord Jupiter. Now, if you're a sun, moon, and rising sign, and your sun, moon, and rising sign is between about 13 to 19 degrees of Aries, then you are really getting a good juice on this one, right? This is amazing for you. I'll be covering that more on the week ahead astrology that week, because the golden opportunity is also connected to Jupiter in the 4th house. It can involve legacy wealth or inheritance money, especially with the moon from your side of the family or a marriage partner's side of the family. It can also involve an incredible opportunity regarding finances, prosperity, land, property, real estate. And the sun, the solar energy here, is your sun, moon, and rising place. Remember how close are they to that? It's like 13 to 19. You get a lot of intensity. But I like it because whatever it is, it's going to demand you take action, and you're going to do it, and you're going to be grateful for it. And it feels really, really good. The sun is the ruler of your 5th house. It could involve an opportunity as well for romantic love. And it could also, especially close to home. And it could also open up a door of creative entrepreneurial success coming into this story as well. And that is so many ways to parse this, but all said and done, let's narrow it down. Let's reduce it to good luck energy flowing through your sky. It could even be an opportunity for a book publishing deal or international travel, but golden opportunities are showing up here. On the 2nd week of the month, from the 7th to the 14th, we have Mars and Uranus starting us off on the 7th to the 9th. Some kind of unexpected development that requires a decision or action on your part connected to money, right? Money, resources, and your finances and savings and earnings, and Mars in the 12th house. Digital income, borderless revenue, people who live in far off shores and places, agreements and contracts as well. Things to do maybe with you need to take action on an unexpected expenditure, some expenses, needing to be addressed. Now that can be anything to do with your face, like you need a crown, you need veneers, you need dental work, but Mars is like there to help you decide how to act. He's visible. He's in direct motion. He got visible middle of March. So you know what action to take. You could have an unexpected foreign land and distant shore travel opportunity, but it requires a decision and it requires money. Those kinds of things are here. It's short-lived, but it's also unexpected. So don't get all your panties in a knot. It won't go on forever. It just goes on for a short time. It definitely could involve unexpected money developments regarding banks, loans, mortgages, and taxes as well, and a surprise and a need for you to act decisively. The sextile is positive, and Venus is protective of your money. So I don't think it's all that bad, but unexpected, as probably an unexpected expenditure. On the 12th to the 13th, Venus will sextile Jupiter in a beautiful sextile, but both planets are greatly powered up. Venus in your money house, Jupiter in your home and property and land and private life. This kind of combination is extremely positive. Venus being in her home kingdom, of course, so she's got her mojo, and Jupiter being down here, super powered in exaltation. You're going to notice this once every 12-year potential only, right? These are rare. It's going to open up some kind of energy for you on the 11th, 12th, and 13th of the month. Financial, good luck, and opportunity connected to your endeavors to create prosperity in and from your home, connected to expansion of your home, connected to your mom and dad and ancestral line, connected to finances, property, home, and real estate, who knows? But there's also a devotional flame over here, some kind of sacred duty or calling with a north node of expansion. If you do make money internationally because you work for a foreign company, you're a digital nomad, you live in another country, or because you are making money through PayPal, Stripe, and international revenue, then this is going to be a good surge for you of something extremely positive. The Vestal flame indicates you've been dedicated to this. This has been a sacred calling, and now it's rewarding you financially. So this is going to be 11th, 12th, and 13th of the month. I might open my shopping cart enrollment tuition doors for the Divine Timing Masterclass and harness this positive sky, for example. All right, Mars will defog the windshield of your car. You're trying to drive. You can't see where the hell you're going. It's foggy, it's confusing, and it's uncertain. And now you can see clearly. On a clear day, you can see a lot of things when Mars and Neptune are together on April 13th. You can see your way forward in whatever it is your Aries sun career path wants to do, soul path, your Aries moon, your emotions, and you clear the fog of your emotional something or other, or it matters to do with your Aries moon, your home life and home, and you know which direction to go. And Aries sun, of course, career, but Aries rising, your character in the simulation is clearing the uncertainty, delusion, and illusion as the defogger of Mars penetrates the Neptunian uncertainty. So this is a turning point around clarity and uncertainty. But if you work in the social media landscape as well, Neptune rules videography platforms, and you're making a determined directional pivot regarding those matters with also great clarity and great certainty. Well, we're moving on. We're going to talk about the next week of the month, the 14th to the 21st. Did you guys know that of all of the signs, and this is not just me, all YouTube channels to do astrology, we notice that Aries have the least views every single time we put something out. Like, especially when it's like this, I can see, how many Pisces viewed my video versus how many Aries view their video. You guys don't like to be told what to do. And you like to leap in the moment, like daring, reckless in the momentness. Who needs to plot the plan ahead? It makes me laugh because I am one of you and I provide this stuff and you guys are the least likely to watch. All right, now let's keep going. This is a busy third week of the month. Slow me down on the playback speed. I can't talk slow. It's not my thing. And so Mercury and Aries. So let's get going. 14th to the 21st. We begin with Mercury on the 13th, 14th, sextiling Uranus for surprising news or information or conversation coming your way. Mercury and Uranus. Mercury is in the backroom deals and negotiations, foreign lands and foreign shores, digital income, borderless revenue, news or information, surprise. It'll impact your pocketbook. Venus protects in a positive way. It also could be backroom deals and negotiations and you get a raise or a promotion from the boss, but it could also be something to do with somebody wanting to honor you, to give you money, support you, almost like a charitable, someone is charitable towards you and gives you some kind of financial uplift as well. And this news and information will arrive on your doorstep. Yay! 13th and 14th of the month. You'll notice that Mercury is going to leave, of course, this sign and join the fray of your coming out party. And that's going to be quite positive for you. Before we get to that, let's talk about Pluto and Mars. So you'll notice that Pluto and Mars are working together as Mars, the Lord of your sign, enters your sign April the 9th through to May 19th. April the 9th to May 19th. But in the very beginning, especially around this time frame I'm about to outline, around April the 10th to about the 17th. April 10th to 17th, anything you want to accomplish, you are driven. You are absolutely driven. You are unstoppable. You are like a racehorse acting like a plow horse, getting it done. Nothing can stop you now, right? Nothing can stop you. So whatever you're focused on, Aries sun career matters, Aries moon home base matters, Aries rising, anything you want to focus on, you are determined to get it done. You are almost superpowered and superhuman in your abilities to get shit done, connected to your career and the gains of your career, connected to friendship groups and circles, and connected to influence over a larger groups of people. That's the story. You are on steroids. Like, I don't even know what to say. I'll tell you how it feels when I get there. We're all going to get there together. On the 17th of the month, 16th of the month, we have Mercury hitting Neptune. It's a dreamy, imaginative time to get it, like channel an archangel, get a divine download, use that divine download to support you being successful in life. It's a dreamy, beautiful, magical feeling of seeing beyond the veil and being able to pierce other dimensions with your mind. So you can use that as an artist or a creative or a muse to write or direct or communicate or paint or do whatever you're doing in a new kind of way. So this energy is like kind of nice. It's going to be felt on the 15th, 16th, and 17th of the month. But then on the 17th, we have a brand new moon at 27 degrees of Aries. Now, you know that you get a yearly new moon here, so it's not that big a deal. But you're healing a chironic wound that you've been dealing with since 2019 about an identity wound. Like, you are struggling with Aries sun, a career identity wound, moon, home and nest, where do I live? And Aries rising, anything about your character in the simulation. And you're feeling a sense of not belonging, or not being aligned with your purpose, or not being really in your true self. You're just not sure how to line that stuff up. And this is identity wound is going to be healed on this new moon. This is the end of your problem that started in 2019. Okay. So I just had to cue us back ascensional times. Give me a minute. So the new moon heals the identity wound, or the belonging wound, or the purpose wound, all right, on April 27th. And you're going to let it unfold over 6 months. You're also going to notice in the first 2 to 3 weeks afterwards, you'll have evidence that this wound is being healed. You'll know that this is true, that I'm not making this up. And it's witnessed as a new moon, generally speaking, and by Jupiter. So it has some really good blessings for prosperity and wealth. And it's the kind of new beginning that involves Saturn and also Neptune to make your dreams real that you haven't had before. So you can ambitiously charge forward to make your dreams real in a new way off of this lunation. It's going to be quite positive. I think you're going to truly enjoy it. And new beginnings and fresh starts with an infusion from Mars, the Lord of your sign, right? Like, not too shabby, guys, not too shabby. Mars exalts your career space. A lot of this is going to redirect you to purpose and career in a momentum and a new direction that's going to really bring you a sense of fulfillment on purpose and a sense of belonging to yourself. Let us go forward and talk next about the story of the wall that you're going to hit. I told you, you're unstoppable. You've got momentum. You're feeling your mojo go up, 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 up. And then on the 17th to the 20th, the wall, oh no, you got your foot on the brakes, gas at the same time. You feel frustration and inertia. You're trying to move forward and something's blocking you. So you begin to feel this really kicking in closer to the 17th of the month. And it can feel like you want to penetrate the wall and move through it like a bulldozer, well, actually more like a ram, but don't, because this is not what's called forward here. You're not meant to push through with like recklessness, because Saturn is fallen and you'll fall with him. So instead of that, why don't we look at what the problem could be? Mars is looking across at your audience, marketplace clients, and your marriage partnerships, and Saturn rules or exalts your marriage house and your clients. And so you could be having a problem in the way you're trying to approach serving your audience, your marketplace, your clients, or being in a relationship to your significant other. Mars also rules the career, exalts your career space. So it looks like it's very related to both career and relationship statures and statuses. And this is a temporary frustration. It will pass. If you push through, you might find yourself regretting it, because also Saturn rules the gains of your career. So if I had advice for us, I'm going to say, hey, here we go. 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, especially 17th to the 20th. Don't overdo it. Otherwise, you could injure yourself or get depressed or crash and burn at some level. So this is your warning. This is my warning. Take a break. The 17th to 20th, why not go away somewhere, right? It's going to overlap a weekend. Why not go away? Why not take a break? Because if you don't, you're going to feel this in a way that doesn't feel comfortable. And with the sun still here during the crash and burn buildup, some of this will impact your fun, your play, and your enjoyment of life. And you're just going to feel, as my sister Nancy says, I'm a burnout. She said that after years of a nursing career, I'm a burnout. You don't want to do that. You want to move through it by understanding. If anything, take a weekend away, the 17th, 18th, 19th. It's time to have a break. All righty, let's keep going. The wall shall pass. Mercury will hit Mars for difficult conversations that you want to have with somebody, or difficult information you wish to relay in a very solid, bold, and daring way, somehow, some way, around the 18th to the 21st. So you're going to have that conversation with a boss, with someone in your family of origin, with your mate, with your children, who knows? But there's your chance to speak boldly and forthrightly, knowing that now that you are cleared the fog of burnout, you've got something to say to someone, and you will do that effectively the 18th to the 21st. Now we're going to go on to the very last part of the month. Okay, the very last part of the month. And when I talked about that burnout, that, by the way, that we're avoiding, it could also be social media and digital detox time, right? You're burning out on third house matters, Mercury says. Lots of energy there that you need to account for without pushing through recklessly. You could even be work and job and career burnout. Mercury rules your sixth house, and he's with the burnout story. So, holy man, take a break. Turn off all your digitals and just go into sort of quietude or something. Because during that burnout and that you want a vestal flame of devotion connected to Jupiter, wisdom, truth, and knowledge. It's really good for a spiritual retreat if you could book yourself in Just something like that. All right. What about the next story on the 21st to the end of the month? We start off with a last in a lifetime surprise, financial surprise building up here when Venus will co-join Uranus. So there's an exalted moon preceding it. You're going to feel it more exact on the 22nd, 23rd. So you've been having financial surprises, unexpected surges of money, and maybe downdrafts sometimes, but Venus is trying to protect you. You've been feeling this sort of erratic money story, earnings and resources since 2018. All right, with a full on since March of 2019, as Venus continually joins Uranus in your second house of earnings and resources. The sun is here this time, sort of in its Taurus light, a lot of light here shining on the third week of April to the third week of March in your money sector. But this is what I'm trying to point to. So look for like the 21st, 22nd, 23rd for an unexpected financial surge or surprise. I cannot tell you what it is. Time will tell you what it is. Life will show you what it is. But what I noticed is that when it happens, the moon will be in your fourth house with Jupiter, the luck and prosperity god himself. Therefore, it could easily involve a surge of financial prosperity, information, news, developments connected to home or property or to private life, to mom, to family of origin, to dad, to inheritances. Venus rules your spouse, money coming through your spouse as well. And it's just an unexpected surprise, or even a former spouse, just spouse energy is activated. And you're going to come maybe into a delightful opportunity for a surge of money. And it could also be a very powerful, exciting opportunity to possess something like a home, right? That kind of thing. We can move on. And we'll talk now about a Pluto power struggle, because Pluto and the sun are going to tango, and those are not easy times. So something feels gritty, something feels tense, something feels like something's got to give. And it's going to be involving money or earnings or resources or savings, and Pluto, your gains and earnings from your career itself, and also powerful people who are maybe influential. And there's also contractual agreements. Now, it's a square, and it may not be all that bad. It can be that there's an opportunity financially for a legal contract connected to work gains and money. And then it's just going to take a lot of energy for you to make it happen, because the sun rules your entrepreneurial and creative activities as well. And you just might be feeling like, okay, I got to strike while this iron is hot. But it could also be a conflict or a power struggle. It can go both ways. You know, when you get there, you'll know what it is, right? You'll know what it is. Could even be a conflict with a marriage partner over some financial situation because of Juno, but it's more likely a professional story to do with agreements and contracts being offered to you. And when it really hits this kind of peak period, you'll see the moon is in the entrepreneurial house. The moon is in the creative and artistic house, but we get a lot of that intensity coming through here. So what is this about? We'll find out. When we get to the 26th to the 27th, Mercury will square Jupiter. Just like in the first few days of the month, we saw Mercury trining Jupiter. Now, at the end of the month, on the 26th and 7th, he squares Jupiter. Now, this is the same lucky vibe, but it requires some real mental acrobatics by you, because your mind and your ideas and your speech and your thinkingness, Mercury, is in a square to things that are happening in your home. Expansion, growth, opportunity in the home, more children in the home, things to do with real estate, things to do with buying and selling land, opportunities and decisions about that, and maybe even contractual agreements that must be formalized regarding property and land and purchase and sale and finance and banking and mortgages. All of that is happening, and it's just demanding your attention on the 26th to the 27th so that you can make up your mind and boldly declare which way you want to go. Don't forget, Mercury is still with Mars. Gosh, goodness gracious, some of you might be getting ready to move your home, but it could equally be to purchase, buy, or sell a home as well. This also opens up the possibility of expansion and change regarding properties you wish to rent out or that you want to rent for yourself. Again, these stories are dominant and crucially activated on the 26th and 27th of the month of April. Now, Venus will finish strong at the end of the month. I like this. I'm not afraid of this. She moves into our third house. The third house is where she's going to be. That's, we now got Mercury in your sign. You look how busy we are. Look how on stage we are. But we also see that we now have The new energy of Venus she'll be in our third house now for a while, April 24th to May 19th. It's good for social media success. It's good for writing and communicating, marketing, selling, and teaching, where I'll be teaching my Divine Timing Masterclass in May. It's really good for travel for fun and enjoyment, and especially travel in the local environment during April 24th to May 19th within your domestic country at the very least. And it's also opening up beautiful energies for you if you are wanting to socialize in the local environment with friends and groups of people that you like to hang out with. Just a nice vibe, right? It also benefits your siblings and brings them some luck as well, particularly the sibling one younger than you. So we have this new Venus story. And of course, Uranus joins her as well, because that's what the new story is for the next 7 years. A lot of this, it's not a conjunction this time, but it will be next year. So a lot of breaking free and freedom and excitement in writing, communicating, teaching, marketing, selling, short distance travel, online social media, etc. Good for digital dating for those of you looking for relationships. Now, swipe, as they say. When we take a look at this story of Venus, look what she's up to. She's going to trine the god of wealth. This is a beautiful wealth yoga, or power of love and love of power. And then it all peaks out at Neptune. And that can be very, very nice for sort of soulmate love, wanting to find a solid form in your life. So with Saturn there. So something is going on in the last week of the month. Now, it isn't like you can go on dates under this, okay? But you're likely to be set up by a friend, or meet somebody through your work obligations and career output, or meet somebody through friends, social groups, activities with friends, and all of that. And if you're single looking for a relationship, you may be in the last week of April introduced to somebody that you are going to be quite attracted to. And I don't mind it, because Venus also rules your 7th house of long-term commitment, right? So, and the sun is also in her kingdom and rules your house of romantic love. So whatever it is, it could be the onset of it for singletons of a new relationship. If you're married, opportunities to travel with your partner, have some fun in the local environment, go out with lots more socialization. But this mini grand trine is so lucky and so fortunate. You could have a contract or agreement connected to writing and communicating, marketing and selling, and social media. They bring you more influence and power in the world directly, where you can be activated as a enchanter and visionary, making his or her dreams real. And the world can see you, and you are in the online sphere doing very well the last week of April. Okay, thanks for listening. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Believe it or not, I actually have a client. I don't really see clients anymore, but I opened a few spots up for my Patreon community and former clients. And so as of June, I'm done. So I'll be putting a lot of information out about who I refer you to, because I will refer you to people I trust. Some of them are my former students, but unfortunately, I only have so much bandwidth, and I've been an octopus. Check me out on Substack. My weekly column comes out, including an all signs feature if you want to upgrade to paid. Check me out as well, or not check me out. It's really up to you. On my Patreon community, I teach 4 Zoom calls a month, horary, a teaching room, and all tiers Q&A. Check me out on my members only here, where I do live streams. I got to get back to them. And I also put out content that you don't see anywhere else. Okay. You won't see it anywhere else. Just here on my members only. All right. So it's only $3 for members only here, because I know people have financial difficulty. I'm not making a lot of money on my members only, but I want everyone to be able to receive some value add on my channel, no matter what your price points are. Thanks for listening. Don't forget, liking and subscribing does help the channel grow, and I appreciate all of you. Take care. Any autistic burnout people there who are autistic, high masking, high functioning females? Tell me about your burnout in the comments below. I'll check this video for that, because I hit the wall of all walls last week. I couldn't even tie my shoelaces. I'm coming back though. I'm coming back. Okay, bye-bye. Taurus, sun, moon, and rising sign. There is something about this month that's just going to feel really good, for the simple reason that Venus is in your sign. This can be an improvement or an extension of your work success. You are charming and people like you. It's a good time to put yourself out there for dating, for applying for a job, for getting something that you yearn for. And this is a better month than a lot of months behind you, so you should enjoy that. Feeling of freedom, breaking free, breaking through. Those are kinds of the themes that I'm seeing here. You might be the maker of your own luck. This could be somebody definitely that you think is a friend, right? But they're not really your friend. And this will allow you to cut ties with that person if needed or if necessary. This could be a very big turning point when it comes to self-undoing and being your own worst enemy.
Lunatic astrology.
Hello, Taurus, sun, moon, and rising sign. We're talking about the month of April 2026, and you're going to feel really, really good. It's going to kind of take a weight off your shoulders that ran through pretty well most of March, where you've been really dealing with some difficult emotions, maybe some difficult unconscious and subconscious patterns, trying to break them. And you may have also felt like there's a lot of heaviness in your month before. But Taurus, this is such a good month for you. Your sign Lord Venus is going to love you up. And we see some awakening of opportunity connected to work and health matters. And all said and done, you're going to like the vibe of this month as well, because we are now finished with eclipses. Jupiter is in direct motion, and we also no longer are dealing with Mercury retrograde. What I would like to say is get ready for some relief, and I'm going to break it down week by week for how this is a much better month than it has been for the 2 months prior. Let's talk about what astrology is and what it isn't. It's a time map. It's not a location map, but it's a map of the time, past, present, and future. And we're looking at your future. We're looking at how each week in April may unfold for you based on your sun, your moon, and your rising sign. Sun sign is your career and purpose, but it's also your core self, your essential nature. It's like the game player who plays a role in a simulation. The simulation character is the ascendant. It's the time of birth, Eastern horizon, rising tropical sign. And that is kind of like the mask you play, the role you play in life, but it's very circumstantially sensitive to change and celestial events. So you definitely want to listen for that. And then we're going to talk about your moon, which is how you think and feel about what's going on in your life, your emotional and mental junk in the trunk there. But it also can represent matters of home. And I always say, like, just watch an eclipse to your natal moon and something is likely to change in your home life significantly, including a move. So today we're going to break it down. We're going to go through each of these weeks for you in the next half hour. If you're new to my channel, my name is Lori Lothian. We're using Western Tropical Zodiac Astrology, not sidereal. If you want to know more about how to time 2026, so it's your best year, not just your best month, I do have videos below that I've recorded for you. There are 12 times 2.5 hours long videos about the best and most important way to navigate 26, like looking at the transits ahead of time. So check out those videos on the PDF guidebook in the description below underneath my video. They're for sale and there's still 8 months left in the year. So why not? If you want to learn how to do astrology to time your best life, I teach Sky Reader, my intro class, for 6 weeks. It'll be 8 weeks this fall. And I also teach a Divine Timing Masterclass coming up in May for intermediate to advanced beginners with really cool 5 very cool timing tools that you can learn to use. But never come to that class unless you've done the intro work already or already are advanced in your astrological knowledge. Everything about me is in the description box under the video. Someone said to me recently, what's a description box? Guys, if you're watching this on YouTube, click the more button, ... and you find my website. You find everything about me. You find everything I'm doing. That's called your description box. Now I'm going to share the chart, the screen, and we're going to whip through this bit by bit together, week by week. I take notes. I talk fast, but I am giving you a lot of content in only 30 odd minutes. As I record this for you Tuesday, March the 10th during a retrograde, welcome to your sky. You'll notice that as we approach April the 1st, okay, and we're going to go back a couple of days to make it clear. The first thing you're going to notice is there's going to be a lunation called a full moon here in Libra on the 1st. And on the 1st, it'll be at 12 degrees of first, second, time zone dependent. It is going to be happening in Libra. It's going to be happening at 12 degrees. And one of the things about this moon is that it's going to open up. We're not on your sign because I lost your time. That's just par for the old course. It's going to be a moon in your 6th house of work, right? This is you. You are a Taurus. Your ascendant is here, or your sun and moon. Let's move us back a few minutes because I'm going to lose you. So new moon, full moon, full moon, full moon. Beginnings, highlighting, an expansion of or a fulfillment of a career or health matter. basically you have lots of meanings to the sixth house, but you planted a seed October 21st in the sixth house. That seed that you planted has something to do with wanting to make some changes with your work routines, your health, your pets, your home, including rental property. That new moon was planted last October 21st, and you now are fulfilling the fulfillment seed. So this can be an improvement or an extension of your work success, because on April 1st, second time zone dependent, you're going to have that lunation lighting up the sixth house. One thing I like about it a lot, support from Lord Jupiter. And so there's energetic Jupiter support to this lunation coming from your third house. You could have a job change connected to a new location, a new office space, a new part of the city that you live in. And you may also have some opportunities for professional education or travel related to your work. And for some of you, this can also bring in some kind of really positive development around career, power, and wealth. Jupiter will activate here, and new contracts to up-level you financially. There is something about this month that's just going to feel really good for the simple reason that Venus is in your sign since the end of March the 31st and will be here all the way until April the 23rd. Venus is the Lord of your sign. When she comes by every year and crosses through the sign that you are, then she gives you a sense of well-being, a sense of beauty and harmony, a sense that life is good and everything can work out for you. You are charming and people like you. It's a good time to put yourself out there for dating, for applying for a job, for getting something that you yearn for, and having Venus support you in receiving that yearning. All right. And as she moves through this part of the sky this month, she's going to give you some blessings that are just beautiful. We'll get to that as we go through the story. Now, you'll notice that on the 1st to the 4th of the month, Mercury will trine Jupiter. Jupiter is all about luck and opportunity, growth and expansion in the third house. Potentially what Jupiter is going to do with Mercury is kind of a good news transit. Something good is trying to happen. So the good news transit could open up something connected to good news about a sibling, good news about a sibling and fertility and children, good news of especially an older sibling, good news or surprising and positive news connected to work and career gains, and something Jupiterian in the third house. This could be that the company you work for is going to move you to a bigger office, to a better location. You could also bring up travel opportunities connected to work or friendships. And both of those are feeling like you're ready to say yes. You're ready to receive whatever this golden opportunity might be. Now, because Mercury is involved and Mercury is the Lord of your second house, this golden opportunity, beautiful moment in time, and it may very well be a professional opportunity, is going to also increase your financial success. But it may require a location change in some of your charts. Some of you might have to move to another location. Certainly not all of you, but some of you will, because this might be another city or town or area of the city you live in. And so there may be something about domestic change of home just for a few in order to receive this golden opportunity, especially true for the rising sign, secondarily the sun in Taurus. Now, on the 3rd and 4th, Venus will square Pluto, something about power and love and the power of love. And what happens is it's about the career sector. This is where till 2044, you're going to become powerful and wealthy. Going to show up in your career as some kind of boss, some kind of like mafia boss. You're going to hit a high point, strides of new success. So I want you to take a look at what's going on the 3rd and the 4th of the month when Venus is going to be loving up Pluto, because it's powering you up in your reputation and powering you up in your career space. Certainly, as I said, this is a better month than a lot of months behind you, so you should enjoy that. On the 5th and the 6th of the month, Venus will square Jupiter. It is golden opportunity because we have an exalted sun in the sign of Aries. We have Jupiter exalted in his Cancer travels direct. What is this? Well, sometimes when something happens from the back end of the 12th house, it could involve digital income or borderless revenue and expansion and growth, but it could also mean an opportunity connected to a distant shore or foreign land or far off place for more wealth, prosperity, and success. And Jupiter's hooked up to your career gains as well. So again, some of you might have like, oh my God, I'm getting an opportunity to thrive in my career, but it might be in a locational shift from your current city or neighborhood. You might have a bit of have luck or financial gain connected to writing, marketing, selling, and the online world. And this golden opportunity could also invite you to some kind of travel opportunity connected to learning or studying or teaching. And you're going to find that is around the 5th and the 6th of the month that it's most exact. On the second week of the month, Mars will start the game off at the 7th to the 9th by coming into a flowing relationship with the god of surprises. Well, Mars has a job. He likes to help us cut away all that is not necessary and also to make a choice or to decide. And he's deciding about career gains, and he's deciding about long-range goals and dreams, and he's deciding about friends and friendship circles and groups of belonging. And because he's going to do all of that, and he is visible in the sky as of March the 17th, he's doing that in concert with Uranus in your sign. You might be the one who wants to break free or break through something, and you may be experiencing a breakthrough moment connected to career gains, social groups and circles of belonging, connections to your sibling one older, and a feeling of freedom, breaking free, breaking through. Those are kinds of the themes that I'm seeing here. Mars, who's going to be working with that surprising Uranus energy, watched over by Venus, so it's very positive. Mars is also the ruling planet of your marriage house, and there may be some very positive surprises connected to your long-term committed love story if you are in one. And he also is the domicile lord of your money that comes from international sources and borderless revenue. And you could have a nice surprising glow up around that as well, if that's a part of your wheelhouse. Mars will also, did I say Mars? I meant Mercury. Oh, guys, it is so Mercury retrograde. So everything I just said is true, but it's Mercury. So I don't have time to edit. I apologize for you guys. I really do. But Mars is going to do the same thing in a bit of time. So everything I just said, like, ignore that. Okay. I apologize. What month am I on? Where am I in this thing? Oh, that was correct. It was Mars and Uranus. So you have to know it's Mercury retrograde. I didn't sleep well, and I'm recording shit that I did already. And I'm so apologetic for my scattered mind right now. 7th to the 9th is exactly what I said, and everything I said was true. On the 12th to the 13th of the month, Venus will sextile Jupiter. She's your ally. She's in your sign. She's doing you a favor. She's doing you a solid. Whatever this is going to be double your luck, double your money, double your success. Venus is going to talk to Jupiter on the 12th to the 13th, and Venus is in really good shape. Okay. We like her here so very, very much. What this could look like on the 12th to the 13th, right? Pretty exact here, building up on the 11th, 12th, 13th. Is going to be a very lucky opportunity. You might be the maker of your own luck. You might be the one kind of doing something to initiate, but whatever it is in your career or your work or your home life or your love life, Venus is the positive luck and goodness for what you desire to become true. And Jupiter is like, let me throw you a 4-leaf clover. And it could connect you very strongly to matters of your career and work life as well, because we have this miniature trine to the flame of devotion. What long-range goal or plan or dream are you devoted to? What work, career gains, opportunities could emerge right now? And if that was to happen, it feels very much like you got a dream come true or a wish come true. And it may involve help from siblings or friends. It may involve something to do with commercial enterprise, local businesses, or even an opportunity, as I said, for some of you to find some work opportunity that requires some geographical relocation. But I think you should put this on your calendar as a very positive window of celebration and accepting your luck graciously. When I look at Mars moving into Aries, where he's going to be traveling, Mars in Aries, from April the 9th to May the 19th, between April 9 and May 19th, Mars is going to help you cut away all that is not relevant whatever you're doing in your life, whether they're mopey bad habits, psychological patterns, karmic vows of chastity and poverty, whether it has something to do with your own self-undoing addictions and bad habits, including substance abuse and misuse disorders, Mars is really great here for eliminating those problems from your life. You would, with Saturn, be likely to be able to make a hard stop on a habit that's not good for you. This begins on April 9th. This ends May 19th. If you want to do rehab or join a sober community or something like that, examples, this could be exactly the time where those efforts are going to work. Otherwise, Mars back here could also want you to travel to long distance foreign places or distant shores in your own country between April and the 9th and May the 19th. Mars is in dignity in his home kingdom, making for this to be sort of and quite positive when it comes to reasons for going off on journeys and adventures. He exalts your house of foreign countries and even pilgrimages. And if you've always wanted to go to the Camino or go off to the ashram or meet a guru in India, I'm going to encourage you to use April the 9th to May 19th to do those kinds of investigations. Mars will co-join Neptune and burn off the fog. What is the fog of confusion, inertia, and delusion that you have been under, especially with addictions? And that's going to be very exact on April 13th. This could be a very big turning point when it comes to self-undoing and being your own worst enemy, as you now can see clearly what it is that you need to do in order to improve yourself in this area. Otherwise, Mars represents change. Neptune represents illusion. If there's somebody in your life that really doesn't have your back, like a hidden enemy, somebody that keeps undermining you, then you're going to be able to clearly see that this person is not a friend. At the end of the day, that's what you'll know. This could be somebody definitely that you think is a friend, right? But they're not really your friend. And this will allow you to cut ties with that person if needed or if necessary. Alrighty, what about the energy of the 14th to the 21st? Week 3 of the month is extremely busy. This is where you definitely want to take notes or stop me, pause, and listen carefully. Because on the 14th, we see Mercury, 13th, 14th, sextiling Uranus. Mercury-Uranus is surprising news. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out because Uranus is also about freedom and breaking free, and he's in your sign. So you might also have a moment where some information or news is coming to you that allows you a measure of freedom. So how in the world do you define freedom? What is freedom to you at this time of your life? Mercury is going to talk to Uranus to say, let's unbuckle the straitjacket or unhook the chains that bind us. And you can be extremely free of something that's been a problem, a friendship that doesn't work for you, a career situation that isn't ideal. You could be free of so many things under the sky. Otherwise, surprising news from a sibling one older, a friend, an ally, or a benefactor. And with Mercury being the ruler of your money house, it could translate as a surprising and positive bit of news or information about a financial good outcome in some area of your life on April the 13th, when it's pretty darn exact, through to the 14th and the 15th. You know I'm going to shoot myself if this keeps up, right? Let's move your ascendant way fucking back. I know some of you are going to criticize me for swearing on camera. Okay, but don't. Okay. Now, we're not going to lose your ascendant time. Okay. Moving past the surprising news is positive and could positively impact your money. We're also, and could actually impact you fertility-wise. Are you going to be pregnant and didn't know it? Or one of your children announcing a pregnancy and you're surprised? That could also be a story going on here. I'm going to tell you that's a story. And you might have to pay attention on the 13th, 14th of the month to the 15th. Mars will sextile Pluto. This is going to be a very powerful energy for you of unstoppable determination and drive, and ambition and will. These two are unstoppable: momentum, drive, and willpower. Now, it can be unstoppable momentum and will connected to your worldly reputation and career success, connected to things you're doing behind the scenes to create success. Like you're working on the back end of projects, you're driving to create something exciting and new in your life. But on the other hand, the same energy between Mars and Pluto, which you'll feel 13th, 14th, and 15th, it could also be something that connects you to that whole idea of what you need to get rid of, your addictions, your patterns, your habits, your self-undoing that are really holding you back. And this is like a kind of authoritative determination like you've never seen before. You're like, an athlete of the willpower, and you could stop anything you want, no matter how addictive or escapist it is. So there's a real kind of, I got this, you're on your A game. Now, because Mars is also the planetary ruler of Aries and of Scorpio, some of this unstoppable, determined willpower may translate out of your addictions house over to your significant other or clients or audience, and you could be having some kind of important intensity with your mate, with your significant other. Right. So there's that too, but it's a positive intensity, not a negative intensity. So we get through that 13th, 14th, and 15th and 16th. Let's see how long it goes. All right. And you might be very determined to secure a long-term marriage. You might be like with Juno up here, like I'm working hard to accommodate things for my marriage partner so that we are together. All right, that this thing is going to work. Or maybe you're also doing career travel connected to long distance shores and places. And that's another narrative. And you're like, you're going for it here. You're on your A game about this travel work, distant shores journey that you're on. We see that on the 17th, 16th, 17th, Mercury and Neptune combine forces because it's in a very deep, like investigative house of one's soul, one's inner life, one's circumspection, one's solitude. You might get an amazing, powerful divine download dream, some kind of imaginal meditation or trance state that opens up new doors of opportunity. You could use this for choosing hypnosis to get rid of a pattern, addiction, or habit and succeeding. This is a really beautiful short window, but I like it on the 16th, 15th, 16th, and 17th. But on the 17th, the new moon happens at 27 degrees of Aries, and that moon is going to happen as a new beginning in the house of addictions and self-undoing. And maybe also where if any of you are going to have any international or distant shore from your own country move ahead connected to professional advancement, there's that too. So new beginnings and fresh starts here can emerge. And I like it very much because unlike any old new moon here every year, this new moon that occurs on the 17th of the month at 27 degrees of Aries is also opening up this kind of rare energy that Mars and Saturn are here. There's a determination, responsibility, and potency around changing your life so that you are no longer handicapping yourself in some way. You're no longer tripping up yourself. Now, one thing about this moon, of course, is it takes maybe 2 or 3 weeks to show you what it's about, but up to 6 months to fully complete. Don't look for it to be all in a day, but it will be something very important for your story. And you can count on this moon if you have something you need to deeply change at a soul work level, whatever that means to you, right? You're going to be able to do that. On the 18th and 19th, Mercury sextiles Pluto. Mercury likes to uncover what news, information, understanding, or knowledge that Pluto may be hiding, but in a sweet and soft manner on the 18th and 19th of the month. Now, Mercury and Pluto, right? Mercury and Pluto. You start to feel the secrets uncovered, the revelations coming forward, and you'll notice it being quite building up on the 17th, 18th, 19th. And there we go. Could be news or information or understanding around an authority figure, including a father figure. You might uncover news or information about them. There's a small chance as well that there's news about a father or father figure in your family of origin in a hospital setting. We have the Sun Chiron for medical stories in hospitals, Mars, sudden, swift, difficult, elderly, and the Sun being the ruler of the family of origin house, and Pluto being the lord of death in the house of the father. If you have an ailing, aging parent, male, grandparent, male, this could be a time in which that person is getting ready to pass or is in a critical hospital crisis of some sort. I have to be realistic about all of the potentials here. You're going to see it pretty exact around April the 19th. On the 17th to the 20th, some kind of obstruction emerges. So the 17th to the 20th, what happens is that Mars and Saturn will be joining together, especially the 19th. Now, again, it may not be about you. It could be somebody in a hospital, and this is a grim reaper, right? The life force ends. But if it's not that, then what are you doing back here? Are you working on a project for your career that's requiring a lot of alone time and you're burning the midnight oil or something? And this is where you just burn out and hit a wall? That could happen. This could also be hitting a wall in your attempts for sobriety or undoing the undoing. So you're no longer your own worst addictive enemy or self-sabotaging self. And there is that kind of wall. Mars exalts the foreign travel and foreign lands house, and Mars is in the house of distant shores. And there may be some problems with your travel agenda where they come to a hard stop. It's also like the foot on the gas and the brake at the same time. And that means that you might feel frustration about something you're trying to accomplish. You might hit a bit of a setback again if you're working on sobriety, but you're going through a wall or you're going over or around a wall. It's not going to last forever. So I want you to really pay attention to the 17th, 18th, 19th into the 20th for what it is that's frustrating you or causing you to feel like you just can't go where you want to go, that something's blocking your momentum because it won't last. And then we move past that frustration zone and we get out of it. Don't forget, it may be again about a parental figure, father figure in a hospital and nothing to do with you. And then we move past that to the 20th. And now Mars is going to get outside of Saturn's influence over the next 2 or 3 days. Mercury and Saturn will be together, as you can see, on the 18th to the 21st. Mercury and Saturn would be difficult conversations or information connected to hospitals, jails, isolation, ashrams, distant shores and lands. But at least it's no longer a Mars story in its purity, and Mercury has some information to let you see something more clearly in a way that's important. And it may involve your career matters as well and father figures. Backroom deals and negotiations to win at lawsuits and struggles there, and then success later on. Another story running through the 14th to the 22nd of the month for those of you involved in legal trial situations. Now we shall go forward and we will move into the idea of the 22nd, 21st to the end of the month and the major stories in the last week. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It helps the channel grow, especially when I'm recording 2 videos times 2 because of my Mercury retrograde bullshit, where Lori didn't know what planet she's on in the last couple of days. I have autistic burnout, but I thought I pulled out of it yesterday. I guess not. Well, what about your Venus Uranus story? Last in a lifetime. Ever since 2019, Uranus has been traveling full on through your sign of Taurus, and you've been noticing that Venus joins Uranus once a year. This would have been more intense if you have early Taurus signage, like in the first 10 degrees. It would have been more likely, between 2019 to 22 that you were really feeling it. So it's all sensitive to the degree of your sun, moon, and rising, but every Taurus kept feeling that the earth was shaking under their feet, but it's a re-identification of Taurus sun, career and agenda and goals, or father figure issues, Taurus moon, mother issues, or where your emotions are or where you live, and Taurus sun, a Taurus rising, your whole character or identity in the simulation has been under a shakeup since 2018, May to October, and then full-time since February, March of 2019. So this is about to end, but Venus is a benefic and she's giving you what you need. She's your benefic, and she's going to join Uranus, and there's going to be a surprise or unexpected development that hits you very personally. Again, Taurus sun, career matters, father figures, Taurus moon, nest and home and mother matters, and Taurus rising, anything about your character in the simulation. It's pretty standalone because it doesn't really majorly impact any other planet as it happens. So let's put it into exactitude for you. It's exact on the 23rd of April. It begins to build up on the 21st. What this might look like based on this chart, having a moon here at the end of Cancer with exalted Jupiter, there may be a very positive, unexpected development regarding siblings, childhood friends, the local neighborhood, your online social media world, travel opportunities and learning opportunities, and a positive, unexpected development. And you will be pleasantly surprised if I have my say on this one rather than shocked and odd. You'll be pleasantly surprised by whatever this is. It could be very healing for some kind of chironic wound that you may have been dealing with around your mother and mother stories as well, because Chiron's trying the moon on the day of the actual conjunction. but it also could be very, very healing of your self-undoing and addictions with a positive turnaround story. So Jupiter is blessing your third house and the moon is in her kingdom. And they're all looking at Venus and Uranus with a hit me with a good surprise. So take a note of a good surprise that day. I think you're going to like it. And it could be also related to your work, getting an up level, getting a new office space, getting some kind of perk in the workspace as well. Like a new nest, like a corner office with a view, but something good is trying to happen also in the work environment under the spell of Venus Uranus that will be occurring for you on the 21st to the 23rd. On the 24th to the 26th, the sun will square Pluto for some power struggles. Well, the sun is in your sign. You're the one with the dominant power here, and you're going to push against your career space or a boss or authority figure. And so you have some kind of pushback against some dominating influence, or in some cases with Juno, a business partnership in career matters or a marriage partner, and some kind of when push comes to shove, you're shoving hard. So you seem to have a bit of an upper hand, right? Because the sun is in your sign, Venus is there protecting you. So if you want to push back against some situation professionally or with a father figure or with a spouse, this is going to be a place where you can succeed in winning that little bitty battle on the 24th to the 26th. On the 26th to the 27th, Mercury squares Jupiter. Mercury and Jupiter trined in the first 3 or 4 days of the month of April, but on the 26th to the 27th, they square. So there's a bit more tension as opportunities arise, a little bit more sense of urgency around that opportunity. Now, Mercury will give you information or news, and Jupiter will give you opportunity. What could this square be? This is a great question. It could be an opportunity connected to distant shores and foreign lands, travel, learning, education, online social media and business opportunities from people abroad. But it's sounded like a news story here. Something wants to be told or said or communicated to you connected to Jupiter. Now, Jupiter is the fertility god and rules children. I want you to know that. It doesn't have to be your children. Maybe a sibling's having children, or there's some kind of story about children going on here. And you'll notice that this intensity, the square intensity, is pretty exact right here, around April the 26th. So on April the 26th, what is this golden opportunity with intensity, or what is this positive development or news that has intensity? And with the moon in Virgo in a condition of fall, I don't know, it may have to do with fertility stories between you and a partner, or even fertility stories that involve one of your children. And that could be the intensity of the secret news that is being delivered to you soon. The last part of the month is all about Venus in a sextile to Neptune and also trine to Pluto. Now, keep your eyes on the fact that Venus entered on the 24th of April through to May 19th, your second house. This is going to be a glow up financially. So you're going to go into the last week of the month feeling like money wants to money you up in surprising, unexpected, and wonderful ways, and connected to power and wealth and career, connected to your, potentially to backroom deals and negotiations that you want to make solid and real. And maybe all I can say is that somehow money looks good on you. Some of you might have to travel or move or change your location or deal with international influences in order for this lucky career money story to unfold, but you begin to feel it opening its doors on April 24th and through to May the 19th. But the acute story on the 26th to the 29th is basically Venus making a miniature grand trine that blesses you. And you can see that's the top of your sky, for goodness gracious, and your money house, and Venus rules your work house. So if you've been struggling financially connected to work, career, and profession and reputation matters, your professional success story, your monetary story, and your work story is on the mend and on the rise. And you'll start to feel that from the 24th of April to May 19th, but the real juice, the 24th of April till May the 1st. Hopefully that was helpful and useful, and you can use this time map to navigate your month of 2026 April. Thanks for your patience with me as I have Mercury retrograde recording window, and I am really feeling a little overwhelmed lately. And so I had some kerfuffles with the software, but we got it done. So Taurus, appreciate you. Substack is where I write weekly world astrology columns about the dastardly events in our world from a place of unplugged realism. And you can check me out under my description box below. I also talk quite a lot about, in Patreon, I talk about world events as well. You might join that community, but we also have 4 monthly classes. You can sign up for any of them, depend on your tier, or group meetings and classes and fun and questions and answers. And you can also join me here on my members only community where I do live streams for you guys. And we also talk about all kinds of stuff unplugged that I really can't get through. And I do mini tutorials and classes for you here as well. You can see there's many ways to find me. So go ahead and find me. Not doing readings anymore. Don't email me. I will be putting a page on my website with referred astrologers that I trust. I just don't have time anymore to do that. I'm trying to write a book. I'm trying to do multiple things. I'm an octopus. All right. Thanks for listening, guys. Ciao, ciao. Good month ahead, Taurus. Gemini, sun, moon, and rising sign. Have you felt a little bit overwhelmed with how hard you've been working? Have you wanted to quit your job? You might find yourself tucked away doing a lot of stuff. You could be on somebody's TV show, podcast, standing in front of a group of people, being asked to speak in front of people at some big event. Gemini, it feels also very critical, like do or die. You've got to go in this direction. You have to follow through. Okay. Good for resources, savings, and income. Good for your facial appearance, looking more magnificent. The sacred flame of devotion says you need to devote yourself to fated, destined career and worldly success. You're going to have fun doing it. You got your passion mojo going. You got things all like set up for success. You feel dharmic. You feel on purpose. You're going for it. You play your cards right. You're going to get a lot richer through your work and career space than you've ever been over the course of the months that follow this new beginning, new moon. Hello, this is your forecast for April 2026 Gemini, sun, moon, and rising sign. It's going to feel a little bit like a relief. You're going to like the fact that the hard work that you've been doing all through the month of March begins by April the 9th to slow down a bit. And there's even a call to some solitude, some quiet, some time out, some spas, some ashrams, some getaways, just some kind of decompression chamber for many of you Geminis. At the same time, we're also seeing what is like the seed planting for a new location for some of you, where you might want to change your residence in a fated and destined way. And while you may not actually relocate in April, there is a lunation that could open up a doorway for the 6 months that follow to move you on out to a new homestead or change your living situation in a significant manner and in a destined way as well. My name is Lori Lothian. By the way, if I haven't said hi, welcome here to my channel, especially around, 8 or 9,000 newbies who just funneled in here since January. I appreciate you guys showing up. Let me know in the comments if you're new. Astrology is a map of time, and in today's video, we're going to time map it week by week so you know exactly what to expect as the sky unfolds a story for you. It is a time map, not a location map. So you know when to respond and how to respond to what's actually happening around you, courtesy of our sky. Sky doesn't cause it to happen. It mirrors what will happen. It tells us a reflective mirror of what is occurring. You may also consider that 2026 is timeable as well as every month. The whole year is timed out for you by me in major transits in my 2026 videos that are for sale in my description box below. You can buy the bundle of 12 videos, listen for sun, moon, rising, friends and family, share it with them, or with the 8 months left in the year, simply get the bundle for your one sign. Choose one, your sun, your moon, or your rising. Aha! What's the difference? Your sun sign is relatively truly you. It's the essential nature of you, and it represents career and purpose matters. It's like your spirit in matter. The spirit that plays a role in the game of life, right? The game player is your sun. The simulation avatar in the game of life is your rising sign. Now, we need a rising sign. It's our body. It's our personality. We have to inhabit reality. And so your rising sign can be very specifically and significantly accurate as a tool to time your life. So listen for your rising. Sun becomes more powered up after the mid 40s. And then your moon sign is how you think and feel about life, but it can also reflect things to do with your private life, your domicile, your nest, and where you live. Let's get started for you guys. We're going to open up the sky. We're going to roll around the sky together. What I mean by that is sounds almost like weird. We're going to roll around the sky. We're going to roll around the picture of the sky together. So as you can see, let me take that out of my way. This is a Gemini signature here. This is the ascendant at 0 degrees of Gemini. This is indicating that this is also where your sun or moon would be in this first house for derived houses to give you a delineation for sun, moon, and rising. As we begin this, and by the way, if you want to learn divine timing tools, 5 weeks of esoteric, exotic, and some little known astrology tools for divining and timing your life, I'm teaching that for 5 weeks in May. Come join me. I'd love to see you there. Intermediate, or advanced beginner only, please. I'm not refunding you because you're lost. All right. So information about all that in the description box. All right. So Gemini, sun, moon, and rising. Okay. The backdrop, of course, is we have Jupiter direct as of March 11th, and continually he's moving forward, although he's slow here. He's pretty stationary at 15 degrees on the dog star. Good for money, good for resources, savings, and income, good for your facial appearance looking more magnificent. But this energy is here through to June 30th and finally moving forward after being retrograde since November. So you're feeling better about money. Money's flowing. There's more money coming in. Money should be safe. Money can be saved. This is a vibe. Jupiter's blessing your tax season as he witnesses your tax house. So take a sigh of relief. Your tax situation should be super sweet. In fact, I have a Gemini sun progressed, and I just found out from my accountant as Jupiter went direct, I'm going to have a tax rebate. I'm like, oh my God, I thought I'd owe money. No, I get some money back. Yay me. So that kind of good stuff is going on against the backdrop of the bigger story. As we begin on April the 1st, we're going to see a moon in your fifth house. And this is a lunation that's going to be at 12 degrees in Libra, 12 degrees of your fifth house. Now, it's interesting because this can bring children into your life, fulfillment, fullness, ripening. The fruit of the bough is falling off. And so it can be your children or your children having children. Funny enough, my son is having a child. So children having children or your children or you having a child. So there's fruitfulness here. But the full moon was seeded last October, by the way, when my son and his wife got pregnant. So you planted a fruitful fertility seed last October is what I'm trying to say. And it's coming into a fulfillment story now on April 1st. Add 6 months. 6 months is how long a full moon and a new moon take to unfold fully. But look to the first 3 or 4 weeks after the full moon for the most, vital evidence of shorter term stories unfolding. It's really good for starting entrepreneurial or fulfilling success in entrepreneurial, creative, artistic things you wish to do, including writing, books, book publishing, stuff like that. Now, the full moon in your fifth house, right, can be also very positive fulfillment and things in the life of your children. They're finding some fulfillment in something specific to them. It's ruled by Venus in the 12th house. If any of you want to take a writing retreat or getaway art retreat, a special projects retreat, this moon can open up a doorway April the 1st, add 3 or 4 weeks for you to go away somewhere and maybe do something artistic and creative alone. There's solitude needed for that. Now, the only other thing I want to say about a Libra full moon in this part of your sky is at 12 or 13 degrees is it does get a lot of Jupiter square going. And so Jupiter is really edging or elbowing applied pressure. So whatever your creative, artistic, entrepreneurial thing is about, it will involve, if you're going to especially get away from it all, money. It's going to increase your resources. You're doing it for some financial reason, which is just fine and dandy. If you're single looking for love, this is ruled by Venus, and you could get a new love story emerging with the 9th house Venus, 12th house Venus, somebody that you could get involved with. You might meet because you are traveling to a foreign land or shore, or they're from a distant land and shore, etc. Okay, moving past that. As we go into the first 4 or 5 days of April, Mercury and Jupiter say lucky breaks, good news, fortunate information. And we're going to see that happening with Mercury in your 10th house of career and Jupiter in the money house. Obviously, this is positive, and Mars is ruling the work house up here too. So we have what we call an Artha, material prosperity, career success, reputation, and work success energy. It feels good. You like it. It's good for commercial stuff like negotiating new terms of service at work. It's good for marketing and selling stuff vis-a-vis your work. Maybe I'll start a merch store for me, my Progress Gemini son. And it's really good for opportunities to be speaking in the public eye and increasing your profile, while you also increase your wealth quotient and your work success as well. So you're going to feel that the first 4 or 5 days of April. But at the same time, in the 3rd and 4th of April, the goddess of money and love squares Pluto, which is intense. This is definitely important because Pluto is in the Dharma house for you. This is where you're trying to lean into meaning and life purpose. Sorry about the ICMC picture here. Just don't worry about that. It doesn't mean anything in this kind of chart. Let's take it out. Am I actually sharing the screen? I hope so. All right. And one thing about this is that you might find yourself, because this is often, Venus likes her pleasures, her bed pleasures, her solitude, and she's exalted. And sure, you can make money here. This can be money as well from digital income, borderless revenue, foreign lands, foreign places, going to a foreign country, making money there, on and on. But Venus here is looking over at Pluto. Pluto says purpose and meaning of life, transformation, death, and rebirth, book publishing and publications. Venus says solitude and quietude, transformation and regeneration with Pluto. So some of you, like if you're like me, trying to get a damn book proposal together, might be taking time out, time off to do that. Or if you're going to teach a course like I am, I'll be creating the course content. I mean, I've taught the class before for the May class, I'm giving me as an example, but I'll be redoing it, reviving it, changing it, because I know a lot more now than I did back when I taught this in 2022, astrologically speaking. So there's something about that. You might find yourself tucked away doing a lot of stuff in a private space, and Pluto says it's going to be very powerful and transformational. However, with Juno here, there could also be something about contractual agreements and book publishing pending during this time in the first 4 or 5 days of April. And Juno could also, for some of you, mean you might come into a relationship with somebody in a distant shore where there's a feeling of instant commitment, like we got this is a thing, we should be together. And, instant knowing, instant clarity about that could occur, which is very rare. And I can't even say how and why that could show up, but that's what Venus Pluto might do here. Alrighty, on the 5th to the 6th of the month, the sun gives you an opportunity that's quite golden with Jupiter, exalted sun, exalted Jupiter, the 5th and 6th of April. I'm talking fast. You can slow me back and down in the playback speed. That's why we do this. We actually have the option to slow Lori down, but she wants to get this content all for you, not short, not half-assed. So she's talking fast to try to do it in 30 minutes because I also have a life. Exalted sun. Okay. And we also have an exalted Jupiter. You'll feel it building up already on the 3rd. The 4th, this is my solar return. I get to bake this in. The 5th and the 6th. So the 3rd to the 6th even. This is a nice boom, and you'll even feel it waning, but still here on the 7th. Golden opportunities connected to money, resources, earnings, finances, voice, vocation, and calling, connected to career gains. Now, sometimes this kind of thing, because it's like so exalted, could also look like an incredible opportunity of some sort with Neptune up here. Like you could be on somebody's TV show, podcast, standing in front of a group of people, being asked to speak in front of people at some big event. But then you get to speak and do all of that. And it's such an outside the box exalted opportunity. Like you're like, I can't believe I'm so lucky. Can someone get me on Next Level Soul podcast? That would be my version of an exalted speaking opportunity. But that's the kind of vibe that comes through here, and you're going to like it, and you're going to feel really grateful and joyful about it. And there's nothing about this that I don't like on the money front. And it is a greater gains of your career, but it can also feel like windfalls or pennies from heaven. I don't see this as particularly winning money, just so you know. I just feel like it feels like you're so lucky. You feel like you won the lottery, but you're not really winning money in my view under the sky. The second week of April, the 7th to the 14th. We start off with Mars sextiling Uranus for actions and decisions that come upon you swiftly in unexpected ways on the 7th to the 9th of the month. Mars is finishing a long stay in your 10th house. He got here around the 2nd of March. He leaves April 9th. I'll tell you, have you felt a little bit overwhelmed with how hard you've been working? Have you wanted to quit your job? Lori's putting her hand up. That's been you on the drive to go full speed ahead like a speedboat in your career space during the whole month of March into about April the 8th. And therefore, Mars is finishing strong, although you might have wanted to quit, and he's sextiling Uranus, and there is a surprise on a wealth star, also connected to digital income, borderless revenue. But you need to make a decision, or you need to take an action. And sometimes it can be to cut something away. And Mars will say, let's snip something out of the career space, and Uranus will surprise you. You could have a breakthrough as well in your career relative to digital income and borderless revenue. But whatever it is, it's a very precise, exhilarating freedom and breakthrough moment for you. Write it on your calendar, put it down somewhere. It should feel pretty positive. If you have your ascendant sun or moon, especially ascendant or sun, near 26 to 28, 9 degrees of Gemini, it feels also very critical, like do or die. You've got to go in this direction. You have to follow through. Okay. On the 12th and the 13th of April, Venus will sextile Jupiter, both planets in dignity. Jupiter exalted, Venus in her home kingdom, no complaints. Venus, Jupiter, money, earnings, resources. Venus, faraway lands, distant shores, foreign companies, foreign entities, or some incredible prosperity signature connected to something that you're doing because you're in isolation, because you're alone, maybe because you took time away somewhere. In fact, especially with Venus in this beautiful flow to Pluto still, so did you go off to a quiet retreat for some reason? Because whatever you've been doing before now, and you get to this turning point energy on the 12th to the 13th, between Jupiter and Venus, two dignified planets, it's going to be a breakthrough. Now, it could be a breakthrough in a dietary habit and pattern as well. Like, you want to quit gluten or wine or wheat or something, but it's more likely connected to finances because of Jupiter's position than it is just food stories. The sacred flame of devotion says you need to devote yourself to fated destined career and worldly success. Well, you have taken some downtime in your own home or somewhere else to really contemplate your navel and get clear about what your true desires are. What are your true desires? And you want to use your natural talents and gifts. And by Jove, you want to have some fun. Venus rules your pleasure house, 5th. And then here's Jupiter. Let's ante up the money. So if you've been worried about money, please don't. This looks like a nice turnaround story as well in the month of April, especially from the 12th to the 13th. Okay, so also around the same time, Mars will plow into foggy Neptune. You'll see it building up here on the 11th. You'll see it exact on the 12th. You'll see it waning on the 13th, 14th. And so what it is your car windshield is all fogged up and you can't see a damn friggin' thing. You're afraid you're going to crash into somebody or something. Or there's just fog in the front of the road. The sun burns the fog, or the Mars defogger goes on and you see clearly. You're no longer confused. You know which way to go. Now, you got Mars and Aries here. Remember how exhausting it was to have them there all of March into April the 8th? Well, on the 9th of April to May the 19th, Mars is tracking through your 11th house of career gains. Now, for this is not as difficult as it's been because Mars is in dignity. Any applied positive, dynamic, unstoppable drive and ambition towards generating awards, rewards, recognition, success, celebrity, or money from your career. You're going to have fun doing it. You got your passion mojo going. You got things all like set up for success, and you're going to be powering forward because Pluto and Mars are in a unstoppable willpower, indomitable, unstoppable superhero willpower. You feel dharmic. You feel on purpose. You're going for it. All right. But anyway, there will be some complications later. But now you also, to make those dreams real, especially your long range goals and plans and dreams for your life, which is what the 11th house can represent, you are also now clear eyed about what you want and sober minded and realistic about what's possible as you are now using Mars to get things going so that you can move in the direction of your dreams. Let's move on and talk about something else. Let's talk about the following week. This will be the 14th to the 21st of the month. So by the time we head into the 15th of the month, 14th, 15th, Mercury will be sextiling Uranus for unexpected, surprising breakthrough news or positive news. And let's put it back a day. We'll go 13th, 14th, Mercury, career and reputation, professional stuff, and sextiling Uranus, surprise, all go well star. You never know. Venus and dignity. So you could come into some money here. It could feel very exciting, very successful. Very yay you. And whatever it is, it does not come in a anticipated way. And because of Venus here, it could be a financial moment as well. Feeling very excited about some financial success, opportunity, information, news, phone call, or text. Just boom, there it comes. You didn't think it was going to happen. You weren't planning for it. And here it is. Because Mercury is the ruler of your 4th house where the south node will be, hanging. You're definitely looking at the possibility here of some kind of news that could indicate changes of your home. You'll have the south node here through until the end of July. So that's going to indicate a window of time where a move can happen. And this little surprise could also tie up a loose end around where you want to move or how you want to move, especially if you're considering moving to a distant shore or foreign land. Vavoom, here it comes. Mercury's your guy, right? He's looking out for you. So feels like he's bringing you a good surprise here. And it's ruled by Jupiter in a money house. Mercury's ruled by Jupiter in a money house. So it can also be a financial surprise, and it could be very positive. Again, 13th, 14th of the month. This Pluto and Mars story is unstoppable willpower and that determination and drive. Now, I'm going to give you some advice, so think about this for a minute. April the 9th to about the 17th, if you have something you need to do that requires your professional attention and you need to work on it really hard without stopping, and you feel it's very purposeful, something very purposeful, and you almost need to take a time out from life to do it, even, that's when you're going to be most successful doing it. Okay. So because you're going to hit a bit of a wall after that. So we'll get to that in a minute. Mercury will co-join Neptune. That's on the 16th of the month. Mercury will cross the floor, as they say in Canada, to Team Aries. And Mercury will be on Team Aries right here, as you can see, April 15th to May the 3rd, and joining the stellium. And Mercury is good for social time with social events and friends. Mercury could put you more social on the 15th of April to May the 3rd. But he's also in the part of the sky that represents your gains of your career specifically. And he represents marketing and merchandising and selling. So you might be doing a lot of communicating, marketing, merchandising, and selling of something April 15th to May 3rd. So my progressed sun will be selling my course. My shopping cart will open, tuition cart for my course. That makes sense. Now, there is a downside to this Mercury transit. So we'll get to that in a minute. But in the very beginning, it just feels like, okay, you're really busy doing a lot of socializing, a lot of communicating. Those are great examples. When Mercury hits Neptune on the 17th, you just might be a little bit confused about how to communicate something, or you might come up with a dream, vision, or goal, or imaginal, like aha, about how you want to communicate something, right? In terms of any kind of commercial activities, marketing, selling, speaking. You might get some interesting news from a sibling one older than you under this as well. I don't know what that news could be, but it could be something from a sibling coming your way, news and information. Kind of dreamy, maybe wistful. All right, moving past that story, we have the new moon at 27 degrees of Aries, new beginnings and fresh starts, unlike anything you've seen, because the new moon at 27 Aries is also accompanied by a stellium. And this means that with Neptune and Saturn and Mars and dignity, Chiron, of course, blah, 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 this whole thing. What is this thing? This is the house of the career gains. This is the house of your ambitions and long-range goals and plans. This is the house of the sibling, one older, friends and allies and benefactors. All said and done, this is all chock-a-block, new fresh starts and beginnings. Celebrity and fame come from the 5th house and or the 11th. You could get a little bit of that going on here as well. Not in the short term. A new moon happens. It happens on April the 17th. It unfolds some evidence for its promise in the first 2 to 3 weeks after, but it also unfolds over 6 whole months. It's a new beginning, a new way of being in your career gains and rewards in particular. With Mars in dignity, it's a very powerful, very positive lunation. And it sextiles you, so you like the vibe. And the Lord of your sign is sextiling you, so you like the vibe. And and Jupiter is witnessing it from the money house. So I'm going to give you a prediction. If you play your cards right, you're going to get a lot richer through your works and career space than you've ever been over the course of the months that follow this new beginning, new moon. I'm telling myself that because every now and then I get autistic burnout. I just want to quit. Told the cancers that already before you. All right, now we're going to talk about the 18th and the 19th, Mercury, Pluto, on digging up some dirt or information or something that's cloaked or hidden from view with information or news because you couldn't see it. Should be not a big deal, but the 18th and 19th, Mercury sextiles Pluto. Pluto is in the house of a sibling 2 older, a sibling 4 younger, the house of churches and religion, the house of legal and court matters, the house of sometimes father figures. And it's ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is also where Mercury is. So what is being dug up here, right? What is the information that's coming out of this? And it could also involve It definitely could also involve sibling secrets coming forth as well. We have the sun still here ruling the house of siblings. So yeah, I don't know what that is, guys, but secrets or information being dug up with Pluto on the marriage goddess, secrets that your spouse has held as well could be dug up, and also family of origin secrets and sibling secrets. So secret reveals, secrets are coming out of the woodwork around the 18th, 19th of the month. Get ready. Then we also see Mars hitting the wall. Now, I already told you to be careful. I said you got all this gung-ho, April 9th, go, 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 succeed in your career ambitions and gains and dreams and goals. And then the wall. The wall is on the 17th. You'll begin to feel it, but it really hits the mark as we move forward here to the 20th. Sometimes it's not just about hitting a wall in your career ambition and gains because you got the foot on the gas and the brake at the same time, or the wall is just there with fallen Saturn. It could also be that you're going to have something going on in a friendship of some sort. This is like your social networks and your friendship groups and friends, and conflict, difficulty, and hardship, especially around hard conversations and difficult communications, because Mercury will then also further the story as he moves right into Mars on the 2021. So I want to say that if you and a friend haven't been getting along already, and there's a kind of simmering undercurrent of disagreement, or a sibling one older, this could cause it to hit a big crisis moment in that relationship. So be careful for that. It's something that you might not be able to avoid. You could be considered clearing the air, which is more positive than hitting a relationship wall with a friend or a sibling one older in particular, but because Mercury rules siblings sibling one older in particular. Yeah. So watch out for that. Actually, I tell you, I don't know what it is. For the world, it's bad for Taiwan and China and the Middle East. Okay. But for you, it's a personal story. Nothing to do with that. The sun has moved into Taurus, as you noticed, around the 19th, and the sun will be here for a month, lighting up your alone house, your time alone, your quietude, your contemplation, your enlightenment. This is not too shabby. It could put you very much feeling like you want to write, communicate, create projects, do social media things in the background, because sun rules your writing house or your other things to do with third house activities. And you might travel to distant places and shores with a sibling. Similar vibe, starting April 19th to May 19th kind of thing. Okay, let's go to the very last week of the month. Now we're moving into the 22nd, 21st, to the end of the month. This is a last in a lifetime opportunity that's surprising with Uranus and Venus in dignity. Starting in 2018-19 on the yearly, we began to experience Uranus here in Taurus, fixed sign, shaking it up, baby. Venus, the surprise, the unexpected but positive dignity, right? She's in good shape. As she moves through this house, she could bring you an unexpected surprise, as she's been doing on and off here for years. But this time it's on Algol still. It was also the same place last spring on Algol. So you got the Algol Wealth Star archetype, or the beheading archetype. But this feels positive because there's no major harshness coming off at the sky. And as she crashes headlong on the 23rd, and you'll feel it building 21, 22, 23 into Uranus, you'll also notice that she's flowing in a gorgeous way to Jupiter Moon, and also to the Vestal Flame and Athena. And this kind of energy could open up a magical doorway for you of career advancement and success connected to money, income, and earnings through an unexpected surprise. So that's what I've got for you. I cannot know what this is until it comes, because unfortunately, Uranus is expect the unexpected. But it looks good on the money, career, and 12th house front. And if you make digital income borderless revenue, there's more surprise there as well. It could be that kind of story for you too. And we move in the moon in dignity, Jupiter in dignity. What a gorgeous little piece of real estate for you around April 23rd. On the 24th to the 26th, there is a power struggle between the sun, a solar energy, and Pluto. Now, the sun is in fixed Taurus and Pluto is in fixed Aquarius, and the square is intense because something's got to give. You could have some kind of clashing between something that you're trying to accomplish in your solitude and alone space vis-a-vis what has to happen here with Pluto. But you'll notice that there's a change of the guard. Venus gets out of that part of your chart. So by the time we get to this part here, you're just kind of dealing with, I want to be alone and focus on stuff that I need to write, I need to communicate, I need to market, I need to sell, I need to teach. And then there's power struggles with ninth house situations. That could be a travel problem. That could be a problem with a sibling too older, a sibling four younger, a power struggle with somebody in an authority figure position, a human resource department problem, a clash of wills with somebody you consider a spiritual teacher, guide, or mentor. Okay, so there's that vibe going on. It's not long-lived. It's just going to last 2 days, 24th, 25th, maybe a bit on the 26th of April. Then on the 26th and 27th, Mercury gives you another opportunity like he did the first 4 days of the month as he hooks up with Jupiter. This one demands more intensity around actions and decisions because now we have Mercury in Aries with Mars saying, take a freaking action, will you already? Make a decision this time. And we have Jupiter. You need to make a fundamental choice regarding your career, your career gains, your money, your resources, and your earnings. And Mercury is saying here, I'm giving you the information and the news to choose. Okay, I'm giving you the information and news to choose. It will benefit you financially, and maybe what you eliminate, not what you add. There's a turning point discussion here. It could also have to do with colleagues, coworkers, and job things as well, if you're employed, right? Raises, promotions, decisions. Maybe a decision to quit the way you work right now and change it up. Who knows? Mercury gives you the information. Mars says decide, choose. On the last part of the month, Venus sextiles Neptune, while she also trines Lord Pluto. Happy, happy times are upon us here because this is a very auspicious energy. Why is it auspicious? Well, it'll be auspicious because Venus is now in Gemini, which is your sign. And so is Uranus. They're not actually going to have an exact conjunction. That'll be next year. But you'll see that Venus is helping you feel beautiful, attractive, charming, and persuasive. She'll be with you doing her special dance in your sign from April the 24th to May 19th. Uranus is making you original, inventive, and freedom-loving. And these guys are going to flow beautifully to Neptune, Saturn, and to Pluto, Juno. This could be great for book publishing contracts and deals. This could be really positive for foreign land travel and adventures. But the tip of this beautiful triangle up here is all taking you back to your career gains. Although if you want to just go on a foreign trip with a sibling one older, or you want to travel for freedom and adventure connected to friends and social groups, you might be entertaining that possibility, possibly, in this time frame of the last 6-7 days of April. But because we also see Uranus nearby, there could be some unexpected developments. I mean, it's not something you had been really planning, right? Now, because Saturn's kind of involved and he gets more into it later on in May, you know, some of this could take you into considerations about foreign lands and travel for sure. Like this might be, you could have a breakthrough in a love relationship connected to people who are from foreign countries and foreign lands. Okay. For example, and maybe you're going to make a solid commitment or you're going to see clearly through the delusion you had about that relationship, which leads to a positive energy overall. And that's what I have for you. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss a thing. This girl is going to get out and walk on a sunny day. She needs to get a break from her work. If you don't know what autistic burnout is, it becomes extreme demand avoidance, like something as simple as making dinner. No, I said when I'm obligated to do something, seeing a client, you know, getting back to my business manager with a new payment processing system and me having to do the applications. Thank God I filed all my tax documents before autistic burnout hit me or I'd be really screwed. So don't worry, guys. I'm okay. Find me on Substack. Find me on the Pluto Chronicles weekly articles. Please check it out. It's free. Find me over at Patreon where I teach 4 classes, up to 4 Zoom calls a month, tier dependent, and free classes once a month if you're balsamic tier. Find me in my members only community here. And I do live streams here. I've been off my game a little bit in the last couple of weeks because of my burnout, but I'll be doing live streams for you. And also we have other perks where you get content you won't find anywhere else, especially when I talk about controversial topics and I take it off the monetization. You'll find me putting drops there all the time in the back end of my members only for $3 a month on YouTube. You can always quit if you don't like it. All right. Take care. I'll see you guys soon and enjoy April of 2020. Cancer, sun, moon, and rising. The beginning of April through to the end of June, luck is finding you. So it's a nice vibe. You got to take action. You got to seize the day. Career blessings as well as maybe an unexpected windfall that could come your way. You might be ambitiously pursuing something new. Oh, and be careful for your spouse in general, having an accident or injury around the home. You might need a break. Conflict in the career space with an authority figure or a boss who's acting like a selfish little child. This is where you need to take some time off. Difficult conversations will be had, and a surge of unexpected, surprising increase or gains in your career or windfalls or pennies from heaven lights up your sky. You might be very happily and pleasantly surprised. Here's an opportunity, but stand up for what you want and what is right for you. Lunatic astrology. Hello, Cancer, sun, moon, and rising. The month of April 2026 is one of the better months that you're going to have because in 2026, you have a Jupiter exalted in your sign. He went direct in March 11th, and now he's got some real mojo this month ahead. We're also going to see a lot of dignity in our sky. The eclipses are behind us, and you can see career changes, particularly positive and dynamic ones occurring that will increase your financial gain from the work or career path that you take. And there are many more things in that to talk about in our week by week, blow by blow of what's going on in your sky in 2026 in the month of April. So I'm recording this way in advance for you guys on March the 8th. So I don't have no idea how hell in a handbasket life has gotten in terms of the world, but our lives are also more than just the world. We have our own agency and our own stories. And so let's get into some positive ones for you, Cancer. If you're listening for sun sign, career purpose related matters, moon sign, home and nest, and of course the rising sign is your simulation avatar character, try listening for all three, especially rising and especially sun. Sun gets more potent as an actual timing tool after the age of 44 or 45. And hello, welcome here. My name is Lori Lothy, and I'm using the Western Tropical Zodiac. And I love astrology as a map of time. We have all kinds of maps, GPS to get from, one city to the other, one place to the other in our lives. But astrology gives us a time map, not a place map. And so if you want to know how to time your life, including your best life in 2026, you can grab my 2026 individual videos. They are only $22. They are 2.5 hours long. It comes with a PDF guidebook for the year ahead. And you can get the whole sign bundle for your sun, moon, and rising to share with friends and family. Let's face it, you still have April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Yes, that is 8 more months left in the year of 26. Go check it out below. If I seem a little bit like, did she not remember anything? It's just because I have autistic burnout. Happens every now and then, being a high functioning, high masking autistic female. But I will tell you that doesn't mean that I'm not completely on my astrology game. It just means that sometimes my brain wants to hide into a cave, never come out. And I get demand avoidance, which means I have things I must attend to, and I just want to suck my thumb. So let's get going, Cancer, sun, moon, and rising. Why am I telling Cancers that? Because you guys have more empathy and compassion and like mama vibes. So I guess I feel like I need to talk to you. Thank you for listening. This is your sign, and we will pretend the sun is in Cancer and we pretend the moon is in Cancer when we're talking about Cancer, sun, moon, and rising. So we look at it as if they're here and in the first house, and therefore this is the derived whole sign house system. Please use whole sign houses. Find out how to cast your chart in whole sign houses. My free video tutorial underneath the video. Some people go, oh, I don't like my charted whole sign houses. You cannot actually use timing tools called Time Lords without whole sign houses. So just forget about your personality not feeling right. Trust me, in order to time your best life, you need whole sign houses and you need traditional planetary rulerships. Let's get going. Oh, and I am teaching my Divine Timing Masterclass for advanced beginner and intermediate astrologers in May. There'll be 5 classes for the month of May. Come join me then. Information about it in the description box below. Now, the first thing I need to say about this guy is that you probably are all grumpy because you told me, a lot of you, Jupiter sucks ass. He's been in my sign ever since last June, and I got no lucky breaks. Nothing great seemed to happen. Well, there's a lot of things that happened last summer. Mostly Jupiter squared Saturn precisely as Saturn was in Aries. So yes, you had a delayed positive result. Okay, the break was on. But now Jupiter is not in an aspectual degree-based relationship to Saturn. Jupiter is moving direct. Jupiter is on a powerful star for almost the entire month of April. This is Sirius, the dog star. Take it or leave it. It's a good Jupiter. Between the beginning of April through to the end of June, luck is finding you. You are lucky. You are growth, expansion, and goodness. You are leaderful. Take it or leave it. You might also be very fertile, and pregnancy for you and partners or grandchildren coming your way may occur under this last few months of this story through to June the 30th. Now, let's go week by week through the sky, and we're going to try to keep it to 30 minutes. Good luck with that, but I keep trying. And we're going to start with April 1st to the 7th. On April the 1st, as soon as we begin the month, we see we are going to have a full lunation around 12 degrees of Libra when it's exact. This means there's a full moon in your fourth house, like a spotlight in the midnight hour, and it is opening up a channel of new growth, expansion, or completion regarding matters of home, nest, and private life. Now, sometimes a full moon down here is just you're going to be spending more time in the home, but you planted a new moon seed in your fourth house way back when on October 21st. So now there's a fulfillment of that. This full moon is ruled by Venus in your career gains sector and up here. And if you want to consider that any of you who work in and from the home professionally, this could allow for greater career gains in and from the home and an increased wages, salaries, or success in your career. Otherwise, also fulfillment of anything to do with the home that you wanted to accomplish starting last October may occur. And because of the trine to Pluto from the moon, in general, there may be an opportunity to refinance a home, remortgage a home, buy a home, sell a home. Those things could occur as well. For very, very few of you, there may be an inheritance coming through from a family of origin member over the course of the 6 months that follows the new moon. Look for the new moon on April 1st plus 2 weeks to give you the lay of the land. You'll see a lot of the major themes 2 to 3 weeks after the moon, giving you clues about where things are going and what it really means. On April the 1st to the 4th, Mercury trines Jupiter. I like Mercury here. Mercury is a good news guy. He's got something he wants to deliver, something beautiful. And Jupiter says, okay, let's go to bat together. I think that you could have some very positive developments regarding children and grandchildren. Both of those are true. Children and university, children and life's purpose, children and children having children. If you have grandchildren, some positive developments and news in the life of grandchildren. And with Jupiter up here, Jupiter in your sign, ruling what Mercury is up to. There's good news when it comes to ninth house things, right? Foreign travel, foreign lands, a sibling too old or a sibling for younger, book publishing deals, university educational positive thing, getting your greatest grade ever in university, getting accepted at your favorite university, getting good news about winning in a court and legal matter. Even the smallest thing, guys, even the smallest court and legal matter. It could be anything. So all said and done. Yeah. Feels good. Feels like you're going to like it. Feels like you are celebrating it. How yummy this news vibe feels. April the 1st to the 4th. Thank you, Mercury, Jupiter. On the 3rd, 4th, Venus will square Pluto. I talk fast. Slow me down in the playback speed. Venus, love and beauty, money, pleasure, Pluto, power and transformation, death and rebirth. Now, this is intense because it's a square. It's on the 3rd and 4th, but it's underneath that same sky that gives you the good news Jupiter story. Venus will be here, moving through Taurus, your house of great gains in your career, but also windfalls and pennies from heaven. Now, you could also call this a good thing in some ways because there is chunks of money where Pluto's delivering you a chunk of money connected to work, career gains, career success, a sibling one older than you, and friends, benefactors, and allies. With Venus giving you the good news here, she also rules your 4th house of home, property, real estate, and Pluto's where mortgages and banks are. So an opportunity to sell or purchase property could come through this, and it feels like a blessing. Or you could be getting some more uptick and success in your career financially, but looking at it more like a kind of chunk of money. You might get a tax rebate connected to your career and be surprised by that. We'll get to more of that later. It's more likely to show up a little later in the month. You could find out there's a powerful story going on in the life of a sibling one older, and it would have to do for that sibling, perhaps with great career success that they were having in their life, and you're just witnessing their success. But we're looking for that first 4 days of April for that story to be emergent. On the 5th and the 6th, Sun and Jupiter will square for kind of a golden opportunity, and it requires you to take action. Sun is in your career space. Jupiter is in your first house. You probably need to take the kind of old bull by the old ram's horns, exalted Sun, exalted Jupiter. Jupiter direct. It's good. It's powerful. It's positive. You should like this feeling. I'll show you where it is exactly right here. You're going to see it building up here on the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. And there it is. Look at that. Look at that. And you'll see that probably on the 5th and the 6th, it's going to feel like something is demanding that you level up in your career, but that will make you joyful and successful and leaderful and maybe bountiful. So this is you kind of really stepping up your A game when it comes to career and reputation matters. And you might even be put into a position of higher authority in your career, higher power, higher job, career, professional success. Now, don't forget, if you're self-employed, okay, that's sort of true as well. But if you're working for other people, it's even more so with the moon in Sag during the time that this is occurring. It's like you're leveling up within the workspace itself. If you need a job and don't have a job, this is your lucky time to get a job, especially the interview time, or getting a call back that you got the position, or being asked to take the interview. And this is where you're starting to like really feel the momentum here and the Sun is the ruler of Leo, which is going to bring you more money. So it increases your income as well. So it's a nice vibe. You got to take action. You got to seize the day. Carpe diem. On the second week of April, from the 7th to the 14th, we're going to see Mars sextile Uranus. Mars sextile Uranus. Mars says take action and make decisions. Uranus says sudden, swift, and quick, and breakthrough. Sometimes Mars and Uranus can feel very exhilarating. Mars will be moving through the sign of Pisces, completing a journey here for 6 weeks. And as he goes through this part of your chart, he's going to activate the surprise god himself. This can look like something to do with lucky breaks and good fortune when it comes to foreign lands and shores, a sibling one older, career gains, and long-range goals and plans. It can also look like you need to take an action or make a decision, ninth house stories, right? To really go towards a greater purpose when it comes to your path in life. And you might be lining up such a decision and making it happen around that time. There are other people that belong to the ninth house. So it could involve a sibling two younger than you and a surprising development two older than you and a surprising development in that sibling's life. It could also mean something is going to offer up an opportunity for travel. Mercury is direct. He likes to protect travelers to foreign lands and distant shores. Mars is also up for the adventure. And it may be a travel opportunity connected to a sibling one older, to siblings in general, and to your own friendship circles and groups. Some travel opportunity emerging here around April 7th to the 9th. On April the 12th to the 13th, we're going to see Mercury in Taurus sextiling Jupiter. Now, Taurus, did I say Taurus? Who am I talking about? I just had a brain fart. I'm sorry, Venus, the goddess of everything good in her home kingdom of Taurus, sextiling Jupiter exalted. So there's a benefic energy, a positive double down your luck energy going on. Venus here by the way, Venus will be blessing your 11th house of career gains, hopes, dreams, and wishes, pennies from heaven and windfalls, life of the elder sibling, friendship circles and groups. Okay. Venus blesses that part of this chart for a while. I should give you that time. All right. She will be here between March 31st and April 23rd. So for those first 3 weeks plus in the month of April, you've got superior career blessings as well as maybe an unexpected windfall that could come your way. If you're going to get an unexpected windfall, your best chance of doing that, just so you know, like even a lottery win, is going to be between March the 31st and April the 9th. So play the lottery in that time frame. It has to do with Mars and Venus and all of that. I was talking about Venus, and I was talking about how Venus, as she is moving through Taurus, will actually love up Jupiter around the 12th to the 13th of the month. Now, this feels good. There's like, okay, look at that building up here around the 11th, 12th, 13th, and what you can do with this, or 14th even. There could be a financial surge in your career. There could be more money coming. There could be an award. There could be an opportunity to be more visible in your career. There could be an opportunity to do a podcast or be in a public, go on somebody's podcast or be put in front of the office staff to tell your story or to win Employee of the Year award or something like that. Jupiter says lucky break, and Venus is in the gains of the career space, do you see? So there is a lot of positivity going on for you. Feels very fortunate to you. You like the vibe. You're happy for it all. You're certainly not complaining. Okay. Maybe even you could find this a good time as well to purchase a lottery ticket with that sextile between these two planets. Even though I do think that by the 10th of April, you're losing some momentum in the luck. Okay. So then if you really want to work it, I mean, I'm not your lottery gal, I'm not your bookie, but I kind of go like this. I would say here, 12 to 16. Yeah. By April 9th, it's waning. So you kind of lose some juice there. Okay. Mars, Neptune defog. Mars will crash into Neptune. This is like putting the defogger on your car so you can see through the windshield. And where you've been confused and unsure, because you want to make your dreams real when it comes to your career over the next until April of 28 with Saturn and Neptune together in your 10th house. And you're unsure about what your career dreams making real means to you. You might be fogged out, inertia, confusion, uncertainty. If that has happened, Mars will clear that fog and give you a kind of no way you cannot see it. And you're being realistic, but also inspired here about the career story and what it is you're trying to accomplish. And it's especially powerful for those of you who are artists, creatives, or more independent person, right? You have your own business or you have your own schedule, you're consulting rather than you're in a complete hierarchical structure. On the next time frame, the 14th to the 21st, there's a very, very lot happening. Now, Mercury, the messenger of the gods, but also just Mr. News Guy, right? That's what his duty is, to give you some news, reaches the tail end of his 2.5 month journey since February 7th through the sign of Pisces because of retrogradation, going back and forth about your purpose and meaning in life, about grandchildren, about academics, about travel, yes, no, maybe, about a lot of things like fogged out, even court decisions not coming to fruition and no clarity there. And then Mercury now is going to complete that story. And as he does so, he comes into this energetic powerhouse with Uranus. Usually it's an unexpected bit of news or information. You're going to feel it picking up on the 13th and the 14th. And that's exact on the 14th, waning on the 15th. So look for some kind of a surprising news with Venus watching the story from her domicile, directing Uranus, who's still close to Algol, a wealth star. And there's luck in the 9th house. There's luck to be had there. You could have some really lucky breaks when it comes to your career, your friendship groups and circles. An elder sibling in your life could also come into a windfall or a lucky break. And you might just have a nice glow up in your career, and it might surprise you. There's something surprising, unexpected, exciting. All right. If you're looking for a job and you don't have one, this can be human resources or headhunters or leg up, helping you from a friend to get into a position to secure that new work. So it can actually work as a kind of a springboard in an exciting, surprising, and fast moving way. And at all, if you are into the publications and book publishing industry, you could get an agent. You might find yourself getting an advance on your work. You might get yourself a decent publisher out of this story. Mars and Pluto will come into a sextile. Mars and Pluto are in like indomitable, strong, superpowered will. You are unstoppable in some area of reality. It looks like you're working hard in your career space with Mars in his home kingdom. Mars is in his home kingdom in your career and reputation and professional space. for a very long time, from April the 9th until May the 19th. This means that you are going gangbusters in work. You're passionate, you're driven. Some of you could quit a line of work. Doesn't mean all work goes away, but you could say, well, I'm done with that kind of work. You may choose to leave it, but also at the same time, you might be ambitiously pursuing something new. So it has multiple meanings. So Mars is pretty powered up here. And one of the things you'll notice is that he's going to be talking with Pluto, which is where your determination is pretty unstoppable. And you may also be determined almost from a kind of place of about wealth and acquisition of wealth and being able to pursue more wealth, whether you're going to save it or you're going to invest it, it doesn't matter. And this intensity is here, is powerful. You're just plowing forward. I mean, ambition, drive, willpower, career, money. That said, we've got some difficult stories that'll be emerging as well. So just wait till we get there. It's coming up soon. If you're going to be plowing forward with a ton of energy, you're probably best to get most of that done between April the 9th and the 17th, okay? 17th, 18th. That's where you're the strongest and most potent when it comes to ambition, drive, and success, because later on you're going to hit a wall. So we'll talk about the wall shortly. On the 17th or so of the month, we have a new moon in Aries. It's at 27 degrees. Well, at the very same time, around the 16th, 17th, Mercury will move into a Neptunian embrace. Don't forget, Mars has cleared the fog. You've got clarity about making career dreams real. Now Mercury will follow suit and come into around the 16th, a conjunction to Neptune. That can be a little bit of a confusion sometimes because Mercury doesn't always see how to deliver information or understanding or news as clearly as he could. But you also might get some communication from a Neptunian person. All right, Neptunian people, Hollywood, glamour, filmmaking, that kind of thing. And, communication, a phone call, text messages, or emails. You might get a chance to go on someone's social media platform and be publicly displayed in a videography style under this sky, this April 16th sky. You're going to go on someone's show or someone's channel or someone's podcast or something like that. And then we move past that little short-lived, guys, short-lived. With Mercury Neptune here, it's not going to last. It's going to be a couple of days and it's done, 16th, 17th. And then on the 17th, the new moon at 27 degrees of the sign of Aries. New beginnings and fresh starts emerge in your 10th house. This might feel to you very, very powerful because not only you're starting something new, it's a new moon under the auspices of Saturn and Neptune together up here, which is very rare, and Mars, which is that ambition and drive. So you want a new beginning in some professional, visible stature in the world. And understand that this could also be new beginnings in marriages for some of you because Saturn is up here and he rules your marriage house. So it can look like weddings or divorces as well over the course of the next 2 years, really. 2 years? Did I say 2 years? Why did I say that? Over the course of the next 6 months. A significant other, like a marriage partner in your life, also could come into a new start and a new beginning that requires determination and willpower, especially if it involves the home you guys are living in. They might want to buy or build or change or structure or hammer together or architect something new in and from your home. But if it's really just about you as well, we don't have a significant other to talk about vis-a-vis Saturn, then I'm going to tell you that, and be careful for your spouse in general, having an accident or injury around the home, okay, around the 17th to the 21st. But the new moon is a new beginning and it's a fresh start and it's an exalted energy with the sun there. And it's being witnessed by Jupiter in your sign. So it should more or less all said and done, no matter what these new beginnings are professionally, it could open up more money, more income, more success, more drive, more ambition over the course of the 1 month that follows the new moon. And of course, 6 months as well as we wait for the next cycle to start in the full moon that comes after that. What about this? Mercury sextiles Pluto to dig up information. What is hidden from your view in the 8th house? It could be many different things. Mercury is going to give you some information that you may not have. Most often, this could come from father figures. It could come from your spousal side of the family, and the other thing it could do, because Mercury up here, he does have some rulership over your siblings. And so it can be some news that nobody knew about mom, dad, family of origin, siblings, and revelations, especially given that Mercury coming into Pluto has gone through the fog of the Neptunian story. See? So there's like, okay, what's being uncovered, unearthed about mom and dad or siblings? I bet you that's going to happen. Keep that on your radar. That's a good interpretation of what's going on here. Alrighty. On the 17th, 18th, and 19th of the month. Okay, now we're going to talk about hitting the wall. You've been unstoppable April the 9th to about the 17th, 18th, and all of a sudden you're exhausted or you just can't go on anymore. You got the gas brake in the parking brake / gas pedal going all at once. It's like you're hitting a wall in the career space. You might need a break. Might be burnout. Some of you might face a conflict in the career space with an authority figure or a boss who's acting like a selfish little child, is an old guy with the spirit of an imp. You might hit a wall with something to do with your reputation and your marriage. This could cut your marriage. All of a sudden, you look like you might be getting a divorce. All of a sudden, your spouse is walking away all of a sudden, and you find this to be a very challenging 5, okay? Now, Mars is in his home kingdom. The sun is still there, exalted as the wall hitting happens. So it has this Mercury information news triple conjunction. I'm not going to say this is easy. I'm just going to not parse that, right? Here you have the most intense day, April the 19th. A sun is in a turbulent degree, exalted. Mars is in his home kingdom. Saturn is fallen. Mercury is just delivering the news or information. So like if you got, like, guys, I don't want to worry you, but if you got news that like your spouse, says, I want to out, we're going to divorce, that would be an example. This can be about significant people in your life and unexpected difficulty with that situation with them. It could also involve something difficult in the lives of one of your children to do with their life, okay, with Mars up there ruling your house of children, and a firstborn and a secondborn child, and some difficult information news about their life. One of your children could be like, what do you call it? Lose their apartment, lose their home, have to leave their home. Another one could have some problems with their job and lose their job. So there's stuff around that kind of stuff with children as well. And it's in your reputation house, but it's because I'm deriving houses for you. So, but the simplest explanation is you're exhausted. You've been making a lot of effort and you might be making more money and also taking a lot of time to like really charge forward with unstoppable drive. And suddenly you're just exhausted. So I'm going to give you advice, right? And it comes to career, reputation, money making, job stuff. This is where you need to take some time off. This would be like ideal to say from the 16th, 17th. Well, let's go 17th of the month, 16th, 17th of the month to about the 20th of the month. If you could take a break, it would be good. Slow down. It would be good. The 18th to the 21st, Mercury will actually be right on top of Mars. Now we had the nervous breakdown and then Mars continues forward and Mercury joins Mars together. They're at 8 degrees. And this is sometimes news that's either going to propel you to make a life decision of great magnitude, or this is news that's going to be a difficult conversation with X, Y, and Z under your chart with a spouse, with a child, and with a boss. Those difficult conversations will be had, and they are necessary around April the 20th. On the last week of the month, April 21st until April 21st until the end of the month, the first thing we have is the last in a lifetime Venus conjunction to Uranus. Here, we won't see it again. It's been happening on and off every year, ever since 2019. Wow, what is this, guys? Or maybe it's even happened in 2018, but since then it's been once a year. Now we still have Algol pretty close at hand in the last 2 or 3 years. That's a well star, or off with their heads. You could have it, off with their heads moment to do with a goal, a dream, a friend, a sibling, one older. But what you've got going on here is the last in a lifetime. So Venus will begin to wake up Uranus. You're going to feel it on the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, boom. And those days are extremely important for some unexpected surprise. Now, here's the good news. The sun will be here too, which is not too shabby. The sun rules the house of money. And this is the house of pennies from heaven and windfalls. And while everything else has been like a shit show, this is another one of those times where you could win the lottery. So this is where the sun ruling the money house and a surge of unexpected, surprising increase or gains in your career or windfalls or pennies from heaven lights up your sky. So the best I can say is look for some positive financial surprises, likely connected to livelihood, work, and career, earnings, money, and resources. And you'll notice that we also have this beautiful flowing energy going on here from the Vestal flame of sacred devotion around the same time, around the 23rd. And that is flowing to a moon in your house and Jupiter. So you kind of got this like beautiful magical triangle lighting you up. And I meant to put in Juno for you. Apologize. Anyway, lighting you up. And I'm wondering if this triangle is going to offer up some kind of golden opportunity of a lifetime, not just a windfall. You could get accepted at your favorite university. Your children could announce they're going to make a child. A child is on the way. A grandchild is on the way. That's the kind of vibe here. You might be very happily and pleasantly surprised. Okay, don't be afraid of this energy at all. On the 24th to the 26th, the sun will square Pluto. Well, that's kind of a tough one. Usually a power struggle can come out of that. You could be having a power struggle with a sibling, one older, a friend. Up here in the 9th house, the 11th house, those are those people that belong to that part of the sky. Pluto, of course, is in your money house, taxes, resources, earnings. And there's maybe a challenge around money, earnings and resources, career. It could be taxes, accounting. It could be your significant others' family's money, the in-law money, and a power struggle there. A power struggle in your life of your significant other regarding money and a sibling too younger. Like there's multiple ways it could show up. I just say, watch out for power struggles. This is the best I can put it. And about money with friends, benefactors, allies, a sibling, one older, etc. It's short-lived. The power struggle lasts from the 24th to the 26th. And then on the 26th to the 27th of April, Mercury gives you an opportunity. He did the same thing at the very first 4 days of the month where he hooks up to Jupiter. It was easier opportunity, more lucky vibe, more graceful in the first 4 days of April. This is much more demanding opportunity through information or news because Mercury will be in Aries, by the way, and he will square Jupiter. And that's a cardinal aggression square. You could still be working something out with a spouse under this, the hard conversation that could have happened with a spouse. And you are exalted. So you are stronger than Mercury. But for some of you, it could also be some career negotiation or opportunity. And Jupiter says you're lucky. Let's go for it. And yet, especially because Jupiter rules your work house, but it also can take a bit out of you. Like you have to leap because the net has already appeared, right? And you know that this is an opportunity, but something in you might want to push back. And because Mercury likes to negotiate, it could be negotiations regarding career opportunities and job matters. Okay. And as this is occurring, we also have a moon in an earnings house. So there's a lot going on here with here's an opportunity, but stand up for what you want and what is right for you. Okay. You could be negotiating a promotion, a raise, an increase in salary under this opportunity energy on the 26th to the 27th of the month. We finish strong with Venus sextiling Neptune and Venus trining Pluto in the last part of the month. Now, the idea here is that this is going to be Venus having moved into your 12th house, where she's going to be sitting now in your 12th house, which is good for international borderless revenue and income, barter and trade, import, export, working in another country and making money by living there like a nomad, or making international revenue in digital income. This is going to be with you for the next 7 years. Every time she comes back, she reminds you of these possibilities. This is occurring April 24th to May 19th, where she's going to travel your Gemini 12th house. This is good for ashrams and getaways, for spiritual retreats that bring exalted pleasure, including pilgrimages and Camino type stuff, and finding solace on a mountaintop or a seaside resort, etc. Now, as Venus is going through this part of your sky, we're going to notice she ends strong with a sextile to Lord Neptune, and she also will come into a trine to Pluto. What we get is a miniature grand trine for the last few days of the month, starting around the 26th. Well, I could say that you might find yourself wanting to sell or buy property unexpectedly. Venus rules your 4th house. Pluto is mortgages and contractual agreements with Juno. And you had no plans to buy or sell real estate, for example, and all of a sudden something's really germinating all of a sudden very, very quickly. Now, this kind of sky could open up also professional opportunities connected to a change of locale, a change of residence. This would also perhaps bring you an inheritance out of the blue that you weren't expecting. Because Saturn and Neptune are both involved, it would be from somebody elder, or money coming through a divorce settlement, or money from a sale of a property, or money from the in-laws. Those are all ways that this could work out in surprising ways. But, come on, Venus and Uranus are in a hospital setting ruled by Mercury in the 10th house with Saturn. An elder authority figure ends up in a hospital setting. An elder spouse ends up in a hospital setting. Well, you're saying, what's so positive about that? Well, not everything is positive, but it could be something going on where it increases how much money you have. So unfortunately, we end up with money when people pass away and leave money to us. And sometimes, well, it's not overtly positive. It is positive for the pocketbook and wallet. And that could be another thing I could see here for the end of the month as well. That's what business partnership deals with people from far off lands and distant shores that are quite positive and develop it into something very potent for your career could also open up for you in the last few days of April after the 26th of the month. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit my notification bell so you don't miss a thing. This astrology work for me is a passion. It's my total deep dive, autistic special interest. If you like this kind of astrology, don't forget this is something I do because you keep pushing me to do it. Because you hit the like button, you subscribe, you hit the hype. Join me on Substack, where I work weekly, highly predictive and accurate world astrology articles. I put out individual all signs audio podcasts every week, different from what I do on YouTube. You can also join me in my members only here, where I have live streams and do other things like teach you little mini classes and talk about controversial topics I can't do anywhere else. It's very cheap to join my YouTube community on YouTube. It's only $3 American and a month, and you can always quit. And then you could always check me out or come see what I'm like over on my Patreon community. I teach 4 Zoom calls a month. We have a great time over there, and you can go check me out for the different tier levels of exposure to the teachings I do there all the time. So join me in all my other communities. This is not my only place that I hang out. Thanks for listening, and don't forget to like and subscribe. Thanks, guys. Leo, sun, moon, and rising sign. There may be a big, intense moment of tension with you and a significant long-term love partner. Watch out for stalkers under this kind of sky. Venus will be in your 10th house, which is superior career blessings, Leo. You're on top of your game, settlements and positive surprises that suggest you will be delighted with whatever this is, and you're going to have the right information and use to have a breakthrough as well. Take that international trip, move to another country, apply for that school, receive the admission, finish strong on a course. You may feel a great deal of frustration here. And it's something you can do but live through it. Trust the wall has a purpose. Let it pass. See what happens. Do not push through. So yes, it's an opportunity disguised as a crisis of some sort. Hello, Leo, sun, moon, and rising sign. The month of April 2026 may be quite a beautiful glow up in your career and professional reputation space with some positive surprises coming through. And not only that, but everything about this month feels good in your skin and on your body and just being you, because we're going to see the sun exalting in the sign of Aries, which is every time of year this occurs, it flows to you and makes you feel quite good about life. Add a Mars in Aries flow as well. And you're just feeling a super good vibe, especially when it comes to aligning with purpose, aligning with your deep spiritual spiritual faith and ideology in life, and even opening up some superior career opportunities as well. So we're going to break it down week by week, how this month ahead serves you. Thank God the eclipses are behind us in terms of that Aquarius eclipse in your 7th house on February the 17th and the Virgo eclipse on March the 3rd. Those eclipses are well and done and over. And now we're moving into a more smooth territory for every single sign, minus a bit of tension with Mars and Saturn, but we'll talk about how to deal with that story. So in today's sky, we're talking about planets in great dignity, people moving forward, planetary retrogrades are ending, and you're going forward with your life. So let's start by saying, welcome to the channel. If you're new, my name is Lori Lothian. I'm using the Western Tropical Zodiac. This is not Vedic or sidereal astrology. You often ask me that in the comments, but if you knew your astrology, you'd know I was talking Western Tropical. Second of all, use the whole sign house system. Do yourself a favor. Please understand that this is the only house system that works in general astrology, but also for divine timing tools. It's called a Time Lord system. So if you want to know how to cast your chart in whole sign houses, go below in my description box and do so. Also, I am an astrology teacher, and I'll be teaching astrology time maps tools and divination tools in my 5-week class in May called the Divine Timing Masterclass, Ancient Timing Tools for Your Life. And please come join me there. If you're an advanced beginner or intermediate student, information in the description box about how to sign up. And on top of that, I do have a time map of 2026. You want that handy time map to navigate the year? Check below, get your sign for 2.5-hour video content about you and how to navigate the year ahead. And information about how to purchase that product individually or all signs bundle is under my video in the description box below. All right, guys, I'm going to start off by showing you the sky, and then we're going to go spin the wheel together, and we're going to break it down week by week. All right. And I think that if I'm talking too fast for you, because I am talking fast, I'm trying to contain within roughly 30 minutes a month of transits. So it's not an easy task, and to do it in a timely manner, I talk quickly, and you can slow me down on the playback speed on YouTube or pause me to catch up to what I'm saying. Here we have the sky. You're a Leo. Ascendant, sun or moon. The ascendant is your character simulation avatar. There's a video game, you're going to play it and you're going to pick a character. There's a movie that an actor has to play the role in the movie. The character is the simulation avatar in the movie of life. Is the ascendant. The sun is the game player or the actor who plays the role, and it's your true self, and it becomes more awakened and online after the age of 45. And if you want to listen for that too, that's great. Sun sign can be career and purpose oriented. Moon is how you think and feel about life, and it also reflects your home and nest. And so activities seen from the moon sign can often impact home as well. And it also takes you to your feeling state about how you interact with reality, what you think and feel about it most of the time. All right, so here we have it. We're starting off with the moon at the beginning of the month on April the 1st. In Libra, the moon is full, the moon is bright, the moon is shining in your third house, opening up a glow of opportunity that might be about siblings, especially one younger than you, about travel opportunities, about learning and educational opportunities. Where that moon is sitting, it's in a beautiful flow square to Jupiter, but that's okay. The moon at 12 degrees, Jupiter at 15. It means that there's opportunity coming from this moon. It could connect to online opportunities, making digital income, borderless revenue, money made from foreign countries, foreign companies, and foreign lands, money connected to barter and trade abroad, and marketing and selling. Also, moon here in the third house is in its joy. It's really good for enjoying the local neighborhood, the people around you, the relatives, the childhood friendships, and just having a fullness here as well. More fun in those groups of belonging. And with the moon full in the sky in a kind of flow to Pluto in your 7th house, there can be some very positive interactions with you and a significant long-term committed love partner connected to travel, to siblings, to social events in the local neighborhood. The moon is lighting up from a seed planting in a new moon, October 21st. Maybe some of you with the moon here could move or change your home to a different neighborhood, all right, to a different location as well. And so the moon would show you the potential for that over the 6 months that follows this full moon of April the 1st. Although you could see evidence for that theme of a move, you might see evidence for it more quickly, much sooner, maybe in the first 2 or 3 weeks ahead. Full moon here ruled by Venus. Venus is in your 10th house. Any locational changes of home or increased revenue are coming through career matters, and reasons for moves are connected to career and to siblings as well. All right, now moving past the moon, we see on the 1st and the 1st to the 4th of the month, Mercury will trine Jupiter. This is a very positive aspect of good news or positive news or information coming your way. Mercury in the 8th house of chunky money, Jupiter in the house of hospitals. Unfortunately, with Mars ruling the 4th house, there could be some inheritance money coming from father figures, family members, people you grew up with, maybe money from an inheritance from your in-laws as well. That's some of you may experience that story on the first 4 days of April. And you might also just come into a good tax rebate or some good news from legal guidance about how to handle your money, or some chunky money tax rebates, things like that. Good news around that kind of money, and money connected to your property, home, and real estate, and good news as well, including bank loans, mortgages, lower property taxes, refinances, on it goes. And good news, good vibe. The first 4 days of April. On April 3rd and the 4th, Venus and Pluto are in a square. This is going to be very intense and transformative energy. It can feel a little bit like a crucible because it's angular as well. There may be a big, intense moment of tension with you and a significant long-term love partner connected to the house of marriage and the house of reputation. So it can be, oh my God, we're getting a divorce and the whole world now knows it. Or, oh my God, my partner, my significant other wants to move to a new place and I don't want to move. And now we're having tension. Or maybe my career is getting in the way of my long-term love and enjoyment of my partner. Anyway, whatever this tension is, the love of power, the power of love are playing out. If you have a fan club or audience or people that interact with you, there's also an intensity around how you're received in the public eye by the people who adore you. Watch out for stalkers under this kind of sky. When we move into the next story of the 5th and 6th of April, the sun squares Jupiter, and Jupiter is benefic, and the sun says opportunity, exalted in the sign of Aries. Now, the sun is here 3rd week of March to 3rd week of April every single year. You like this feeling. The sun is flowing a beautiful line of heat to your Virgo, your Leo, sun, moon, and rising. 3rd week of March and 3rd week of April every year, you should say, this is a glow up. I've got an applied solar energy hitting me in a beautiful fire trine. You can count on it every single year. But you also have an exalted sun with a fallen Saturn. It's not the thing you've been used to. So now it's a mixed bag. So possibly something's going on here with the sun exalted and a fallen Saturn in the house of God, the house of international travel, the house of siblings, especially with a sibling too older than you. And there's a bit of legal and court matters. And the square is to Jupiter. There can be an opportunity connected to foreign people, foreign places, and foreign things. All right. And yet there's also, as this opportunity shows its face, some sense of fear or constriction or worry around it at the very same time. And so same thing if I just said some opportunity connected to legal matters, yet some fear, anxiousness, worry, or constriction at the very same time. Saturn rules your marriage house. Unfortunately, for some of you, this could look like, divorce proceedings, legal matters. And even though opportunity is opening up for you on the 5th, 6th, and 7th of April, you feel constricted or worried or constrained at the same time. Now, moving on to the 2nd week of April. From the 7th to the 14th, the first thing to pay attention to on the 7th, 8th, and 9th is Mars and Uranus are in a flowing sextile. Mars in Pisces, where he's now visible as of March 17th. And Mars is also flowing to Uranus for an unexpected development or a breakthrough in your career and reputation, connected to money that you share with another or that comes in a chunk. Now, it could be some decisions you need to make around your jointly held resources with a marriage partner and a breakthrough. It could be something to do with actions and decisions connected to taxes or stock investments or royalty income or divorce settlement money, and yet a breakthrough. Okay, we're going to use the word breakthrough liberally here. Venus is in charge of the breakthrough. She's a benefic in domicile in your 10th house. Venus will be in your 10th house, which is superior career blessings, Leo. You're on top of your game from March the 31st to April 23rd. So raises, promotions, rewards, more money, expansion of duties, more success, more visibility in the career space. And so as Mars is dominating that 10th house through to April the 23rd, we're seeing Mars pushing against Uranus for a breakthrough. So it could be a financial breakthrough connected to work as well. I'm going to say that could also connect to siblings and work as well, because Venus rules your house of siblings. All right. And then we're going to move on and we're going to talk to you next about it's a long day, about the 12th to the 13th of the month, when we see Venus sextiling Jupiter. Now, what's great about what I'm about to tell you, Venus is in her home kingdom and she's strong. Jupiter is exalted in the temple of the moon and he's strong. Two very strong planets, Jupiter in direct motion since March 11th, and he's in the part of the sky, 15 degrees, where he's set in the month of August. So this is going to take you back to August a little bit, anytime we see Jupiter activated, and there's going to be this beautiful flow sextile. I hope I said sextile. I've been working a long day, guys. I had a whole video, Mercury retrograde, that I recorded that didn't record. And I was about 40 minutes into it. So here we have what I'm trying to show you. On the 12th and 13th, Venus is going to flow to Jupiter from your career house to your backroom deals and negotiations, to your digital income borderless revenue, to money made because you live in a foreign country or work for a foreign company. And all of that is going to be on super blow up, super glow up, super surprise, super success. And you're going to feel the vibe from the devotional sacred flame and the North Node of Destiny in the house of chunky money. Best I can say, the career leads to a better situation financially, as well as to matters connected to your income. And, because Mercury is also involved in the 8th house with the Vestal flame, he rules the money you make, right? So more of that. And Jupiter in the 12th house rules the chunks of money that can come to you. Mercury rules the part of the chart that represents career gains. All said and done, it's like this beautiful triangle says more money coming your way. Mercury is the hand, not the hand of the king here, but it's sort of like that. Mercury in the 8th house is like the advisor guide to the king. Okay. The astrologer priest guide advisor to the king. I guess we can say it's the hand of the king. When Mercury is here, that means that if you have any job where you're sort of like second in command to power structures, you're actually experiencing a great power level up of your abilities, of your success, of your money, of your role in that kind of placement. Okay. So that's nice if that's something you already do, right? So keep that in mind. All right. The glow up is just lucky, and it's mostly lucky for your career. And we'll say that that is in place for you, beautifully situated from about the 11th to the 14th, with the emphasis on the 12th and 13th. Mars will bump into Neptune. You can see he's getting ready to do that on the 11th. And Mars will be in, by the way, your 9th house, his home kingdom, where he's extraordinarily powerful from April 9th to May 19th. So you've got a lot of time of Mars powering up your 9th house. Quite often, this leads people to want to take foreign adventures and travel internationally, or to be passionately engaged in projects that are like 9th house, humanitarian or international, or maybe you're passionately engaged in some kind of work that puts you in a proximity to power. And this energy is going to be playing out, as I said, April 9th to May 19th. But you'll notice that what's going on by the 11th, 12th is that Mars is going to crash into Neptune. And this is like he's clearing the fog on your windshield wipers, windshield fog on your car. So this is the defogger element. So now where you've been uncertain or confused about 9th house matters, your spiritual beliefs, court and legal matters, and Mars can be the lawyer going to bat for you. So you win in a court case of any kind or legal issues, separation, divorces included, April 9th to May 19th, you will win. But you might notice you've been confused or uncertain, and now Mars is penetrating the fog of Neptune to take the confusion out of the situation, the illusion and delusion, and get you into a hardcore, serious reality check about all kinds of things that is going to benefit you greatly. All right. Where your Saturn is fallen is concerning, because in a divorce or separation agreement, you might have, not the right legal counsel, or you might be weak or fearful of going to court. And this is going to give you the mojo to do that. If you're in a book publishing deal or contract arrangement agreements, you're going to get a lot of support to fight for your best interests. If you're going off to university, again, you're going to succeed because of Mars exalted Sun, despite your fallen Saturn, which brings you into a fear state about work and duties, for example. All right, now, moving past the defogger, let's talk about the 14th to the 21st. Mercury will sextile Uranus. Now, Mercury and Uranus together just means surprising news. And so unexpected surprising news are definitely coming your way. What the surprise is going to be anyone's guess, but it looks like it's a career surprise or a breakthrough. It comes through the chunky money part of the sky, sign-on bonus, severance packages, new tax structures, tax rebates connected to your job situation, matters connected to inheritance monies and divorce settlements, and positive surprises that suggest you will be delighted with whatever this is, and you're going to have the right information and use to have a breakthrough as well. And you feel that this beautiful glow up on the 12th, 13th, 14th of the month. And then Mars and Pluto sextiling each other to give you an unstoppable determination and will. Well, that's going to be about fighting a battle in court around a marriage situation, getting out of a legal contract or settlement, big passion around the possibility, unstoppable drive to take an international journey or trip connected to a powerful and transformative love relationship. some money coming to you from a significant business agreement, an alliance, and the passion and drive for you to execute a successful narrative around that new business collaboration agreement or situation. If you're dating a foreigner, then there could be a transformation of the relationship to more solid ground. And there might be a lot of visa passport stuff going on here between you and that other person. And Mars is driven and determined to get everything in order on the international front. Connected to a longer term love relationship that needs to get literally what do you call a green card marriage? There's some of that going on for some of you. And you'll notice as well that when Mars is in your 9th house, I mean, he's flowing to you with the exalted sun. So all said and done, Leos, this is a time of year. And for Mars, it's going to last till May 19th, where you feel motivated, inspired, and directional. And Mars is visible as of March 17th. So now you're really on your mojo. Go watch my Mars rising video, please. It came out in March. I'll put it in below, because Mars rose in your 8th house of chunky money. For some of you, for the next 2 years, it is inheritance monies or divorce settlements, but it's also a new kind of power in your ability to create and attract money that you don't have to slave away for. You can live off of it, this wealth of some other chunk of order. Let's move past that narrative. Let's talk next about on the 17th of the month, we have a new moon at 27 degrees of Aries. And the day before that, on the 16th, Mercury and Neptune will come into a connection with each other. I need to stand up. I need to get a new recording studio, and which I'm going to have in June. And so what I like about this energy for you is that Mercury and Neptune together can be very mystical, and it's going to be very powerfully happening in the house of God. So this can be one of those divine downloads of some sort. You might find yourself in possession of some new, deep, profound spiritual insight or revelation. This is a very positive, unconditional love, mystical vibe. And Neptune and Mercury, I mean, I wouldn't sign a legal contract under a Neptune-Mercury conjunction. So avoid signing a legal contract, but I would pray to God. I would ask for guidance. I would meditate. I would go see my pastor, my rabbi, or my imam or whatever. I would get that spiritual guidance, a coach, a counselor, because you can have luminous divine guidance. This is good for having a hypnosis session and being greatly things that reveal themselves to you, being outside the box and life-changing. Again, you can harness this energy on the 16th, 17th of the month of April. There's a new moon on the 17th at 27 degrees of your 9th house, a new beginning and a fresh start, international, courts, legal matters, book publishing deals, long-distance travel. In your case, marriages with foreigners from other countries, legally figuring out how to be together or to get married. And the energy is a new beginning and a fresh start. In concert with Saturn and Neptune, who've never been here for this kind of thing before, this new moon combination is exceptionally different than anything else you've ever experienced. And with this new beginning and fresh start in the 9th house, I want to open up the possibility for you that you could also be very ready to conceive a publication or a book publishing project or deal, because that kind of sky can open up those kinds of opportunities. That would be more even visible to you as we get to the last week of April. The potential for that. Now, as we move into the next story, on the 18th and 19th of the month, Mercury and Pluto are in a dig up the dirt, uncover what was hidden, and decloak the cloaked. The 18th and 19th, Mercury will flow to Pluto. This could be very revealing as sort of like an excavation of matters that are connected to a long-term love relationship or business partnership, and connected to themes of legal and court matters and justice matters. So this could be disclosures in a divorce settlement, for example, revealing what was hidden from view. This could be clarifying legal contracts connected to business partnerships and disclosing things you didn't see before. Mercury was muddled for a long, long time. Mercury was muddled in your 8th house for February 7th to mid-April. So now he's no longer muddled, and now he's operating to see clearly vis-a-vis legal contracts, business partnerships, and marriage situations, especially with Pluto, Juno together. A sibling too older may expose some information about a marriage partner to you, for example, that you didn't know. That's one example. Now, as we move forward into the next story, I'm always saying the next story, it is going to be a roadblock, a frustration, pedal to the metal at the same time on a car, that you have your parking brake set in motion. I mean, you're got a confuddled energy as you want to drive forward with Mars's passion in the ninth house, win that court case, take that international trip, move to another country, get your academic success story off to the races, apply for that school, receive the admission, finish strong on a course. And then you hit a wall. Mars hits a fallen Saturn wall. And that wall that you're hitting on the 16th, 17th to the 20th of the month will feel frustrating. So, well, I told you love the glow up of Mars trining you. Yes, except for at this time. This is where something might be delayed or slowed down, and you might be impatient and frustrated by that slowdown. The sun is still there, and the sun is your ruler. You may feel a great deal of frustration here. And it's something you can do but live through it. Trust the wall has a purpose. Trust the trip up is for a reason on the 17th to the 20th. Don't expect results immediately. Let it pass. See what happens. Do not push through. It can also involve some disruption in human resources and job situations, right? And it can also involve marital problems and disruptions there as well, especially if it's travel related or legal status or visa or court matters. Okay. On the last week of the month, from the 21st, 22nd to the end of the month, we start off with a last in a lifetime surprise, courtesy of Uranus and Venus together, holding hands at the last degree, 29 degrees of your 10th house. Your 10th house story is a story that has a lot to do with your career and reputation, and there's a breakthrough or a surprise involved. And Venus can translate that surprise in your career or reputation to other parts of the chart, especially the third house. So therefore, you might also have an unexpected professional opportunity connected to travel, an unexpected professional opportunity connected to siblings, unexpected professional breakthrough or opportunity or surprise connected to the online social media sphere. So these are third house narratives. And I like Venus and Uranus up here, although they're close to Elgol, a disruptive Medusa star, and they've been like that since 2024 in these connections. You're still feeling Venus's power in her home kingdom. So it's a positive surprise in your career and reputation space. That's the best I can offer you. I can't tell you what the surprise is. You're going to have to wait to see what it is. Now, as we move past that story and we get into the 24th to the 26th, then we see a little bit of a tension that looks very much like a power struggle between Pluto and Sun. Both of those people are very much about power. And you're going to notice the Sun moving out of the sign of Aries and into Taurus, where the sun will be for a month. So this begins on April the 20th, lighting up your career and your career success area of the chart, professional and visible success in the world. Now, this sun up here is just fine, right? Venus is managing the show when the sun arrives on April the 20th, and you're just doing great. The thing about this is that there's a lot of light in the professional area, taking away from your home life. You're really, really visible in the world. You're really focused on work and career matters. And again, breakthroughs and positive developments are here anyway with the Venus-Uranus story. What I'm drawing your attention to, though, is that the sun will square Pluto, and that's not an easy story. You could be having a major tension around the 24th to the 26th of the month with a spouse, a business partner, or a client, or a customer, and a legal agreement even connected to work or work in agreements, work in contracts, work in legal agreements, and matters connected to your marriage partnership vis-a-vis your work. I mean, you might be having so much success in your work, your marriage partner's like, what about me? You know, you never pay attention to me, or your long-term love partner. And right after that, on the 26th, 27th, Mercury squares Jupiter. He did trine Jupiter the first 2 or 3 days of April. Now, at the end of the month of April, the 26th to the 27th, 28th, now we're going to say Mercury is squaring off with Jupiter. Again, Mercury wants to bring information and news. And Jupiter says luck and opportunity. A square demands immediate attention, action, and it creates a kind of grit that requires you to move forward. So yes, it's an opportunity disguised as a crisis of some sort. And therefore, something going on here, information feels a little crisis-like on the 26th, 27th. Jupiter says it's still a golden opportunity. Foreign land travel, adventure, pilgrimages, spiritual teachers, ashrams, universities in foreign lands, fly the friendly skies, opportunity. You got to book now. By the way, that tension up there between Mars and Saturn could be flights are canceled. I forgot to say that the 17th, the 20th, and you don't get to go where you think you were going. Now you got another opportunity or something trying to happen. And for some of you, it could involve travel away from home, and you got to seize the day and take the chance or the opportunity as it comes up for you. All right. And then we're going to move past that 26th, 27th story, moving to the end of the month. From about the 25th to the end of the month, Venus finishes strong, gives us all superior golden love blessings in the sign of Gemini. Now, she's going to be in Gemini with Uranus, which is first in a lifetime vibrations in terms of her repeated connections there. She does not conjunct Uranus. However, she misses a conjunction because she did it in Pisces, in Taurus, but she will be Venus in your 11th house of career gains for a while. And that is good for you because that's going to mean between April 24th and May 19th, you're going to have greater success in your career in terms of the gains, the money, the celebrity, the rewards. You're lifted up high into a new level of success. But on the other hand, your social life, your friendship circles, your networks, your communication and connection to a sibling when older are highlighted in a positive way, exhilarating, breaking through, and exciting, and potentially increasing your financial output in your career. And as we see this lift here, Venus, what she does is she sextiles Neptune and she trines Pluto. Watch this. And we create a mini grace triangle of goodness. And this is going to say positive career gains, business partnerships and alliances, and success internationally, book publishing deals, court and legal cases, windfalls and pennies from heaven belong to the 11th house. You could feel like you won a lottery or there's a surprising shift of finances because there's a wealth yoga energy when she trines Pluto. But it would come through your significant other or through collaborations and partnerships or through career advancement and gains. And there's a big uplift for you here. And if you work in a second in command mode, like the vice president to the president or the executive assistant to the CEO or something, then these kinds of positions in work and collaboration in the month of April at this end of the month really start to glow you up and make you feel really good about your online life as well. If you work online, if you make money in the online sphere, that also lifts up for you in a significant way. And I don't know, you could have a surprise love affair develop from a friendship circle that wants to lean into commitment and it just takes you sweeps you off your feet. You didn't expect it. There's no way you saw it coming. It feels dreamy. It feels positive. It feels soulmatey. And it turns out to be, okay, it's a friendship circle. This is a friend or a friend introduces you and you can be coming into a very enlivening and for single Leos, exciting and thrilling new love story under this kind of sky. And that's what I have for you. Don't forget to like. Oh, and there's a small possibility of grandchildren coming off of this. Like one of your children's going to have a child during Venus's transit through your 11th house. And that's because of the activation of so much in your house of grandchildren. So you may discover you're going to be a grandparent during this longer Venus transit from April 24th to May the 19th. Okay, thanks for listening, you bold, fiery lionesses and lions of the world. This girl's going to take a brief walk before she teaches a Mercury retrograde class. I've had people coming into my room all day long. People don't know how to use time converters. I'll see you guys around. Check me out on Substack, World Astrology, free articles coming out to your inbox once a week. Free. Go sign up on Substack to the Pluto Chronicles. You want to join me on Patreon? I teach classes, 4 Zoom calls every single month. And it's a small, intimate community. And you get all my content from YouTube access, early access, ad free before the public. And also, you can join me here on my members only, where I'm unplugged and talk about controversial topics like Erica Kirk without being demonetized. And I also do live streams and I teach little mini classes for you in the back end of the YouTube members only. It's only $350 American a month. You can always take me on for a month and quit. See if you like it. Don't like it, you can leave. Take care, everybody. Thanks for listening. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share this with friends and family. Let me know how you're all doing in the comments below. I do read my comments the best I can. Virgo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. We're going to be breaking down a very positive vibe this month for you. Be careful about signing documents connected to taxes. It definitely looks like you could be majorly leveling up in your career sector gains. Spooky paranormal events occur that open up doors of unconditional love and forgiveness for you. Good for soul work, good for clearing grief. A big full light here is showing you what you need to see regarding what you possess in life. You're probably really reflecting as well on dietary habits and styles and addictive patterns that may be getting in the way of your life. And this moon can open you up to making a change. And it could bring a devotional new destined love story to single Virgos looking for love. But it's almost like you've got such momentum and such drive that nothing can stop you now. Hello, Virgo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. We're talking about the month of April 2023. We have some positive surprises in work and career matters, as well as relationship, long-term and committed. We're going to be breaking down a very positive vibe this month for you. The eclipses are behind us, including that Virgo eclipse that might have rocked your world and is still kind of reverbing forward from March the 3rd. But we're also going to address in our April video today, April of 2026 for Virgo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. We're also going to address the energy of all of this dignity in your sky. Venus in her home kingdom of Taurus. Hallelujah. Mercury will be moving out of retrograde and moving out of the sign of Pisces, where he's been debilitated for a very, very long time in the month of April. And he's your guy. And all said and done, even Mars will be in his home kingdom. So the whole push forward comes with a kind of inherent strength and positivity in your work, your career, and your relationship life. Let's bring that to your attention by going through the sky and sharing your story week by week in the next 30 minutes together. If you're new here, welcome. My name is Lori Lothian. We're using the Western Tropical Zodiac, whole sign houses, of course. How to cast your chart in the traditional house system. Check my box below. In the description section, there's a free video tutorial helping you do that with free online software. You'll need to know your time of birth. And also, if you want to time your best life for 2026, because astrology is a map of time, you can get my 2026 all signs and individual bundles down below. And if you want to learn how to time your life using divine timing tools called Ancient Tools for Predictive Astrology, we're doing that course coming up in May for 5 solid weeks with very exotic tools. You need to be an advanced beginner and you need to be an intermediate level astrology student to learn from me on that course. Information for signing up below. So I want to mention to you guys that I'm recording during Mercury retrograde on March the 5th. And it was been a day. All right. I did a whole video and the recording button wasn't on just before we stepped into this. So Virgo, I'm commiserating with you guys, Mercury world beings. And I'm saying, I get it. When Mercury goes retrograde, I'm sure your whole world feels like it goes into a bit of a frazzle. And I even had a client yesterday, Mercury retrograde, all my Virgos that can get down with this, who gave me the wrong birth information. And halfway through the reading, she said, "What? I'm not that sign rising." And I'm going, well, look what you gave me in the intake form. It was kind of her mistake. All right. But I rescheduled the reading. So it's been like that for me for the last 2 days. So be nice and kind to me as I take us through the story of your month ahead. And if you haven't ever liked and subscribed and you're listening to me now and you feel sorry for me, then please like and subscribe. This is Virgo. This is the glyph for your sign. We pretend the moon or the sun is here to delineate sun, moon, and rising. Rising sign is your simulation avatar character, and it really describes circumstantial changes. It's the character you were born to play. The game player of the character, or the real you, is the sun, who takes on a meat suit and becomes a character in incarnation. And your sun can bring you in touch with purpose and meaning of life stuff as well as career. And we tend to open up to our solar energy more directly after the age of 45. And finally, the moon is how you think and feel about life. I think and feel this way and that way. The knowing heart tells all, the thinking feeling tells you nothing. But the moon sign can also take you into context to do with matters related to your domicile, your home, and where you live. Okay. So I just wanted to get the ascendant there so that I don't overshoot, which happens all the time. There we go. 0 degrees of Virgo. So Virgo, sun, moon, and rising. Let's get going. Let's talk the sky together. Week by week, we start off on April the 1st with a moon in Libra around 12 degrees. This full moon in Libra at 12 degrees will be lighting up a torchlight in your money house, earnings, money, resources, financial, assets, the I have house, your possessions. A big full light here is showing you what you need to see regarding what you possess in life and your values, your earnings and money and savings. And it's a big light from a seed planted last October 21st on the new moon that happened back then. Quite often, lunations in the second house bring you in touch with also your ambitions for your career, your work, your job, your money are all entwined in this little miniature triangle to Arta, 2, 6, and 10. So you might be reflecting and shining a light on the earning situation as well. Sometimes a big full moon here will shed light on what you put in your nose and mouth, what comes through your face that you ingest or sniff. And you might be reflecting on whether you want that to be a part of your life. The sun is being reflected with Neptune, addiction, Saturn, control in an 8th house that's very spiritual and psychological. So you're probably really reflecting as well on dietary habits and styles and addictive patterns that may be getting in the way of your life. And this moon can open you up to making a change. Now, one thing I want to say is that a full moon, full light ruled by Venus, right? Venus is a ruler of the second house. Well, with Venus in the 9th house in Taurus in great dignity, as the month begins all the way through to the 30th, could bring you into some kind of illumination of a financial opportunity connected to publishing, book publishing, foreign lands, foreign shores, foreign travel, foreign people. All right. And even maybe sometimes the 9th house is headhunters or human resource departments. And that is a part of what may open doors for you 2 to 3 weeks after the April 1st lunation. On the April 1 to 4, we see good news happening and positive, really good commercial transactions as Mercury and Jupiter flow in a beautiful trine together. And that is because Jupiter exalted will now be direct in his motion ever since March the 11th. He's in the sky in your 11th house. He'll take you in a time travel way to things that happened last August of 25, where he's in the same degree. And he's flowing to your marriage house. Now, this can be very positive for your relationship to a significant other as the two of you make decisions like buying a home, cohabiting, marriage proposals, planning for a wedding, discussing whether or not you want to have children. There's something very beautiful here. And Jupiter says, well, some of this stuff took place last August. And Mercury, who's retrograde, says some of this stuff started to take place in the first 3 weeks of January. So you got some retrogradation over old territory. Oh, sorry. Yes, and Mercury's back in the retrograde place that he was traveling back in the day. He's in direct motion now. So we have direct motion, forward momentum on things that you've been going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth over with a little bit, perhaps, of uncertainty. And now you're ready to move forward. And a lot of this might involve a business partnership or a significant relationship in positive directions for that relationship. On April the 1st to the 4th, we're going to see that Venus will square Pluto, and Pluto is wealth, power, and secrets that are invisible and hidden. And Venus is in the 9th house. Now, there's a lot about this that makes me think the love of power, the power of love, but also coming from what must be revealed. And there can be a revelation of what you really desire and love professionally. You might come into some uncovering of your natural wishes and how you want to express your job, work, money stories through an alignment with purpose and meaning, dharma. And if that's to happen, some of you might even begin under this influence to consider professional education or going to school to learn a new trade or to learn a new path professionally. Otherwise, you could also have a powerful revelation regarding a career opportunity connected to a foreign company or foreign land. So there's an opening here that could be quite profound and very powerful. And I'm opening that up for you. Or you get guidance from a mentor, guide, or counselor that transforms your reality, especially about addictions and self-undoing. On the 5th and 6th of the month, Jupiter and the sun become square, which is still good because Jupiter's exalted and the sun is also exalted in the sign of Aries. Well, I think you're going to have an exalted opportunity. Now, this looks like it could be professional because this is the gains of career and work, or coming through friends and a sibling one older, but also connected to the 8th house of chunky money. So you could also come into some legacy wealth from someone in your family of origin, transferring money your way. Jupiter rules the 4th house of your origin family. So you either are coming into some money, or your significant main long-term love partner may come into some money. And it may feel a bit like a windfall, like pennies from heaven, like superior good fortune. And so this exalted opportunity opening looks good and feels good April the 5th, 6th or so. On April the 7th to the 14th, Mars will sextile Uranus. Mars is about the decisions and actions we want to take, in your case, connected to long-term love, marriage, and business partners, but also connected to how your main partner in life, should you be with somebody, is also experiencing reality, and they are ready to move forward and claim that seize the day, because they are now dealing with Mars in Pisces, visible since March 17th. You'll notice if you go back and think about your partner after mid-March, that they really got clear about what they wanted and didn't want in life. And that includes whether they want to be in the relationship they are in with you or not, or what they want to accomplish in their world. And for example, with Mars here, your partner might be saying, I want to travel more. The travel house is ruled by Mars. Or your partner might be saying something like, I want to invest my monies in the market, or I want to divest my monies or change my tax structures, or, tap into chunks of money to live the life I want. My savings that are invested in the 401k. I'm going to use that, honey. This is your person is not looking at life differently because they're moving forward. And with Mars here, what I'm trying to get at is there's a surprise on the 7th and 9th of the month. Mars, Uranus. Surprise, honey. I'm moving to Portugal. Surprise, honey. I'm traveling abroad. I'll see you later. Surprise, honey. I got a new job opportunity from a company in a foreign land. Surprise, honey. I don't know what your surprise is, but your partner's probably delivering it. Okay. It may involve travel, but it may come from someone else. Otherwise, major turning points in long-term love connected to legal matters, including courts, judges, and legal paperwork. And so there could be separation agreements, divorce settlements, that kind of thing getting underway here. On the 12th to the 13th of the month, we're going to take a look at how Venus is going to, in a beautiful dignity in her home kingdom here, trine Jupiter, sextile Jupiter here. Now, I don't even know how good this is. I know it's good, but I'm just sort of saying to myself, how good can you stand it? Okay. I want to get us ahead in the schedule because I'm already way over on the 12th and I haven't advanced the chart. So Venus at 13 degrees, Jupiter at 16. You start to feel the good luck building on April the 10th. It's going to be pretty exact on the 12th and 13th. And whatever this is, how good can you stand it? It definitely looks like you could be majorly leveling up in your career sector gains, better office, more rewards, employee of the year, more money, more perks. The success of your career itself, the gains of your career is amplified by an exalted Jupiter and a dignified in her home kingdom Venus. This is like the headhunter, the human resources department. This is getting a new level of position in a company closer to the person in power, closer to the hierarchical peak. And you'll notice here that there's a vestal flame of duty and devotion flowing through the whole thing as well, and the North Node of Destiny. So when we go to the career up levels, wonderful. In your significant long-term love relationship, there's an aspect of mutual devotion or devotion that's desired within the relationship. I'm hopelessly devoted to you. You can sing that song to each other right from Greece. Hopelessly devoted to you. I think that's from Greece. And at the same time, you do see Venus in the house of churches and synagogues, and Jupiter in a very long range goals and wishes. If you've longed to have a wedding with your partner, to get an engagement proposal, to plan for a wedding, that's a story that could happen. Now, another story would be, okay, you didn't plan for it because it's not yours to plan for. You're going to be a grandparent. This is a beautiful example of what could happen under this kind of a sky. And if you're not going to be a grandparent, then maybe one of your children's children is having a great deal of luck flowing through their world in their own reality. And so that could be all that is, specifically and especially your first and second born grandchildren. All right. Relative to your perspective. Okay, so it's very fortunate. It's very lucky. I don't see a downside. I'm trying to find it. I'm really having a hard time. Venus exalts your marriage house. A lot of you are going to see an up level in the relationship you have to a significant other. There's no two ways about it. And Jupiter under the domicile of the moon, in the moon's domicile. The moon is about to move on the 13th into your marriage house. So it's really good for long-term committed love. If you're single, how would you get a love relationship out of this? You probably find it through travel or through interconnections with friends and social groups. And it could bring a devotional new destined love story to single Virgos looking for love in all the right places. Why the hell not? Look for that love story anywhere between the 10th and 13th of April. On the same time frame, Mars and Neptune co-join. I think I always use the analogy of you have a fogged up windshield in your car, and then you put the defogger on and you clear the fog. Well, Neptune is the fog of illusion and delusion and confusion, uncertainty, inertia. Mars is actions, decisions, and clarifying things. When Mars and Neptune co-join on April the 12th, and you'll start to feel it a couple of days before, let's say April 10th, 11th, 12th, you're starting to see. On a clear day, you can see forever. You do not have a fog bank in your way. You know what it is you need to do. And it's about shared mutual resources with another, or it's chunks of money that come through taxes and investments. And you may have had confusions about this and uncertainty and royalty income and Google AdSense revenue. You hold the money with others, and it includes in-law money and shared partner spousal monies. So all that money, all that stuff has now a Martian imperative. Mars will cut, end, and sever, divide assets in a marital separation, and clarify confusion here. Mars will be in this part of your chart, April the 9th to May the 19th, April the 9th to May the 19th. He's got a sword in the house of mutual shared resources, and he's slicing and dicing away. And as he does that, there's not just the ability to divide assets between you and another, but there's also the ability here to eliminate or to take away or to prune the way you resource chunks of money, and that includes stock investment money. Be careful here, because if you've been delusional that your weird stock investment was going to go up forever or keep going up, Neptune hitting Mars would be the brunt force realism and sober-minded shock. Saturn in fall, that your assets are tanking because the stock market is tanking, because the whole economies are tanking because of a war or something. So you're at risk of losing money that you're unattending because you just think it's going to make money will continue to germinate money. So be careful here. I'm a realistic astrologer. Exalted sun would mean you're boldly moving forward with reckless and carelessness with money that could be put into like a bond or something for safety. All right. Enough warning you about that, Virgos. Let's move into the next story. All right. We're going to move to the 14th to the 21st. And this is a very busy week. It's just like nonstop stuff, guys. And so with that underway, and I'm speaking too quickly, then you can slow me down on the playback speed. Let's start away with Mercury, your ruler of your sign, sextile, positive flow to Uranus, good news, surprising news, breakthrough information. What is it about? significant long-term love story, surprise, Venus and dignity. That could be the wedding proposal. That could be the let's get married proposal. That could be your partner saying, guess what? We're moving to another country. I've got a job in, Siberia. That could be your partner saying, I want to start a divorce settlement, because unfortunately, you see that is a courthouse, right? Then you get summoned and you get your papers and you're going to separate. Even if Venus is in dignity and Jupiter is blessing the story, it doesn't always look like it's what you think you want. So there still could be something going on with a silver lining, though. So if there is a divorce settlement underway, and this is a part of the story on the 14th, then this story is going to, in the long term, yield positive results that benefit you. So don't resist. Resistance is futile. And there's a lot of international energy, the themes of the word international. Mercury rules your 10th house of career, human resources, headhunters, jobs that are high level administration, being up, close to the big boss and in some powerful role at work. And it could be an opportunity to increase your success financially. So raises, promotions, new levels of success professionally is another meaning of that for you, Virgo. It's if you're employed by someone else, not if you're independently employed. And then on the 14th or 15th, we see Mars and Pluto in a beautiful flowing relationship to each other. Now, Pluto down here is with the marriage goddess herself, or the contractual and vows and agreements in a work house, work and job. And there's a lot of flow coming here from Mars. And this could feel a lot like you've got this drive and power, determination, like unstoppable willpower or unstoppable drive and ambition. It could be connected to work, debt elimination, financial restructuring, working on new tax structures connected to your work. But it's almost like you've got such momentum and such drive that nothing can stop you now. And this could even be this powerful transformation of wealth connected to inheritances, eliminations of debts, cutting away spousal resources and realizing you're going to come out on top if there's a divorce. The lawyers are saying, you got this, you're going to be rich after this, that kind of thing. It looks good on those fronts. Now, there's a whole tool for spouse like a spouse, right? And I can't do that with you because I don't have your chart in front of me. Depending on your chart, the small chance that this is a spousal situation to do with the passing of a spouse, okay? It's a widowmaker placement for Mars. Pluto's Lord of Death, but this spouse would likely be ailing or ill, right, in the past. It won't be like a catastrophic shock or anything like that, I don't believe, all right? On the 17th of the month, there's a new moon at 27 degrees of Aries, while Mercury will co-join Neptune. So let's take a look. So let's say we have the 27th, April 17th. So we go back a day. So on the 16th, 17th, Mercury and Neptune are together, which is very dreamy and spiritual. And this is where dead people can be talking to you, the afterlife, channeling archangels, a profound, spooky, paranormal events occur that open up doors of unconditional love and forgiveness for you. Good for soul work, good for clearing grief, good for moving forward in life by disabling your own self and doing habits, patterns, and addictions, but maybe even being hypnotized or having a spiritual revelation as well. So this energy is really nice and strong and more or less positive under guideship of Mars. And it's really short-lived. So look to the 16th, 17th for these more spiritual openings. Be careful about signing documents connected to taxes or investments until Mercury goes to the other side of Neptune. So after the 18th, 19th, because it could be 16th and 17th, you might be a little fogged out and not sure about the fine print and the details you need to see, or not sure about what the legal consequences of this is. So take some time to wait. The new moon at 27 degrees of Aries is happening right up here. It's a fresh start and a new beginning that unrolls after about 2 to 3 to 4 weeks maximum after the new moon. The new moon again on the 17th of the month of April. And so you want to start a fresh start in your investments, stock market monies, book income, royalties, Google AdSense paychecks, chunks of money, tax structures, money you share with a spouse, new beginnings and fresh starts. The sky lines up to also open the new moon up to potentially purchasing a home with a significant relationship or business partnership person in the course of the 6 months that follows the new moon. And the new beginnings in the 8th house are good for occultists. If you want to study tarot, numerology, the deep mysteries of life, the occult practices, not in a negative way, good sorcery. This is going to open up a new beginning and a fresh start. They could open you up to the possibility that you can become more adept. Mercury is learning study as well. He's the astrologer priest to the king in the ancient tradition when you have him natally in your 8th house. So you're opening up some deeper, non-linear, non-logical, non-normal, paranormal superpowers under the sky of the new moon on the 27th of degree of Aries, and you're going to add 6 months. All right. On the 18th and 19th, Mercury and Pluto are flowing together, uncovering knowledge or understanding or information that may have been hidden from view, excavating something as well from its cloaking device in the 6th house. Now, this could be debts and shared debts. It could be that your partner didn't say that they maxed the credit card out or something, or that you thought they had more money, or that your collaborative shared income with a long-term partner, you didn't know how much they had. They might have more than they said, an exalted son. And you thought, oh my God, I thought my partner was poor. Or you're married and you don't know what all the investments are that your spouse has. And you are going to uncover something, and it can include debts as well that your partner has hidden from you. But there's an uncovering of debts and money matters that may be connected to spousal shared resources. It could also be uncovering things that are hidden about rental property income, and rental property opportunities. There's an unearthing of something unseen or unknown. There could also be an unearthing of a health challenge with an existing pet, as another example, or an unearthing of a potential opportunity connected to work and career that also changes your approach to your long-range money goals. Now, on the 17th to the 20th, you're going to hit a wall, or something or someone is kind of hitting a flat line. Mars, in his home kingdom with an exalted sun in the 8th house, is trying to boldly move forward, but he'll crash right into a fallen Saturn, which is very realistic energy. And it's not that Mars isn't a realist. He can be very ambitious and very powerfully a warrior in Aries, but he crashes into a restriction around the 18th of the month. You start to feel it building, maybe the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, into the 20th. It probably could be a sort of a realistic assessment that feels like a giving up or a wall or a futility around matters to do with home, property, and land and real estate, to do with investments, shared resources, inheritances, and spousal separation agreements, to do with your career and the ultimate goals of your career and gaining money from your career and job. And, maybe just something as simple as something's held back or delayed. You're supposed to get that tax rebate, and now you find out there's an audit. You know what I mean? There's just this frustration, is another word, around money. It's going to last from about the 16th to the 20th, and then it's going to wane. And it's going to set in motion a new story for you in your 8th house over 2 years about how you handle shared resources with a partner, including separation and inheritances. So that's another big story. I'll be doing a separate video on it. So don't forget to like and subscribe. After the delay and frustration, by the time we move past that, you're going to notice that Mercury will hit Mars around the 18th, 19th. Now, Mercury, Mars, it can be many things. This triple conjunction is a big deal for the world. Mercury, Saturn, Mars, all kind of piling up on the 19th. And then on the 20th and 21st, Mercury breaks free of Saturn. The whole vibrational frequency is something like you're getting the information or the details or the news that you need to do with money you share with others, or that comes in a chunk. So if it was an inheritance, this is where you finally get your hands on the will, or your lawyer tells you what the disbursements will be, or something like that, or what the restrictions will be and how you have to work with it. whatever this is going to be. It'll be something. And, Mercury is the ruler of that moon on the 19th in your 10th house. So for some of you, it could take you into divorce settlement territory and separation of assets and division of debts with a significant love partner. Otherwise, I'm not sure what it is until you go through it, but it definitely could bring you into attention on the 19th and 20th to career matters as well as money matters. And the frustration is going to ebb after the 20th. And now you've got the information to take action from about the 20th to the 21st or so. On the very last week of the month, as we go from the 21st to the 27th, see how Mercury's cleared the frustration zone when we get to the 21st. But as we move forward, we're going to talk about Venus and one's last in a lifetime conjunction to Uranus at 29 degrees of Taurus in your 9th house of God and good things and luck and universities and book publishing deals and foreign lands and foreign people and travel and courts and international and higher educational settings. Whoo! Venus is up here. She's going to surprise you. She started to create a yearly surprise here, more or less, since 2019. That's how long we've had a full occupation by Uranus. And now Venus is activating every single year. Unfortunately, to some of this activation has been challenging and erratic energy, especially with Algol last year and the year before being highly activated in 24-25. But this is a last in a lifetime activation, not to be seen for another 70 odd years, where you're going to find that you have a surprise or a breakthrough. Now, it can be a breakthrough with a guide, mentor, counselor, or coach. It could be a breakthrough with your spiritual religious ideology. It could be a breakthrough with an international situation or a travel opportunity, or it could be this surprise. And breakthrough or surprises are the key words we're using. With a Vestal flame of devotion in your 7th house, it could also be a surprise connected to long-term committed love relationships. And yes, I could go with wedding and marriage proposals or proposals to purchase a home together under this kind of sky. You may have a surprise opportunity to go to a higher educational setting and get an invitation that shocks you because you didn't think you qualified, and a positive surprise in a legal or court matter as well. Now, this surprise taking place flowing to your Virgo-ness is going to be more powerful for Virgo sun, moon, and rising between 25 and 29 degrees of Virgo. Venus can translate this surprise to more money unexpectedly coming your way from a situation that you did not anticipate. Alrighty. Also, on the 24th to the 26th, the Sun and Pluto will square. Power struggles often emerge when Pluto and the Sun are no longer friendly with each other. The power struggle could have to do with a work employer-employee situation, a rental property, a pet matter, or something to do with debt. And Pluto is powerfully squaring a Sun in the kingdom of Venus, the 9th house. This could look like a legal snafu regarding visas, travel, work, rental property stories, matters connected to pets. You're trying to import a Chihuahua from Mexico, but now there's a problem with the airline. There's a snafu, but there's also a power struggle. You could definitely have a real power struggle over legal things to do with wealth and financial debt and inheritance under this kind of sky. The Sun is also the ruler of your 12th house of hospitals. So we're going back. Is there an ailing or elderly person in your family or your spouse's family getting ready to pass? That's Saturn in the 8th house. Or have they passed? And now they are trying, or you're trying together to parse the finances in the aftermath. And so what I'm saying is there's a battle or a power struggle going on. It's probably not involving you as directly, actually, other than it could be a work and human resources battle. Partner thing going on, you and work and human resources, 24th to the 26th. And then we go to the 26th to the 27th, and Mercury squares Jupiter, just like he did in the beginning of April in a trine. It's still good news. It's still positive. The square is not debilitating at all when Jupiter is involved, especially here in exaltation. Starting around the 25th, 26th, 27th, something good is trying to happen. It looks financial. It looks like a chunk of money. It looks like it feels like a windfall. It requires immediate actions and decisions and maybe a championship fight to get what you deserve, but you're having a financial opportunity emerge during that time. And it looks like you could say to yourself, it feels like good fortune and a windfall, but I might have to go to battle for it. And I have to take action now. Sign that document, call the lawyer, do the thing, whatever it is. And that is positive, but demands action and decision-making on the 26th, 5th, 6th, and 7th of April. Write those dates down for you having to be a champion for your own prosperity, luck, and success. On the last part of the month, Venus takes the helm and finishes us strong. She's going to sextile Neptune, trine Pluto, 25th, 26th, and we're not going to see anything more lovely than her participation from Gemini, right, where she will have entered into on April the 24th, and will be in Gemini till May the 19th. Your career is on a glow up. You are loved. You are rewarded. You are special. You are high in the sky. You are enjoying your work. You're getting all kinds of accolades. Life is good in the career sector for almost all of you. Or you're sharing with the world. You're going to get married. You're going to move in together. You're telling the world about your new love status in the world. Or we're getting divorced, but you're so happy and you're sharing it with the world. Now, when Venus is up here in your 10th house from March 31st to April 23rd, it's the first time in your life. April 24th to May 19th. It's the first time you've done this with Uranus here, right? This is a big deal. So now we have unexpected freedom and excitement and exhilaration in your reputation, in your career, in your visible world actions. This will increase your financial success over the next 7 years. We'll do a whole video on that. But how does it feel in the short term? Well, it looks to me like Venus in your 10th house creates a beautiful flow to Pluto, wealth and power in your work house, work and career, contracts and agreements, and flowing to the chunky money where we have Neptune, Saturn. So the whole last part, the 25th to the 30th of April, feels like a power up with work, job, money, debt, worldly success in the eyes of the world professionally, and some kind of positive directions regarding making your dreams true when it comes to chunks of money. Now, it could be money coming through the work, but it could sign on bonus severance packages, but it also could be divorce settlement money and inheritance money. And why does it impact your career and your work? Because maybe now you don't have to do the job you hate and you could start a job you like. I don't know, but it's a glow up and it's a beautiful vibe. And you can see this triangle is trying to love you up. So you're finishing strong. I say a lot of you are getting advancements in work, new levels of power and success, some kind of perks like the 8th house can be also things like, high levels of medical perks, vacation time, things like that. Sign on bonuses or a severance package if you're leaving. And here comes a chunk of money. Okay. So that looks good on you. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the bell for notification. I know Mercury's retrograde. This is March the 5th. I'm recording way in advance so that I have a real life and I don't have everything revolving around constantly recording videos for people. But if you like this kind of content, please like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss a thing. Find my Substack stuff below. I write weekly world astrology reports for you. On Substack, it's free. Come to Patreon. I do 4 Zoom calls a month, and I also teach classes there. And come to my members only here, and we'll talk all about the stuff I can't say on the public part of my YouTube without being demonetized. All right. Plus some live streams for mini readings. See you guys around. Thanks for listening. Bye. Libra, sun, moon, and rising sign. We have your Lord Venus in her home kingdom. You're finding this opening of the month to be very fortunate. If you have any fights with your partner at this time, which is possible, could be like your relationship feels like it hits a wall, you'll benefit from the sky in terms of lucky breaks with work. It means it demands immediate decision-making and action-taking power. And over the next 2 years, your work is the focus of your life, profound energy that may be difficult or may be transformational. I'm not sure which. So you might be getting in touch with some authority figures in the entertainment industry and email, phone calls, texts coming your way with information or news. Should I stay or should I go? Should I quit this partnership in love or business? Welcome, Libra, Sun, Moon, and Rising Sun. We're talking about April of 2026, which is a very positive month. We've left those eclipses behind. We have your Lord Venus in her home kingdom, bringing you some lucky money breaks, especially regarding your work and career matters, and finances looking on the up level for you. And it's also a month in which you might find a great deal of attention is being paid to your relationship with a significant love partner if you already have one. And that will take a lot of attention, but also offer up some superior blessings along the way. In today's video, we're going to go week by week through the month so you can take notes and know how to use this time map of astrology to time your best month ahead. And if you want to time your whole year of 2026 using the astrological time map, then please look no further than my 2026 individual 2.5-hour videos for your sign, or you can buy all 12 signs, the bundle, and share with friends and family. And of course, listen for Sun, Moon, and Rising. So that time map is available for you as a purchase, as a fundraiser for equipment, staff, and a scholarship fund for students in my courses. So if you want to collaborate with me to succeed here, you can get the thing below, the All Signs bundle. And if you want to learn divine timing, astrology, I'm teaching my intermediate level 5-week class in the month of May. Come join me if you're already an intermediate student and learn some esoteric and ancient tools for timing your life. This is very cool tools that many people don't even know about. All right, so let's get started. Everything is in the description box under my video. Welcome here. My name is Lori Lothian. I'm a Western tropical zodiac astrologer. We are not talking sidereal. And I really suggest you cast your chart in whole sign houses, the ancient tool that allows for Time Lords to be useful to you. How to do that in my free video tutorial underneath the video. Let's get started. Let me show you the sky and let's roll through what I think for you with Venus and her glory as the Lord of your sign is going to be an extremely positive month ahead. So let's show you the picture of the sky and let's get rolling. Make it big and let's head into the story. So here you are, Libra. When we talk about sun and moon, we act as if the sun or moon is in the first house of a zodiac chart. That's called derived houses. This is a Libra moon that we're looking at because on April the 1st, you are blessed by a moon that's full in your sign. It'll happen around 12, 13 degrees of Libra. It's got superior blessings from Jupiter and from Pluto. So all said and done, a fulfillment moon. It braces you at the beginning of April. It is asking you to look at the ripening and harvesting and fullness of something you seeded October 21st of 2025 and a couple of weeks after that. It looks like any seeds that you planted were going to benefit you directly, right? So obviously it's your Libra sun and your career and purpose, because the sun sign is the true you, but it represents career and purpose matters. And if it's a Libra moon, your home, emotions, and nest, blessings for you in a new beginning that started in October and fulfilling that home nest new beginning. And like my daughter's a Libra moon and she is moved into a new place just a few days ago. And there's a new beginning in a home for her. And also the Libra rising, your whole character is embracing the potential for a new self and a new beginning. So from last October, now the moon fulfills those seeds that were planted. One thing I think about this moon with Jupiter at the top of the sky, it could involve some really important and positive redirections connected to work, career, and reputation. And it could also open up the potential for you based on this fulfillment moon of something to do with romantic love, pregnancy, fertility, weddings, marriage proposals, and on we go. So if you're in an existing relationship, maybe you're going to get wed. If you're with somebody, maybe you're going to have a profound and transformational event connected to fertility, pregnancy, storylines, and even you might find yourself ostensibly finding a new love story coming off of this for single Libras. However, the one thing I don't like about the new love story for you is that if you're going to find somebody, it might be a work relationship. You're falling in love with somebody in the office and you have to keep it a secret. And that could be a story that could show up for you under the sky and under this fulfillment moon. And maybe you actually felt an attraction to that person back in the fall. So keep the secret love stories in the office as a storyline on your notes to file. On the 1st to the 4th, I talk fast, slow me down on the playback speed. I would try to get everything you need to know in less than 30 minutes, which is impossible. On the 1st to the 4th of April, Mercury and Jupiter are in a trine relationship of lucky news and positive information. Nothing wrong with that. This is glorious. There's Mercury, there's Jupiter. You're finding this opening of the month to be very fortunate. It looks like good news connected to employers or employee situations, work and job. If you have employees, good news coming, prosperity and bounty and career success. Connected to those people you hire as helpers and servants, or even to your own employment situation. So I would really encourage the beginning, the first 3 days of the month, if you're looking for a job and applying for work, it's a good day to take the job applications and go out there and hit the pavement in the first 3 or 4 days of April. Like, you'll benefit from the sky in terms of lucky breaks with work and employment and jobs. Okay. Sorry about that. Everybody went spinning ahead of me on me, and I didn't mean that to happen. One other thing about Jupiter and the story, could be some really good news coming from a parent or father figure in your life. Again, someone just shoot me. It's going to be the first 3 days of April. On the 3rd and the 4th of April, Venus will square Pluto. Venus is squaring Pluto. What does it mean? It means that there's something profound and transformational to do with love or money, because Venus is in a money house or secret love relationships, and Pluto is about what is hidden in romance. If you're having a secret love affair, extracurricular marriage activities, for example, then this could really be going to intensify around this time. It could be profound. It could also be revealed, and the hidden secret love can show up. Don't forget, you've got Juno, the goddess of marriage here, and squaring Venus and secret love, and Pluto reveal what is hidden. There's intensity here. If it's about money, then it's about your investment monies and speculation and gambling monies, and some intense, profound energy that may be difficult or may be transformational. I'm not sure which. So we've got a vibe. It's not long lasting. It's the 3rd and 4th of the month of April. You begin to feel it building around the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. When we move to the 5th and 6th, the sun will square Jupiter. Jupiter is benefic in your career space and your reputation. The sun is in your marriage house, shining bright, exaltated light. So an exalted sun and an exalted Jupiter are squaring off, because this has got positive planetary dignity. It's like a golden opportunity is emerging here. It can be a contract, an agreement, or a offer regarding something to do with work that you just can't believe how lucky you are. It could involve having to speak in front of people, influence larger groups, or could even be a elevation of success to do with pay raises or promotions at a level that you weren't even anticipating, a new level of authority in the work, and you've got some contractual light on the situation. I don't know. Sometimes this kind of sky could also be something good is happening for your significant other to do with prosperity. For your significant other, this could also indicate an inheritance from a father figure for a significant other in your life. Now, when we move past that whole story of April 1 to 7, we're going to now touch down on April 7th to the 14th. And the first thing I want you to notice is on the 7th to the 14th, Mars will sextile Uranus. Mars is visible Mars is here. He got visible as of March 17th. He's rising in your work house. And over the next 2 years, your work is the focus of your life. But if you want to watch my Mars rising video to find out why you and work become so successful in the next 2 years, you want to watch that video that came out in March, because it's really important. But here his Mars is rising. In 17th of March, he's visible and he's in his joy in your work house. It's called his joy house in ancient tradition. And I love that he sextiles Uranus. Look at that beautiful energy here. You're going to feel it most strongly as we sort of cusp in to around here. So we're already on April 6th, 7th, and 8th. An unexpected positive surprise to do with work and money. All right, an unexpected positive inheritance surprise that allows you to cut away and eliminate debt. An unexpected surprising chunk of money coming from your in-laws that help you with debt management. These are positive developments. You want to take action and decisions on it, right? Mercury keeps saying it's information, and Mars says you need to decide. So it allows for you to do that. This is also really good for you if you have any kind of desire to, let's say, secure a new rental property that you really love. And then all of a sudden there's some support financially for that. But for most parts, it's the first things I mentioned. So that's what we got for you. And then on the 12th to the 13th of the month, Venus brings some extraordinary blessings to you financially, most likely in a sextile to Jupiter. You know, the 12th to the 13th, let's take a look at this together. We're going to see that Venus is beaming a lot of love at Jupiter. In fact, you're probably going to feel it. That's when it's pretty exact on the 12th. It's building up here on the 12th. So let's go here. Let's talk about feeling the 10th. 11th, 12th, 13th of the month. Okay. So that's where Venus wants to bring some financial chunks of money in harmony with your career and reputation, and also connected very strongly to the work environment where you have a sacred flame of devotion around job, work ethic, employment, employer stories, and career. And even if you're not employed and you're retired or something like that, something good in your reputation, your money is happening here. It could be a refinancing, a bank loan, a mortgage change, but I don't know. Jupiter in the 10th house highlights career success along with the trine to the 6th house. Material prosperity, career, luck, opportunity, and chunks of money basically is what I'm suggesting here. Run with it. Two benefics, Venus in dignity in her kingdom of Taurus. Jupiter in his exaltation is extraordinarily positive, and that forms a very lucky miniature grand trine. So yeah, we like the vibe. Soar to new heights. Go for it. All righty. Let's see what else we're going to talk next about. There's a kind of like if you're driving your car and your windshield is all foggy, right? You have to turn the defogger on. And that's what Mars can do when he penetrates the domain of Neptune. And that's going to happen basically here on the 12th of April. And Mars will penetrate Neptune, defog something that has been confusing you about your audience, your clients, your marketplace, your public from your career directions, or your long-term committed love relationship, if you have one. And so if there's been confusion in the life of your significant other, they're getting clarity. If you are confused about the nature of the relationship with a monogamous long-term partner, you're getting clarity. And it can also be because Saturn is here, you're being tested over the next 3 years anyway, 2.5 years, to secure a long-term relationship that's going to go the distance and it's going to last, and you're going to be continually tested by Saturn. So this is one of those things where some clarity is emerging. If you have a significant other dealing with addictions, there can be a turning point of containment of addictions in the life of a long-term love partner with greater success underneath the penetrating Mars, Neptune, and upcoming Saturn story. But we'll take a little bit more of that later. Let's move forward. It is on the 14th to the 21st that we have a lot going on. I can barely keep it all contained in one video, but let's try our best. Mercury brings positive, surprising news on the 14th of the month. Mercury will be at 27 degrees as we move towards that 14th. So you might see it building up on April 12th, 13th, 14th. And there is a sextile to Uranus. And there's a surprise because Uranus is always delivering the unexpected, shock and awe. And it has to do with chunky money. So we can do everything here from royalty income, bank loans, mortgages, money from investments, money from inheritance, money from the in-laws. Surprise! Connected to Mercury in a house of debt. Well, whatever the surprise is, it can be very good for rental property contracts and money, or debt elimination and money, or things to do with your work environment and money, like a massive performance review check, a sudden chunk of money that surprises you because you have been performing so well in your work environment and you are being rewarded by this performance. Okay. You've been devoting yourself. The Vestal flame is here to hard work. And now you're going to get some kind of reward for that. Some kind of sense of a chunk of money could come through in your sky under this light. You might even get a massive tax refund that you didn't expect as well under this kind of a sky. Now, Pluto and Mars make you unstoppably determined, or somebody else is unstoppably determined because Mars is in the house of significant others. And this is Pluto. Now, you could find that your significant long-term love partner is able to be more artistic, creative, and entrepreneurial with a ton of strong chutzpah. However, Mars sextiling Pluto and Juno, basically, in your fifth house, and you're feeling this again, the 14th, 15th, 16th, around that time. I don't know, guys. It could be like you're going to find yourself in a situation where there's major life decisions being made by your significant long-term love partner connected to their own career and the gains of their career, or in your own life as a couple regarding romantic love, sex, and children. And all Mars is doing is saying we're taking a action plan and a decision direction together around the themes I've just mentioned. If your partner's changing their work, which can happen under the sky, new job, new position at work, then you're just there because this is going to power them up, cheering them on, giving them a hand clap before their success as they level up because of unstoppable, determined, powerful will into new levels of career achievement and wealth. When I look at the old 17th of the month, we see a new moon in Aries along with Mercury penetrating Neptune. Mercury, Neptune together is very mystical, but it's also very powerfully useful. It can be some information or insights or news coming through your significant, into the life of your significant other or into the zone of your marriage. Mercury could be some communication that's deeply unconditionally loving and spiritually awakened energies in how you communicate with a significant other. If you are looking at a practical level, Neptune rules glamour and Hollywood and movie making, and Mercury is information, and Saturn is authority. So you might be getting in touch with some authority figures in the entertainment industry, and email, phone calls, texts coming your way with information or news, that kind of thing. On the new moon at 27 degrees of Aries, we're going to talk next about the idea of a fresh start in your significant long-term love house, business partnerships, and sometimes the way you approach your audience and marketplace. If you have a new moon here and the moon is connected, of course, to a new beginning, the moon is a ruler of your 10th house, and the sun in the new moon is the ruler of your 11th house, indicating fresh starts in your career path, as well as in your long-term love relationship sector. With Mars in dignity holding strength in the house of long-term love, a new beginning doesn't have to be a new person, but it can be, or a reset button of profound power in the way you operate within an existing long-term love relationship, or in the way your partner is operating towards you. You know, you might find your partner in a long-term love is very pushy with Mars there, right? Mars can be, very pushy. Mars is going to be in dignity in this part of the chart, April 9th to May 19th. And your partner might be very much like my way or the highway, right? Like don't tell me what to do. But on the other thing, your long-term love partner can do with Mars there is be very ambitious and very driven for some kind of success in their life. So it has two sides to every coin, right? Sometimes it just means time apart because maybe one or two of you are traveling, but there's a long Mars journey here, April the 9th to May the 19th. If you have any fights with your partner at this time, which is possible, okay, the best time to smooth the waters of any disagreements with your long-term love partner is when Venus enters into Gemini, which is not going to happen until April 24th to May 19th, but that allows for you to smooth the waters in troubled waters in long-term love. Let's keep going and talk about the moon. It's definitely a powerful new beginning and a fresh start, and it's pretty well doing its own thing. Let's draw the moon into the sky. It's going to be I can't get it perfectly timed. It's going to be on the 17th at 27 degrees. Of course, if your Libra sun, moon, or rising is near 27 degrees, 3 degrees on either side, it really does reverb as a fresh start. And it can be connected to love, romance, home, domicile, where you live for risings, and also your career path and a beginning of something profoundly new and very powerfully exciting with Mars in dignity and visible. And that will unfold 2 to 3 weeks after the new moon of April 17th. So put it on your calendar, but it has a long tail unfoldment of 6 months. And on the 18th and 19th of the month, Mercury will sextile Pluto. Mercury is Mr. Information and news and understanding, and Pluto is what is unseen and hidden or cloaked. So now you're going to dig below the surface to see something you didn't see, or something you didn't know can be revealed. Now, this is about a secret from your long-term love partner about sex, sharing secrets about romance and sex with romantic partners, or maybe something to do with a disclosure around fertility. Now, this could look like a discussion between you and a significant other, whether or not to keep an unexpected pregnancy. And that would be Venus in the hidden house. Maybe your partner wasn't letting you know that she is pregnant. So there's weird stuff going on here that could look like disclosures of fertility stories coming to the forefront for some of you. And please trust me on that. This guy's very literal sometimes. It would be unexpected. No, neither one of you were planning on this. All right. And then on the 17th to the 20th, oh, and in your chart, this could be also collaterally connected to your grandchildren and your children, and news about grandchildren and children's stories that were unexpected coming through, revelations, etc., on the 17th. Sorry, on the 18th and 19th. At the same time, around the 17th to the 20th, there's a wall. Somebody's hitting a wall. It's Mars and collaborating or crashing into Saturn. Frustration is importantly understood as a Mars-Saturn collaboration. Inertia, when you want to move forward, this may not be about you because this is the house of a significant other, a client, a business partner, or your marriage type partner. And they may be hitting a wall and they may be crashing into some unsustainability in something that they're doing. They could literally be hitting some kind of professional burnout. Mars is the exaltation lord of your spouse's 10th house, and they may just be hitting a wall, or they may be getting ready to quit or change their job, and it's a difficult turning point for them. Major decisions have to be made for them in their life about the work they're doing in this world. So there's major intensity for someone else in your life at this time. It's probably not about you. And there is sometimes, it could be like your relationship feels like it hits a wall, that there's a turmoil and you want to move forward, but there's something that's holding it back with your significant other. Like you want to get married and they don't, and they're delaying the answer. Something is, hitting that space right here. All right, let's keep going. That only lasts from the 17th to the 20th, and then it's over. The 18th to the 21st, Mercury will bump into Mars after Mars is bumping into the wall. And so that's going to be like, okay, now that we hit this kind of intensity, look at that triple conjunction. You're going to find that now that you've got some information, news, or conversations with your business partner, client, audience, marketplace people, or your significant long-term love partner, that you're going to have the kind of hard conversations, the difficult conversations. And it has a bit of a, should I stay or should I go? Should I quit this partnership in love or business? Should I let this client railroad me into something or not? So there's this is the moment in time on the 19th of the month where you really have the difficult but profoundly positive conversation, because Mars is in dignity and the answers give you new directions and new clarity about which direction to go. In the partner's love story, if you're married or whatever with someone, then this is major turning point decisions in their life, likely connected to their work environment or to inheritance monies in their story. Okay. Either one of those could be true. Well, how about we talk about the last week of the month, the 22nd to the end of the month, the 30th. Venus is doing a lot of the action in that last part of the month, and she's in great dignity in your 8th house, which is chunky money. And don't forget, she has chunky money due and entered into that part of your chart to be blessing you on your finances or secret love stories. Take your pick. March 31st to April 23rd. But as we progress forward to the last of the month, she's getting ready to leave and take a break from the 8th house. So before she does that, she gets really revved up in a happy, last in a lifetime surprise on the financial front. Now, you've had these since 2019. Venus and Mercury were coming together here at least once a year on average, and you had unexpected financial surprises. This is an inheritance house. So it could be about inheritance money, family money, trust money, but it could also be about payoffs, commission checks, sign-on bonuses, severance packages, just chunks of money that surprised you. You could even win money off of this story. So you're coming into this repeat, rinse, repeat of the last in a lifetime for another 70 odd years, surprise in your 8th house. And so it should be positive. It should feel relatively good, and it's unencumbered by any interference patterns from other planets. So get ready for a positive money surprise or a revelation of a secret. And so if anyone's having a secret love affair, there could be disclosure here for sure. Now, On the 24th to the 26th, the sun will square Pluto. The sun will be squaring Pluto. You see it building on the 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th. Power struggles are quite common when this happens, but it can be power struggles involving money and children, money and romantic dating love type partners, money and entrepreneurial business endeavors, and some power struggle, some clash. The sun here could be somebody like an accountant or a financial advisor. And it could also be about struggles regarding money and investments and making decisions, especially if you have a collaboration around an investment as an entrepreneur or an artist. And there's definitely a tension here as well. We're going to notice that on the 26th to the 27th, Mercury squares Jupiter. He already trined Jupiter earlier in the month. Remember, that was on April 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Now he's going to square Jupiter. It's still positive. It just means it demands immediate decision-making and action-taking power on the 26th and the 27th of the month. Now, you'll notice we already have Venus moving into the sign of Gemini on April 24th, by the way, to May 19th. We'll get to that in a minute. And we'll see Mercury here and Jupiter here in a square. Pivotal turning point decisions and stuff based on career, reputation, and marriage. Now, this can be a marriage proposal. You're proposing or being proposed to. This could be also a major decision, turning point, negotiation connected to your career and an opportunity, and you're negotiating the deal legally. The terms of the opportunity have to be negotiated. It could even be an unexpected opportunity to be in a business partnership deal or collaboration, especially regarding entrepreneurial things. And there's a bit of a kind of a positive surprise about all of it, as well. Uranus on April 26th and Venus on April the 24th have moved into your 9th house. And for the next 7 years, all your surprises are up here. And this is excellent if you want to write books, book publishing, international success, working for international companies. It's going back to university or higher educational or going there for the first time. You get a lot of love up there, a lot of excitement with Uranus, a lot of game-changing shifts by Jove. And as we see Venus here, and we start to move into the last 3 days, 5 days of the month, Venus is going to form a beautiful sextile to and trine to Pluto and to Neptune. So look at this forming. Venus and Uranus flow to the Pluto and Juno, collaborations, agreements, marriages, business partners, especially entrepreneurial, flowing, see the flow to Saturn, consolidation, structure, Neptune, dreams become real. There's a lot going on here. It can look like an unexpected marriage proposal. It can look like an unexpected business collaboration. It could look like an unexpected opportunity connected to children and grandchildren, and maybe even unexpectedly discovering you're going to be a grandparent. Or you might have unexpected fertility stories emerging from this kind of sky. And I guess I'd say the good side of it is you'll be making some hard decisions based on whether or not you are going to have a child with someone, or you'll just be counseling your children who are having children around the unexpected emergence of a grandchild on the pipeline for you. And you might also have some really exciting luck. Venus is in a luck house connected to wealth, connected to significant people in your life. Venus rules inheritances and Venus rules your spousal in-law monies. So there is a chance this can translate to your significant other comes into some money that you benefit by, and it feels like good fortune and it has a good vibe, and you're both very happy that you have the extra money. That's what I've got for you. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video. You can find on my Substack, Pluto Chronicles magazine, weekly newsletters delivered to your box every weekend about world astrology, and it's free, and I can be unplugged over there. You'll find that on Patreon, I'm teaching 4 Zoom calls a month, tier dependent. Come join me in small, intimate group calls, and we understand astrology more deeply, learn new tools, and do Q&As. Come check me out as well on this members only platform for a mere $350 American a month. You're going to get a lot of content no one else sees. I'm unplugged. I do occasional live stream mini readings and more. So you also get access to Chiron, the Key to Purpose, and Chiron for Life timing cycles. You join for $3. You could unjoin, but you get to keep the product because you will be able to see it and learn from it and then move on. So that's what I've got going. Don't forget, this channel thrives and survives because you guys do all of the heavy lifting. You share, you like, You subscribe, and that keeps this channel alive. So please do all of that. I would so appreciate it. And I'll see you in the next video series. Scorpio, sun, moon, and rising. If you're looking for a relationship, I see a lot of indication that you might find one in the month of April. Females entering your life that have transformative impact on you. You could also start exercising or new physical health regimes. So you're going to work hard and succeed. You're going to work out. You're going to get rid of things that impede your health. Unexpected, positive news. Be careful for injuries through physical activity. Two different agendas are battling for supremacy. You and another person are definitely having a bit of a tiff. We start off with a happy surprise, and it's a last in a lifetime surprise. It's all flowing in a mini grand trine. It feels like a blessing. You are saying thank you to the universe.
Lunatic astrology.
Hello, Scorpio, sun, moon, and rising. We're heading into April of 2026, and it's going to feel a bit like a relief. Eclipses are behind us, and we have a lot of positive planetary placements with planets in dignity. This is going to help you in your work environment and your health. It could also mean some updates to things in your home life, whether you're changing things in the home or changing to a new home remains to be seen. We also have quite the sky for you in terms of some luck. We have some really beautiful flow from Lord Jupiter to you as a Scorpio, allowing for easier, luckier prosperity and grace and ease for you. It's got a vibe for the water signs in general that feels very positive. Let's break it down week by week, what you can expect in the month of April 2026. Astrology is a map of time and will help you time map your month ahead. And if you want to check out my all signs or individual signs below for the whole time map of your sign in 2026, that is available for purchase. And you would be helping raise funds for scholarship funds and equipment and staff for my channel. So thanks very much. Let's get going. My name is Lori Lothe, and welcome to my channel. Don't forget, if you're new here, let me know in the comments and I'll say hello or heart you. I have about maybe 10,000 new subscribers in the last 6, 7, 8 weeks. Is crazy. And I'm really happy to have you here. So I'm going to talk about the month ahead in a week by week way. I'm also going to remind you, you can listen for sun, moon, and rising. So you can take your choice here. Let me explain how and why they're different. Your sun sign is your true nature, your core essential self, your spirit that incarnates in matter. And that part of you is most alive before the age of 7 and after 45 or so. However, depends. Some people are very early maturing into solar energy. It is, though, like the actor who plays a role in a movie. The role in the movie, a written character, a fictional character, is your ascendant. That is your body. That is your personality. That is who you are in the simulation, the movie of life. And so you would listen for both because your character in the simulation of life or the movie of life is going to have circumstantial change. And so your rising sign is useful. Sometimes you're listening for your sun sign brings you into connection with deeper meaning and purpose and career. The moon is how you think and feel about life, your emotions and thoughts, but it's also your home and nest. And like, for example, you'll probably notice any major activation to your moon, like an eclipse, can change your home and nest and where you live. Listen for all three, see what fits the best. Let's get started, shall we? We're going to be spinning the wheel together, going around the circle and taking a look at what possibilities happen to be emerging for you this month ahead. And so get a pen or paper if you want to take notes, or just come back to this video later. And if you want to join my Patreon community, they get this early access ad-free every month, well before the public. And you don't get ads over there because you get to listen to all my content without the ads as well. So some of you might want to join Patreon. It's only $7 a month. All right. So Scorpio, sun, moon, and rising sign. The first thing you need to pay attention to in our 30-minute video today, I'm trying to get some of you guys down to 30 minutes, is that we begin on April the 1st with a lunation. And that is going to be a moon that's full in the sign of Libra. When we have a full moon, we have a fulfillment of a seed planted at a new moon 6 months earlier, in this case, October 21st. And so sometime in October, into early November, you were like seed planting here in Libra, trying to come up with some new beginnings in the 12th house. It could indicate a new home in a distant shore or far off land from where you were living prior to the October lunation. But it could also indicate something that you planted a seed for more solitude and more time alone, more downtime, more creative time alone and downtime alone, or even maybe new forms of international commerce and income coming from foreign companies and foreign places. But here we have a fulfillment, we have a fruition, lunation. And I do like this moon quite a lot. It's got a lot of support from Lord Jupiter. It's got a lot of support as well from the archetypal Plutonian energy as well, trining it. So we could sort of say something like this is a moon that opens up opportunities. This is a moon that could have you finding an international income source or job. This is a moon that can open up some very profound and positive new directions and changes in your home and home life as well. And there's a lot going on that could also involve property that you might want to rent and move to as a result of a full moon in the 12th house. But that property or rental can be far off in a distant shore within your own country or in a different country altogether. Now, that full moon will leave us, and then we're going to move into, and you're going to look to 2 to 3 weeks after for evidence of what I was saying, but it will unfold for 6 months. Now we're moving on to the 1st to the 4th of April. And during that window of time, we have two things happening. The first thing is Mercury is going to bring some good news as he trines Lord Jupiter, and Jupiter direct as of March the 11th last month is moving forward, and she's very powerfully exalted in your 9th house, and Mercury is the news cycle of information or understanding in the 5th house. So there can be news that you're going to be a grandparent. There can be news from the 5th to the 9th that about pregnancy, fertility, conception, positive news is coming your way. And there also can be some really good news or information showing up on the first 4 days of April, somehow maybe connected to matters of romantic love. But if a romance story wants to blossom, and it very may well, you might be finding that romance coming because you are in an educational setting or traveling abroad. And for single Scorpios looking for love, those places can bring it to you. The good news is that Lord Venus is moving into Taurus in the whole month of, well, at the very end of the month of March through until about the 23rd of the month of March. We have Venus in your long-term committed love house. Now, this is extraordinarily positive. This could be really good for meeting someone new you find very attractive. If you're already with a love partner, it just makes the love partner look more attractive to you than ever. You love each other up. It just blesses the union as well. But I do want to say that if you're looking for a relationship, I see a lot of indication that you might find one in the month of April, and the beginning of that possibly being obvious to you could be that first few days of the month. We see Venus is going to be squaring Pluto for transformational love, the power of love, and the love of power. She's doing that also in that first 4 days of the month. And so as she is in a square to Pluto, we can see some very big energy here. Maybe big energy for your significant long-term love partner. Maybe some big transformations in the household and things going on in the home. Maybe some massive changes or shifts connected to, if you're looking for a new partner, or transformational romantic love wants to blossom. I mean, Venus is squaring Juno, which is the archetype of the marriage commitment goddess. And so there can be some really intense, transformative and cathartic moments, but mostly positive, coming for you in the first 4 or 5 days of April. Again, home, love, significant relationship, partnerships, etc. Venus has the capacity under this kind of sky as well to offer up females entering your life that have transformative impact on you in your career, your business, or your life in general. So watch for who shows up during the entirety of the first 3 weeks of April. They will sort of have life-changing impact on you. Venus represents the female people. We want to move on to the sun squaring Jupiter on the 5th and the 6th of the month. Golden opportunities happen when these two tango together. Sun in Aries, exalted. Jupiter in Cancer, exalted. You begin to feel this building as early as April 3rd. It becomes quite exact around the 5th and the 6th of the month. I kind of would encourage you to seize the day. Carpe diem, says an exalted sun, very leaderful, very dynamic in your work house. Work and career and job, and the word international or luck or bounty There can be some very positive things going on to take you to a new level in the work environment or to offer some kind of financial up level. This has a very good human resources and headhunting energy around it as well. Some of you might be getting ready to de-escalate a little, move away from one path of career and move into another direction. And you're going to see an opportunity arising that could lead you clearly in that direction around this 3rd to the 6th of April. Also, when it comes to matters of your health, a fiery exalted sun is embedded within your 6th house from the 3rd week of March to the 3rd week of April, and it can indicate a high focus on healing health challenges that have been bothering you. Look at Chiron there. Yeah, like doubling down on that. And Jupiter rules what you eat. So there may be some breakthroughs in your health through getting rid of addiction, substance abuse, and food style changes that could come swooping in a very positive way through knowledge and education, even just reading a book. So watch for that kind of evidence for health improvements for food style and elimination of harmful substances in your diet or whatever. And that looks like a very big golden breakthrough energy for you in that 3rd to the 6th of April timeframe. We're moving on to the 7th to the 14th of the month. On the 7th to the 14th of the month, we begin in the very start around the 7th to the 9th with Mars sextiling Uranus. Mars is now visible. He became visible on March the 17th. So he's very powerful here. In fact, you want to watch my Mars rising video that would have come out around March sometime in March. I'll put it in below if I can remember, because that video is going to mean that your 5th house becomes the most active zone of your life for the next 2 years. Art, creativity, love, romance, children, pregnancy, fertility, and on we go. And so Mars in your 5th house is visible, and he's talking to Uranus for a surprise in committed love connected to sexual life and romance, a surprise that wants to activate decision-making powers. You're going to make a choice or a decision about a long-term committed love partner, about a creative artistic project in relationship to your audience and marketplace, about pregnancy and fertility. So all Mars says is we're making a choice. We're taking an action. There's some surprising information available. It's funny. My son and his wife are pregnant. And I keep wondering with that double-bodied 5th house for my son, Adrian, if indeed they're going to find out there are 2 kids in the womb, not just one, then that'd be interesting. That would be a surprise, right? Oh my God, something like that could happen. It has happened to people before. All right, when we move into the next story, we're going to notice on the 12th to the 13th of the month, Venus will sextile Jupiter. Now, this is extremely positive. This is a double benefic experience, benefic meaning good. All right. Venus is going to be in her home kingdom of Taurus, while Jupiter is exalted in the 9th house, in the temple of the moon. 2 very powerful planets are going to have a harmonious conversation, a communion of harmony. And this could open up something very, very lucky for you. Now, Jupiter is already in a house we associate with luck. And it's also a house of purpose and dharma. And Venus is in the house of other people. And you can even see a devotional flame in the 5th house of romance, art, creativity, entrepreneurship, and fertility. So it's really good for positive directions around conception, pregnancy, children, grandchildren, and super lucky and positive developments here. There also could be, with the Vestal flame, an insight or an incoming devotional love story. North Node says destined and fated. Venus says solid and loving and fixed and lasting. And Jupiter says lucky and international. If you are single, then you want to look at international people, maybe people connected to other countries, languages, religions, or ethnicities, because there can be like a love affair with the foreigner, in quotes, coming through your sky for single Scorpios as well. For your already married types, this is really good for very positive love juice for you guys, and even maybe international travel in love, or just a beautiful glow up in your current love story. It's so lovely, and it can impact your children in positive ways. A child says they're going to get married, a child says they're going to have a baby, and it just has super rainbows and super glow, and it's so beautiful. Artistic expression, book writing and book publishing are highlighted here, as also any creative project and artistic expression, reaching an audience, doing very well, maybe going viral, and even reaching an international audience. if you're in those milieus. What about Mars and Neptune? Mars and Neptune together mean clear the fog, like on the windshield of your car. You couldn't see where you were going. Everything was fogged out and confusing. Now you've got this penetrating Mars clearing it up. Were you confused about health matters? Were you confused about job matters? Any of these things can precede what Mars is clearing up here. And you could even go back to the 26th of January when we had Neptune fogging up your sixth house of work and health, pets and rental properties, debts and debt consolidation or debts owed to you, and confusion. Now Mars is going to clear the confusion and you'll have clarity in all the sixth house matters. And so it's really good for everything I said sort of being cleared up so you understand what direction to go in, what decisions to make here. Also, you'll notice that Mars is in his joy in the sixth house. And Mars here means he works hard and he gets a lot done in your work environment. Usually you could also start exercising or new physical health regimes. And Mars will be in Aries in his home kingdom from April the 9th to May 19th. So you're going to work hard and succeed. You're going to work out. You're going to get rid of things that impede your health. And on we go. Eliminate debts that you have, pay off debts. And as well, with Venus in her own dignity through till the 23rd of the month, you can see how this month ahead has a lot of positive energy. We move forward as we always must. And we talk next about the next week, the 14th to the 21st. It is so busy. I have to catch my breath when I deliver this. It is extraordinarily powerful. We are going to talk about also a new moon in Aries. So we're going to bring it all together here. To begin, as we start the 14th of the month, we notice that Mercury has some interesting, surprising information or news to deliver. Mercury on the 14th will flow in a sextile to Uranus. So unexpected, positive news. Now, this is going to happen closer to, depends on your time zone, the 13th, 14th. And Mercury is in the house of love and creativity and art and romance and artistic expression, entrepreneurial, baby making, and surprise. Okay. Unexpected news, positive, could come through a client, a customer, a marketplace like fan. It could come through the audience. It could come through your significant long-term love partner. This could also look like a wedding proposal, marriage proposal, or could look like being asked out on a date and you're surprised this person's interested because you're single. And this is like, wow, this person wants to see me in a dating capacity. And you should say yes, because this is a good sky for that. All right. So then, let me know if you have any first dates coming up around this time. 12th, 13th, 14th of the month. I'd love to hear back from you guys who are single. All right. And Mars is sextiling Pluto at the very same time. Now, this is a very positive energy for having a kind of determination that's almost superhuman. You are on your A game. You are working hard at something, either working out for your health or just working hard. But because it involves the home, and this is a house of laborers, this could be where you've hired people to come in and like repaint the home, strip the home, hammer and nail, build a new kitchen, a bathroom renovation or something like that. This is very common when we see Mars, who likes to wield hammers anyway, in the house of hired help and laborers relative to Pluto, transformation of the home. Okay. But also you could be working a bit from home and you're super powered in your intensity about getting a lot of work done from the home base, and you're unstoppably super powered in your sort of work intensity and your work ethic. All right. Work ethic is on an all-time high. All right. There's another thing. You could pay off a debt because of an inheritance. Okay. So money coming from an inheritance allowing you to pay down a debt could show up, hypothetically anyway, around this time frame, 13th, 14th of the month, maybe, or so, 15th. As we move into the 17th, we have a new moon as well as Mercury conjunct Neptune. Let's start with Mercury conjunct Neptune, Mercury and Neptune. First of all, Mars cleared the confusion. Now Mercury's got some information for you, right? So he's the informant in the house of work and health and debts. You have information that you need to take action after your confusion has cleared on the financial debt front, on the work front, on the rental property front, on the pets front, and on the front of your work and work routines. And this is going to be the 17th of the month. And you're kind of like, okay, now I know I have more clarity about what I need to do because Mars says, let's take action. The new moon on the 27th degree of Aries is occurring also on the 17th. Let's bring that to our visuals. The new moon, let me go back a day because I can't cue it. It's going to be at 27 degrees of Aries. It's going to be a fresh start in your work and health, rental property opportunities, to lease a property or rent a property. I mean, to be the tenant or the landlord, to pay down debts, to eliminate debts, new beginnings and fresh starts. And as well as jobs, new beginnings and work, new positions, new roles. The sun rules your career house, and the sun is with the moon and a new beginning. So there can often be during these yearly new moons here a change in the work of some nature. Maybe the roles you play, the job, the company you work for, the routines you have around the work itself. So it can be very positive because, here Mars is in his good condition, and he's only going to bring you, and he's in his joy in this house. He's going to bring you a really positive work change, health change, etc. All the areas that I've given you. The new moon on the 17th can unfold proof of concept in the 2 or 3 weeks that follow, but it does unfold a 6-month story. So it's funny, my son will be taking father time off. He can take 8 months of paternity leave. And of course, his job is going to change. He'll be focused on a baby, instead of his work. So this makes sense for him as well. All right. Because you guys have a chironic wound and you think your work and your job aren't really your true purpose. And that's been true for most Scorpios since 2019. All right, let's go on to the 18th to the 19th when Mercury sextiles Pluto. Well, Mercury wants to uncover something that's hidden. It can be information. It could be notes. It could be new understanding. And Pluto is what is hidden. Now, it's what is hidden in the family of origin, your childhood, your parental stories, what is hidden connected to the home itself, and information and news about something hidden. So funny, you could be doing a reno and find like a buried treasure under the floorboards or something. So something hidden in the home itself and being exposed or being visible to you is another narrative here. So you also might have some uncovering of hidden matters connected to I sound like I'm Irish, connected to something in your ancestral line. Okay, something about a family member up the line and a hidden understanding. Probably get one of those ancestry.com things where they tell you you've got a sibling you didn't know about. I mean, there's a lot of ways it can play out, but particularly regarding sibling surprises as well. Hidden variables. All right, moving into the next story. On the 17th to 20th, right, we're also seeing Mars hit a wall. And the wall is Saturn, and Saturn's fallen. So it's a really tough, hard wall, crashing into a wall. Now, on a practical note, the 17th to the 20th, you could end up with bad news about your job. Like you're going to get taken out, like the company's closing down a division. They're restructuring, that's Saturn, and your job is going to dissolve or change in a significant way. Or there could be a hard wall on a health matter. Be careful for injuries with this one. If you guys are pushing yourself to get more physically active, which happens when Mars is here, and this, as I said, Mars started his let's get physical April 9th to May 19th. This could be injury, right? So be careful for injuries through physical activity. This is also maybe if you hired help to fix the house or something, or laborers or servants or employees. If you have employees, there's a contraction and a significant delay or structural problem here. When Mars hits a wall, you could also just burn out. You've been working too hard and now you hit a burnout moment in the house of job and work. And so I'm just going to warn you, it doesn't last forever, but it's literally like, how do you go forward with a gas brake, parking brake? You got the pedal to the metal where you got the parking brake on and things feel sluggish, frustrating, and maybe difficult. So there's just a window. It's not 17th to the 20th. If you could take a few days off work, this could just be because you come down with a flu or something. It's a good time to take a break. Okay. Could be some hardships with the health of a pet as well on the 17th to the 20th. On the 18th to the 21st, Mercury will combine his forces with Mars. All right. So there's a lot of stuff that happens here. Mars is in dignity, but it could be bold speech, powerful speaking, conversations connected to work or rental negotiations that are forceful, powerful, and on your A game because Mars is in good condition. You may have major conversations with banks because Mercury rules finance, banks, loans, mortgages. And there may be major restructuring of financial debts, including mortgages. And there's a positive energy. Mars is going to bring the very best, and Mercury will combine forces with Mars to take action and make decisions to restructure debt monies as well. And I like it a lot. if that's anything that you think you need to do. And again, you're going to find it from the 18th to the 21st, most active. And if any of you are due for an inheritance, and this is some kind of, the dotted line and the fine print around money, inheritance, and finances in that regard. So here we have that going through the sky, the 18th to the 21st. And Mercury's beyond the Mars-Saturn frustration. So he's free and clear of some of the difficulties that have been ongoing in that sluggish, slowdown, frustration period of time. On the very last week of the month, we're going to now talk about it. We're going to talk about the 22nd, 21st, 22nd to the end of the month. We start off with a happy surprise, and it's a last in a lifetime surprise. Venus and Uranus are together in the 7th house. Your partner in love may have a surprise, or a surprise occurs in their life. This is the last in a lifetime. You had these surprises germinating for like 7 years or so, since 2019, as Venus in her home kingdom meets Uranus for some unexpected developments. It could have been marriage stuff. It could have been clients' customer surprises. It could be surprises regarding legal contracts. Anyway, here comes the last surprise. Venus is in good dignity. It should be positive surprise. It should be something you want to experience, or your partner in life wants to experience. Okay. The sun has joined Venus and Uranus here and will be here for quite a while. So when the sun is here from about the third week, like the 20th of April to the third week of May, there's a lot of light shining in the marriage house, in the client house, in the life of your partner, which can be good. And you are looking at probably focusing on them quite a lot as well. The sun is the ruler of your career house, and this could be new surprising arrangements, deals or agreements, new terms of service within the work that you have to sign on the dotted line, or someone brings you a new employment opportunity that surprises you in a very positive way. You're going to like this feeling. It should feel good and positive. All right, so there's a last in a lifetime Taurian surprise. And then we move into the sun squaring Pluto and also Mercury squaring Jupiter. All right, sun, Pluto squares can be power struggles in the home, at home, connected to your love partnership, connected to a client audience if you work from home. Just a day or two of frustration where your two different agendas are battling for supremacy. You and another person are definitely having a bit of a tiff, a bit of a power struggle. So look for power struggles that could show up around the 24th to the 26th. On the 26th to the 27th, Mercury and Jupiter hook up. Again, we already saw a trine by Mercury and Jupiter. This is the same thing. It's news, this positive that requires immediate action. Okay. 26 and 27. So here we have information or news connected to work and health, pets and rentals and debts, and Jupiter connected to father figures, legal situations, judges and courts, legal decrees, and all of that, maybe grandchildren. And you're going to be taking into your, mind here something close to around the 26th, 27th, the need to make a sudden or a powerful action and decision based on some new information, but it does feel positive. Okay. So you can see it right here, really activating mostly exactly around the 25th of April, right here. Moving into the next story, it's just Venus finishes strong for everybody. Venus in her home kingdom is going to flow to Neptune and to Pluto at the same time. So what we see is Venus at 2 degrees, flowing to Pluto at 5 degrees, flowing to Neptune at 3 degrees, and to some degree Saturn. Make your dreams real. So you're going to like this mini trine that starts to form at the very last of the month, the last 4 or 5 days of the month. It could open up opportunities that are lucky to do with inheritance monies, spousal shared resources, investment monies in the markets. And so it's chunky money. Surprises are positive. The surprise came earlier, I think, but now we're in the denouement. And we also see that Pluto says wealth from mom or dad or family of origin. And then this shows up here as kind of a karmic debt energy as well. So you might have some kind of positive financial matters that feel really easy and graceful, connected to work, property, home, real estate, land, debt, finance, and even in this guy, inheritance story. So it's all flowing in a mini grand trine. It feels like a blessing. You are saying thank you to the universe. You could even get a sign-on bonus or severance package of great magnitude if you decide to quit your job or leave your work, or they're shutting down a division. So it's good on the money, good for your home life, and it feels extremely blessed. Thank you for listening. Don't forget, when you like and subscribe, it helps the channel grow. I wouldn't mind if you hyped me now and then. And the other thing I'd ask is that you check out Substack and become a free subscriber to my weekly column about world astrology. I love writing there every week, and do also some all signs delineations for paid subscribers in a audio podcast format. Check me out on my Patreon community. I do 4 meetings a month. It depends on your tier level, and we have small intimate groups. We do classes, we teach, we learn, and we have Q&As. And check me out also on my members only section here, where I put out a lot of what I would call controversial topics that I can put out without fear of demonetization, as well as teaching topics, as well as occasional live streams. So check where we do mini chart readings to teach you how to do this stuff. So check it out as well. I'd love to see you on my members only community here. So those are places to find me. Unfortunately, I'm not doing readings anymore. I am too busy with other projects, but I will be putting on my website a page of referred readers. By the time you see this video, that page will probably be out, and I'll have a link in my description box below. Come take my Divine Timing Masterclass for intermediate astrologers starting in May, five weeks in a row. We're going to dive into some esoteric and really profound timing tools, and it will not be good for you if you're a beginner. You need to have at least the basics of astrology to take that class. I'll see you in class, guys. Take care. Bye-bye. Sagittarius, sun, moon, and rising. You're kind of breaking new ground. You're pioneering something, and you've got this clear channel to the muse. Unstoppable. You're determined, and you've got exceptional willpower, but you might have to take immediate and bold action, right? And this could be some news or information. It could feel difficult or hard. Use it or lose it. All right. Don't over stress yourself. Don't take it to the max. Take a break. And it could possibly bring you a new job. Great big light in sex, love, and romance, children and fertility, and also creative, artistic, entrepreneurial endeavors. If you are having an office romantic affair, then it can be exposed. Lunatic astrology. Welcome, Sagittarius, sun, moon, and rising, to the month of April 2026. This is your horoscope. And we're going to talk today about how the major breakthroughs may be occurring where you have clarity of decision and action power when it comes to matters of home, maybe even matters of relationship, long-term marriage type relationships, and taking action and making decisions and moving forward. Some of you may even be leaving a home or having someone leave the home that you're living in. And at the same time, we get a lot of positive energy for work and health coming through, with even some health breakthroughs. So let's look at this month ahead. We're going to break it down into week by week. And by the way, welcome to my channel. My name is Lori Lothian. This is Western Tropical Zodiac, not whole sign, and we use whole sign houses, but this is not sidereal. What is a whole sign house system? The only timing tool you can use for Time Lords. I'm a predictive astrologer for my clients and for you guys. In order to predict things, you need to use whole sign houses. Stop resisting. It is futile. If you want to know how to cast your chart in whole sign houses so you have accuracy for prediction and you can learn the language of astrology, please use my free online tutorial video, link in the description box below. Number 2, if you want to learn how to use astrology as a map of time, which is what it is, and you want to time your life in 2026 using the time map called Astrology, I have done 2.5-hour videos for each separate sign, and you can get a global PDF guidebook with all the major themes of the year written by me. Check it out below. You can buy your single sign or buy the bundle, share with friends and family, listen to it for your sun, moon, and rising. It's my yearly fundraiser. I'm so tired of explaining it, equipment, staff, scholarship funds, and stuff like that. And it's still going on because we still have a lot of the year left. Good news is there's no more eclipses. We're out of the eclipse terrain. Those eclipses happened and they are done. The Aquarius eclipse and the Virgo eclipse are behind us, and we're moving into an eclipse-free zone. Let me show you the sky in today's video. We're going to go through it week by week. And I'm going to be teaching a Divine Timing Masterclass in the month of May for intermediate astrologers. If you want to learn how to use some very exotic timing tools, you'll need to have the basic language. Do not come in as a beginner, but you may want to enroll. Information in the description box below. If you are listening for your Sag rising, it's your character in the simulation, it's the avatar in the video game, it's the movie role in the movie that is being played on the screen, written by somebody. But if you're listening for your sun sign, it's the actor who plays a role. It's a game player who plays the video simulation character. It's the real you. And the real you becomes much more awake after your mid-40s. But you can listen for your rising and sun, and they're very accurate. And the sun can also lean you into matters of purpose and career. The moon is how you think and feel about life. Your moon sign brings you that clarity of your thinking and feeling nature, but it also represents home and domicile. And I always say, if you get an eclipse to your moon, 9 out of 10 times, it means your home is eclipsed and you will relocate, or there'll be major changes within the home. Let's get started. So let's talk about the first part of the day, sky. The very first thing we see on April the 1st is we see a lunation forming in the sign of Libra, and it's going to be occurring at 12 Libra on April the 1st, April Fool's Day, and it's going to be a full moon. And it's seeded from a new moon on October 21st last year. So you might have planted a seed for new friends, new social networks, new friendship groups, new sources of career success and gains financially, or reputation, or fame, or celebrity. And you might have planted some new hopes, dreams, and wishes. And now you want to see the fulfillment of those things. And so the full light is going to fulfill or harvest or ripen what you planted last year. This full moon is going to be also a beautiful flowing vibration to Pluto and Juno in the 3rd house in Aquarius. Now, it's not a tight flow, but it's a whole sign flow. So you might find yourself opening up into some opportunities connected to friendships and travel, to siblings and travel, to matters connected to dreams, goals, and wishes, and writing projects, social media, and collaborations and partnerships with other people. And so there's a vibe that kind of takes a little bit of the 11th house and flows it down to the 3rd house in a beautiful air trine. So this is a very powerful, positive energy mostly, and I don't see any really anxious reason to worry about it. The moon is ruled by Venus, who will have slipped into, at the end of March, Taurus, or home domicile, and it could possibly bring you a new job. So you could get some work or new job opportunities if you're looking for work off of this moon, or a new travel opportunity as well, connected to friends and groups of belonging. Now, on April the 1st to the 4th, Mercury is a very busy month. There's a lot of little details. So hang in there, guys. Get a pen and paper. You know, I was just said that at the beginning, because on the 1st to the 4th of April, Mercury trines Jupiter. Mercury is good news with Jupiter, good information, positive news and developments, very good for positive, boisterous socialization. April 1st to the 4th, good energy vibes in and from your home. That's where Mercury has been since February 7th and will be until the 15th of April, because of retrogradation. And because Mercury and Jupiter are going to flow, it could also open up some financial opportunities connected to inheritances, spousal support, in-laws, and in-law money, property, land, and real estate, including inheritances. So you might be coming into what is still good news, right? There's money, there's property, there's in-law money coming. There's just something good trying to happen with land, property, and real estate. And you're probably going to feel really good about it. And it could involve also just some really good news. But sometimes with Jupiter in the 8th house, it could be like a tax rebate or insurance payouts that exceed your expectations for matters connected to a home or a property, or someone you live with, or a situation in your homestead where you're living. Venus will be in a difficult wealth, power of love, love of power vibe on the 3rd and the 4th of April, because she will come into a square to Pluto. So Pluto would be like deep depths of power and money, and sometimes cathartic emotions. And Venus is love, but Venus is sitting in your 6th house, which can be about your pets. And I hate to say Venus square Pluto, but a pet passes away. It does happen, maybe unexpectedly. And this is one of those, you know, the love of a pet and the loss and the emotion that goes with it. Or, and, you know, I'm not trying to make you worried, and it could be some situation connected to money that is owed, debts you owe, and which is where Venus is, and Pluto, some kind of intensity, especially if debts are owed with siblings, or siblings owe you or you owe them money or obligations or something financial. And there's an intensity here. And I think that's what I've got. It could be also involving a sibling one older, rather than just saying siblings in general, sibling one older, a sibling one younger, or siblings in general. Then if you are having an office romantic affair, then it can be exposed. It could be discovered or found out in a news cycle kind of way. So a discovery of office romances, news cycle blares it out. Okay, maybe the 3rd and 4th of the month. On the 5th and 6th, the sun will square Jupiter. Can be a golden opportunity when the two of them are squaring each other. Even in a square, there's an exalted sun and exalted Jupiter. So exalted sun, 3rd week of March to 3rd week of April in your 5th house, right? Giving you a great big light in sex, love, and romance, children and fertility, and also creative, artistic, entrepreneurial endeavors, and opens up a lot of joy factor and play and fun and inspiration. Big light in a big positive direction for you here. And might find the 3rd week of March, the 3rd week of April, all you want to do is play, and have fun. But it's also illuminating your muse, your creative and artistic expression. And so the sun here is going to activate Jupiter, and you could bring you into some money. All right, could bring you into some money somehow, because Jupiter is in a chunky money house. Could be money that's connected to your children, money connected to your art and creativity, or money connected to your entrepreneurial endeavors, and more like a payout or a big check coming your way of some sort. It's kind of got opportunity written into it, but you might have to take immediate and bold action, right? And it could involve even some major decisions regarding publishing or international themes as well. And it could also involve a sibling too younger than you as well, with this kind of money opportunity type of vibe. Okay, we're moving on to the 2nd week, which is the 7th to the 14th of April. 3 things are happening. Let's start with the first. Mars will sextile Uranus, which is positive energetically. Mars is in his, I'll show you where he is, tail end of traveling through your 4th house. Mars has been invisible, and he will have become visible down here in Pisces around the 17th of March. And so if you wanted to make changes in your home, to leave your home, to separate from your home, to travel far away from your home, if you wanted to have someone leave your home, if you want to do renovations in your home, okay, that's been ongoing. After March 11th, you have momentum, and you can make the decisions and take the actions and go for it. I'm so glad I'm renting a new place in June. I am so glad. You can't hear the sirens, but they're horrendous. And making this adjustment with greater force and clarity is what Mars is doing now that he's visible. And Mercury is no longer retrograde as of March the 20th, and he's been in your 4th house since February. So there's a lot going on. You might be making some major contractual agreements and decisions regarding property, deal making, selling, moving, all of that. The point of all of that stuff was it sextiles Uranus, Mars sextiles Uranus for a surprise. You may not be expecting something, unexpected opportunity to pay down a debt connected to property, to refinance it, to lower your debt. An unexpected opportunity to rent a property because that's where Uranus is sitting, or to rent your own property out to somebody. Unexpected opportunity for a pet in the home. An unexpected opportunity to work from home. These are all possibilities at this time. What is this time again? It's going to be around the 13th and 14th of the month of April. Because then Mars is going to also be, I apologize. It's been a long day. It's going to be the 7th to the 9th of April, 7th to the 9th of April, where this momentum and surprise is building up. Now, on the 12th to the 13th of April, Venus will sextile Jupiter. So Venus will be moving into the deeper parts of Taurus. Don't forget, I did introduce her there. She'll be in her home kingdom. Good for your health. I hope I did. Good for rentals and good for pets and good for debt elimination. Venus is in your Taurus placement, her home kingdom, doing her best for you. March 31st to April 23rd. She's going to sextile Jupiter, which is 2 benefic planets loving each other up. Oh, yes, she is on the 12th to the 13th. All right, I'm kind of punch drunk from too many videos in a row. You guys are my 5th video. So sorry about that. Sagittarius. Venus sextiles Jupiter. You'll feel it on the 11th through to the 14th. What could it mean? What could it be? What could it be for? It could be a very unexpected. So you have unexpected chunks of money coming to you. Okay, end of story. Jupiter up there is direct. He's visible. He's strong. He's there till the June 30th time frame, and he's telling you, and he's exalted, and he's talking to Venus in dignity, and he says, and Taurus, Uranus says surprises unexpectedly. You're going to come into some kind of financial positivity with the Vestal flame of devotion in the North Node forming a mini trine. It can look like an opportunity regarding a home fire, a destined change of home, a contract for an agreement to move to a home, to rent a home, to rent your property out, to finance a home, to buy a home, to reduce a debt, to redo a mortgage, to refinance a home, whatever, to get money and home and property from an in-law coming your way. And it can also involve some positive developments around pets, but mostly it seems very more financial in the sky, for sure. And we still have Mercury making deals, negotiations, and transactions regarding real estate, property, and home in your fourth house. We also have Mercury here doing a lot of communicating, and he could be communicating, because you're working from home and you're going to communicate a sign-on bonus or severance package with your work or company. Those things could happen because Venus is a ruler of the gains of your career. So there could be some real up levels in your job, your career, your performance, especially if you work from home. All right. And then we go into the next tale. And the next tale is going to be Mars clearing the fog of delusion as he bumps into Neptune in the heavens around the 12th to the 13th. Now, Mars and Neptune together, you see them there on the 12th and the 13th. It's like where you've been all confused, deluded, and really in some kind of fantasy world and not thinking realistically. Mars is definitely slicing through like a defogger on your windshield, like a de-icer on the wings of an airplane or something. And he's going, look, guys, this is what we're doing. I'm going to shear away the confusion. Sometimes when these two are together, but he's in dignity, it can be troublesome, but he is in good shape here. And he could shear away the glamour of war, but he's in your fifth house. And he's shearing away illusions regarding love, romance, and sexuality, or your relationship to your children. And sometimes this could even be like when Mars is in Aries, where he's going to be for a long time, between April the 15th to April the 9th to May the 19th, April the 9th to May the 19th. If you have any children, they could be moving away from you or out of the home or cutting away or separating more from you, especially if they live at home. But anyway, otherwise, it looks to me very exciting for passion and romance and clearing the fog of illusion and delusion to bring you a realistic soulmate, stable, long-term love, to heal a chironic wound around sexuality and love that's been bothering you since 2019, or fertility and pregnancy. So all of this kind of clearing fogs of confusion or uncertainty, or with Saturn, anxiety and fear regarding the themes I've just mentioned to you now. The next thing to talk about is the week of the 14th to the 21st. It's so busy that my head is spinning when I do this section. So please hang in there with me. I'll try not to sound like an auctioneer, but I don't want each video to be 45 minutes because that's unrealistic on my talking throat. And I tend to try to keep it to 30, but lately I haven't been unable to do so. So we have a moon coming up that week, the 14th to 21st in Aries, and we have a lot of other stories. Mercury brings a surprising bit of news on the 14th of the month as he finishes up in your fourth house. Surprise! You've got the contract, you got the rental, you got the agreement, you've got the pet, you've got the debt elimination agreement, you got the refi, you got the bankruptcy filing. It all worked out for you. So good clearing for debts. Pets and rentals are all very active. There's a positive surprise energy. Could even be a surprising deal regarding property and real estate and money as well. And it's just like kind of like feels good. It feels like, yeah, I love this feeling on this time frame of the 13th, 14th of the month, 15th of the month. Then we're going to talk about Mars sextiling Pluto. Mars is trying to always make a change in something. He's a god of decisions and actions, and Pluto is wealth in your third house. Money connected to siblings, money connected to uncles and cousins and neighbors, money connected to travel, and wealth connected to travel. Excavation of sibling secrets. Business partnerships and deals connected to commercial enterprise, marketing and selling, teaching, online social media. All of that is there. And it connects you somehow to Mars, who wants to take action. This could be a beautiful story if you wanted to start an entrepreneurial business. This could be a beautiful story with a partner. This is a beautiful story if you want to get your creative artistic projects into the social media sphere and find yourself in collaboration with others, and particularly taking this with passion and drive and ambition and making it happen. All right. So that's the vibe of Mars. That's the vibe of Pluto. You're unstoppable. You're determined, and you've got exceptional willpower, artistically and creatively connected to marketing, selling, teaching, and learning. Or you're on some kind of transformational romantic path with somebody, and you're involved in this deep dive and cathartic renewal in love and romance, also connected to travel. And that's really happening here, right? Around the April the 14th or so, 14th, 15th, and 16th. Then on the 17th, a new moon at 27 Aries, a new beginning in romance, fertility, children, parenting, fresh starts, and new beginnings. And this new moon is at 27, will be at 27 degrees of Aries. And so a new moon, a new fresh start. I want to let you know that back in April of 2023 at 29 Aries, so pretty close, there was an eclipse. It's close enough to count. So it may take you back to April of 2023, and then you want to add a few months after to see what new beginnings that were fated and destined may have showed up in sex, romance, love, children, creativity, art, entrepreneurship. Okay, this is a new resetting at the same degrees. Chiron helping heal a chironic wound around love, romance, and your relationship to your children, or fertility and pregnancy. New beginnings are happening here. And at the very same time that this new moon is occurring, Mercury is conjunct Neptune. We already had Mars clear the fog. Mercury is like, with Neptune on the 16th, 17th, Mercury is like dreamy, man. He's like, your muse is shouting at you, and you're being inventive, pioneering, and fiercely, boldly creative in your art, in your performance expression, in your acting, especially if you do Hollywood type stuff. You're kind of breaking new ground, you're pioneering something, and you've got this clear channel to the muse. Use it or lose it. It's great for the artist, creative types in you. Also really good for empowered conversations with a significant love partner that are coming through a kind of clearing of fantasy or confusion in your love relationship to someone, especially if you're committed to them, because Mercury rules not just sex and romance, but he also represents your, long-term marriage house. I mean, sometimes it's very subtle, guys. It's only a couple days, right? But you could have an intimate conversation bearing your soul to a significant other around sexual fantasies, for example, right? Because that would be Neptune. On the 18th and 19th of the month, around that time, Mercury and Pluto are flowing together. Mercury is telling Pluto that we want to uncover the secrets of the universe, and we want to know what's unknowable that's hidden in the depths of reality. So there is that. And Mercury is going to be, again, he's in the muse house, guys. Love, romance, children, and the muse, and your creative artistic stuff. And so Mercury is like pioneering, and he's following Mars's tail, and you're going new places when you're determined. And then there's like this Plutonian quality, secrets in the sibling realm, inspire your muse, travel and social opportunities connected to love and romance that are transformative and cathartic getaways and romantic trips that take you to a whole new level of intimacy. And maybe even something to do with Mercury here. He's like, he could be the ticket, like play a lottery ticket. This is also good fortune and winning money. And if you always had a fantasy to win a lottery ticket, well, it may not be the worst thing. Jupiter in the house of chunky money could open up a door there. And we do have The Pluto, I would buy a ticket in the local zone in your local neighborhood. You never know. You never know, because wealth and Mercury could be a wealth thing as well, connected to speculation or gambling or casinos or gaming in the local hood and winning money, basically. All right. What was the date? Everyone's saying, when was that? When was that? The 18th and 19th of April. On the 17th to the 20th, overlapping the 18th, 19th, on the 17th to the 20th, Mars hits a wall. You've been unstoppable, determined, passionate in romance and sex. You've been like hitting your stride. You're all juiced up. And then all of a sudden there's like, oh, wait a minute. There's a C block there. Now that's going to be Saturn. Like Saturn's like, okay, guys, I'm like, let's cool our jets. Let's be a little more cautious. Let's put up a wall for a minute and figure this out. And so parking brake, well, the gas pedal to the metal, it doesn't go together. Mars is in dignity. He wants to go fast. He wants to go pioneering. He's full of heat here. And he hits Saturn. Saturn's not good. Saturn's in a condition of fall. So a fallen Saturn is trying to block an ambitious Mars in your fifth house of sex, love, and romance. Now, it's also a house that has many meanings. It can be about entrepreneurial endeavors and your projects and art and just hitting a kind of flat out wall, like you need to take a rest or something. You know what I mean? And so give yourself that rest if you need it, the 17th to the 20th. All right. Don't over stress yourself. Don't take it to the max. Take a break. Let it go. Relax a bit. Take a chill pill. You could be making some major life decisions at this point connected to sex, love, romance, parenting, children, and pregnancy. And Saturn is the realist. And Mars is like, let's just move, go fast, decide, let's take action. Be careful as well, if you're taking any decisions and making any actions here regarding love, romance, and children, take your time, be patient, even with the slow down and the pause button that Saturn's trying to put in place. Saturn's restless and he's not in his best shape to slow down Mars. So let yourself get your bearings before making major decisions in the areas of life I've just described. This kind of confusion, not confusion, this slowdown might be necessary. Okay, so take a chill pill. Saturn is the ruler of your money house. And so maybe it's expenditures or travel opportunities, your third house, and with a love, romantic partner connected to children, fertility. And, you're like going for it. You're going to like go max. And all of a sudden you're realizing that, you have to slow down around those money decisions or those travel plans and take a break to think about it. Anyway, after the 20th, you're going to clear that hurdle. On the 18th to the 21st, Mercury will co-join Mars. This could be some news or information. It could feel difficult or hard. Okay? So it can connect to romantic love and conversations. It can connect to your children. It can connect to issues around pregnancy. So there could be some information or some issues. You do have a lot of good things happening in this chart, so I'm not that worried about it because most planets are dignified and we can trust the dignity of a planet. But Mercury could be a hard conversation with a child or a love partner or romantic partner. And that will be short-lived, right? The 18th to the 21st. Keep your eye on that ball. It will pass. It will pass. And as Mercury hits the Mars storyline, and I said hard conversations or difficult or aggressive conversations or something like that, it's only for a couple of days, right? The 19th to the 21st is generally where I'm cautioning you to pay attention. Yeah. There it is right here on the 20th. Yeah, and Mercury rules your long-term marriage house. So, and difficult conversations with long-term love partners may emerge when it comes, or legal contracts and agreements may emerge when it could connect to sibling, one younger, two younger, it could, or three younger. It could connect to issues to do with your long-term love partner and things to do with sex, love, and romance, children. So there's this difficult conversation vibe here. Then we have the last week of the month, and I think I'm going to finish before 45 minutes. Someone pray for me because I've got a client in 10. I don't see many anymore. Don't ask me for reading. I'm not doing them anymore. It could be this. unexpected, last in a lifetime surprise in Taurus connected to pets. Venus is bringing it. Pets, rental properties. The sun is illuminating the space, work opportunities, employer opportunities, debt elimination opportunities, opportunities regarding good news about your health, good developments here. Surprise. You've been having surprises in the 6th house with Venus, Uranus since 2019, and this is a last in a lifetime. And with the sun illuminating it, it's definitely something to pay attention to, but it feels like good news, good surprises. Again, I already gave you the 6th house: rentals, pets, tenancies, debt elimination, employment, employer storylines, workspace stuff. Okay. On the 24th to the 26th, Sun squares Pluto. And also just after that, Mercury squares Jupiter. Sun square Pluto could be a power struggle between an authority in the workplace and somebody in the local environment, between a travel plan and a work commitment, struggle between a situation involving your siblings and money that's owed to each other, debts and money owed to each other. A deep friction is forming between the sun. Sun is a ruler of the 9th house of justice. So legal and court matters involving siblings and tension connected to a pet. And unfortunately, it doesn't always look good when this kind of thing happens. Pluto square sun can be the death of a pet, maybe because of something going on in the local environment here in the neighborhood, so to speak. And the 26th to the 27th, Mercury squares Jupiter. Well, it's definitely good because Mercury and Jupiter in a square still have something good to bring, but it is a tension going on. So I want you to be aware of that. This is going to happen around the 26th, 27th. And it kind of looks to me like you might have a bit of difficult financial news connected to children or romance or art and creative projects. Connected to money you share with your partner or money connected to the in-laws. You notice that Venus will have moved into your 7th house, and this is going to bring a whole new energy to long-term committed love. It's going to make it different than you've ever seen before. If you're married, it's going to shake up your relationship, not in a bad way necessarily. It brings more innovation, brings more electricity, brings more freedom and interdependence into the relationship on the 26th of April. But then Uranus will be here for 7 years. Venus is joining in the fray, and there's going to be some really big surprises coming from a significant other or a sibling, 3 older or 3 younger. That's what this can be. And these are unexpected surprises of some sort. So keep that in mind. You're going to feel that energy on the 26th, 27th, 28th of April. But at the same time, Venus is going to sextile Neptune while she also trines Pluto. So Venus will flow to Pluto, which is a beautiful wealth energy for one thing, and gorgeous energies regarding committed love, travel, long-term committed business and love partnerships, and social media collaborations, positive energy between your siblings, 3 older, 3 younger, and all of your siblings and you. But look at this little triangle that forms here, and that's making a mini grand trine to Neptune, Saturn, especially Neptune. So I would say that something beautiful is rounding up the end of the month from about the 26th, right, onwards to the end of the month. Looks like a positive outcome regarding fertility, pregnancy, children, with unexpected positive surprises regarding love and romance, and maybe a new electric charge to have a new kind of commitment in love, for example, right? Like we're committing to be together, although we're going to live in different countries, or we're going to go polyamorous in our romantic passions, or something weird like that. It just has that, but it does bring good things to the tip of the triangle, which is love, romance, and children, fertility, pregnancy, art, and creativity. Maybe a breakthrough in your audience and market, where suddenly you have a viral hit in the audience marketplace connected to your social media landscape from your art, creativity, and entrepreneurship. And if you're an actor, performer, musician, or artist or creative, it's a major breakthrough and a catharsis and a transformation of your success in those fields of endeavor. Thank you for listening. Don't forget to check me out on Substack, where I write worldly astrology stories every week, unplugged, I can say what I think without being demonetized. I can use the words you can never use on YouTube. I can actually talk freely because I'm writing. And you might want to join me on my Patreon community. I do 4 Zoom calls a month, tier dependent. Join me on classes and conversations back on the back end. You get to know me a bit better than you do here. And it's quite affordable. And you can always quit. And you can also join me on my join button for $3, $3.50 or something US to join my membership community here, where I put out all kinds of content that's pretty unplugged, but also teaching content and other stuff that it doesn't exist anywhere else. And you also get my free courses on Chiron, the key to purpose, and Chiron for life cycles. When you join my members community, I taught those, so you can get to watch them. And you also can check out my, that's it. That's everywhere I am. Come join me in the Divine Timing Masterclass in May. Information about that course for intermediate astrologers will be in the description box below. I'll see you guys soon. Take very good care. Capricorn, sun, moon, and rising sign. Exciting, exhilarating, electrifying thunderbolts of romantic love and maybe falling madly in love or having exciting and really exhilarating sex. The sun shines brightly in the 4th house of the midnight hour. You don't get a lot of sleep. You might be restless at night. It can lead to some fighting in the home, righteous anger in the home, separation from people in the home. Someone moves out, you move out. A lot of uncertainty around travel, forward, backwards, and a lot of conversations and changes of direction and changes of mind. Maybe a nice little lift, maybe a little bit of a viral vibe here. There's another big, powerful reset button here as well. This like deep truths and understanding emerge about your relationship to prosperity, perhaps. Hitting the wall moment or the frustration or the difficulty is going to be temporary. Hello, Capricorn, sun, moon, and rising sign. The month of April 2026 is what we're going to be talking about for you today as we go through the month ahead, as it opens up doors of luck and opportunity in money and love. You also might find yourself getting ready for a relocation or just traveling a lot. We'll see how that goes. And when it comes to love and commitment, things are really trying to gel in new relationships or existing relationships. It's as if you're trying to figure it all out and make decisions at last. We're going to break it down week by week by week, 4 weeks, four sections today. So welcome. If you're new here, my name is Lori Lothian. I am a Western tropical zodiac astrologer. We are not using whole sign houses. If you are also new here, you might know that I talk about the whole sign house system ad nauseum. If you're not using whole sign houses, you really are missing the whole point of Time Lord tools to predict your future. So please cast your chart in whole sign houses, which is the ancient tradition. If you look below in my description box, I do have a free tutorial teaching you how to do that using free online software. And you'll need a birth time for that. And also, I would like to talk today about time as a concept. It is literally something we can make a map of, past, present, and future. And that's what astrology lets us do. And by using a time map of 2026, you could also time your best life in 2026. So go ahead and grab my 2026 2.5 hour videos for each separate sign, plus a PDF guidebook in my description box below. Those are my fundraising projects that I create every year for you. They are for sale at a very, very cheap price. All right, so let's get rolling. Let's bring the sky up. Let's see if I can get you under 30 minutes. I've been working my way backward from Pisces, and the lowest I've gotten is 39 minutes, and that's a lot of talk time for a video for all 12 signs. My goal is no longer than 30 minutes per video. Let's see if for you, I can pull it off. Okay, let's get A-OK on the old charts here and roll you into the narrative. Hello, Capricorn. Your sun sign is your true essential self, and it's the equivalent to a game player, where the rising sign is the avatar in the game or the character in the simulation. You want to listen for both because they're quite useful and very often accurate. Whereas your sun sign, though, later in life after 44 can be more 45, 44, more accurate than not. You can also listen today for your moon, and that's your mind and emotions and how you feel and think about life, but it also can represent matters connected to home. So Capricorn sun, moon, and rising. Listen for all three, see how you feel. Let's get going. Well, the first thing you have to know, Capricorn, is that you're starting the month of April off as we enter into the first of the month with a moon. It's a Libra moon in the top of your sky, full and bright. A full moon in Libra can open up a fulfillment or a completion of a seed you planted October 21st last fall when you planted a new moon here. So now it's the ripening, harvesting time. Many of you Capricorns were trying to put a seed in place last year to do with your relationship status. Yes, because the 10th house is married, divorced, widowed, separated, but it's also the house of career and career gains. For you, it's particularly connected to relationship because it's Libra. But if you've been looking for a new beginning in career and maybe you've started thinking about new directions and professional accomplishments and ways of working in this world, then you might literally be thinking now it's time to execute on the plans or the thoughts that you put into motion last fall. Full moon at the top of the sky will be at 12 or 13 degrees, 12 degrees of Libra. And in this capacity at 12 degrees of Libra, it is going to be also activating your sun, moon, and rising more intensely if your sun, moon, and rising is near 12 degrees of Capricorn, much more of an intense lunation for you. And if your midheaven is up here near 12 degrees of Libra in a whole sign house system, very intense as well for your career and reputation matters. All said and done, though, Capricorn, this new moon is flowing to Pluto and Juno, and it could bring in business partnerships and financial collaborations and alliances connected to career and reputation matters. Moving past that lunation, we're going to talk next about Mercury trining Jupiter. Trines are good and Jupiter is good and Mercury is new. So it's a very good, feel good, good news vibe on the first 3 days of April. Mercury is the messenger down here in your third house and Jupiter is in your seventh. You might travel in order to connect to a long-term committed love partner. You might travel and begin to open up the possibility of meeting a long-term love partner, or you could be doing some kind of commercial enterprise that could be very lucrative and successful with your audience, your clients, and your marketplace for changes you're making in the third house to writing, communicating, teaching, and online projects. One thing about this is that Venus, the goddess of love, moves in on March the 30th into the sign of Taurus. And as we go through this month through till April the 23rd, you've got the love goddess in the love house. Now, she's also a money goddess. So let's break that down. I don't mind this first 3 weeks of April for winning a lottery ticket because you have Uranus here, but also for exciting, exhilarating, electrifying thunderbolts of romantic love and maybe falling madly in love or having exciting and really exhilarating sex. That's something that I could see under this kind of sky. Sometimes if you're single and this kind of thing is going down, especially with Jupiter in the seventh house, you could fall deeply, crazily, truly, madly in love with somebody. And it might feel like it could be a destined and long-term serious relationship that's trying to form off of this excitement. And that's because of the North Node in its current position. So I would say that there's a lot going on in the love stories for those of you who are unmated. And if you're looking for a new relationship, it's very positive. Otherwise, look to some financial good fortune here too, as Venus in the house of good fortune with Uranus can mean like to win money, to speculate or gamble and come out on top. So yeah, you could come into some unexpected good money stories at the same time. We're going to say Venus here for the first 3 weeks anyway, till April 23rd. But I want to bring your attention to the fact that she is there. So watch for her action. Your children could have children, or you could get pregnant. So you and your partner could get pregnant, or your children could get pregnant and surprise you under this 3-week transit as well to the 23rd of April. Now, when we look next at Venus squaring Pluto, which can be the power of love and the love of power, Venus will square Pluto also in the first 3 or 4 days of April. So Venus and Pluto together, that's not a day, that's an hour. Venus and Pluto in a square to each other, building up some significant strength on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th of April, could put you in 2 different categories of alignment. You could have something to do with wealth and money and winning. Yes, because Pluto is wealth in your wallet pocketbook. And you could also have a very lucrative business partnership deal to do with artistic, creative, and entrepreneurial directions. Or your children could be having something very powerful to do with wealth or money, or even some kind of transformation in their life. But I think it'd be interpreted as positive because of the placement of Venus in her home kingdom. And Venus and Pluto can be excavating or things that are hidden from your life. And that could be a secret that your child is telling you, or that you're telling your child or your romantic love partner. Kind of deep, true confessions is the archetype here between you and a lover, you and a child. All right, let's see how that goes for you. When we get to about the 5th and 6th of the month, the sun will trine Jupiter. Sun is about illuminated light, exalting your 4th house. This can be a hardship. Sometimes when the sun shines brightly in the 4th house of the midnight hour, you don't get a lot of sleep. You might be restless at night. The sun is going to be moving through your Aries sky from the 3rd week of March to the 3rd week of April. So you may not be sleeping as well as you normally do, but it's also illuminating home, land, property, real estate, and childhood matters. And so with that chironic wound of where's my true home, where do I belong, in place and in play now for quite a long time, since 2019, the illuminating sun exalted with Saturn, realism, and Neptune, dreams, is an important placement. And I feel like the sun, as the sun is in this part of the sky and is hooking up with Jupiter, could indicate a major opportunity moment. And it would have to do with a place, most of you, as an opportunity for a place to live. You're going to feel this around April the 5th. It may connect to business partnership arrangements or money connected to in-laws, money connected to a sibling 3 older or 3 younger, or it could be a locational opportunity or change connected to a long-term committed love story. Now, on the next week ahead, the 7th to the 14th, we're going to talk about a few things. First of all, on the 7th to the 9th, and you can slow me down in the playback speed if I'm talking too fast. On the 7th to the 9th, Mars is going to make a beautiful sextile to Uranus. Mars is action and decisions. Good news. Mars is visible in the sky as of mid-March, and he has his full mojo in gear. In fact, Mars is going to ask you to consider a location change. If it means a new city, town, or neighborhood, Mars is going to bring a lot of passion to your connection to siblings or to your local neighbors and environment, or a lot of sometimes combat, but it would just be neighbors arguing about, the turf or something. But Mars in here is also travel, and he's often connected to movement devices like trains, planes, and automobiles, vehicles of travel. So Mars, a vehicle of travel archetype, is going to flow to Uranus for a sudden, exciting, unexpected travel opportunity. It can be connected to romantic love. It can be connected to your children. It can be connected to unexpected good fortune financially, but likely there might be a travel opportunity connected as well. Then a whole sign sextile between the cosmic lovers. A lot of this looks like romantic travel for most of you. Some of you, again, your children may be involved. You may execute a decision about an online social media project, and it may be connected to entrepreneurial and creative businesses, and it will flow and be easy as well. On the 12th to the 13th of April, Venus in Taurus will sextile Jupiter, 2 benefic planets in a cosmic love up. No complaints there. One thing about these two is it's good upon good. All right, this is good upon good. And Venus is going to try her damnedest to deliver something really positive to you. I don't know how that happened. I am not on my A game with my brain today. All right. So Venus says, I would like to see romantic love, falling in love with excitement and unexpected flashpoints of surprise, to Jupiter, who says, and we need to make it true and good and lasting, because Jupiter wants to bring the archetype of the legal or the good or the true to the marriage house. So this isn't a fling. If it's a fling, I'd be very surprised. Something's happening here around April the 12th to the 13th between Venus and Jupiter. Now, Venus has a lot of other moving parts of the sky that she's in, charge of, so to speak. And she does have the capacity for translating some golden opportunity that's creative, artistic, or entrepreneurial to your career space up here in the 10th house of reputation. And she can even exalt your house of your social media landscape or your local neighborhood. But this is such a good vibe for you that I don't know what to say. It could be good news that you're going to be a grandparent, that your children are having children, that you as a childbearing age person is going to be pregnant. and your spouse is the one with the big Jupiter belly over here, or that you're falling madly in love with somebody that you feel like you're going to want to commit to. Okay, around April the 12th. Now we have a basket there, as you can see, but we also have a Kaal Sarp Yoga. We'll be talking about that for the world events in April. As we move into after the Venus love up with Jupiter, ooh, what is that goodness? What is it? Or you could have a great deal of prosperity and luck through a relationship partner as well, translating the luck to you on the 12th to the 13th. And then on the next story, we'll have the moment where Mars will crash headlong into Neptune. And this is quite positive as well. And I'll explain why. First of all, Mars will come into the sign of Aries on April the 9th. He will be here through to May 19th. This is where Mars is like a champion warrior hero of something in the fourth house. This could also be where Mars wants you to cut, end, and sever where you live. It could be the beginning of a plan to move between April 9th and May 19th. It could lead to some fighting in the home, righteous anger in the home, separation from people in the home. Someone moves out, you move out. It could also be a kind of vibe where you're doing construction in and around the home, working really hard to get a construction project completed, a renovation, a tear down, something like that. And that's really active April 9th to May 19th. And that said, as we approach the beginning of the story, it's going to be on April 12th that Mars will be right into the conjunction to Neptune. So a day before and after the 12th, you might feel like the fog is cleared on an area of confusion, uncertainty, and delusion. Where you live might be one of them. Where do I live? Where should I go? It could be delusion regarding childhood matters. It could be delusion regarding people that live in the home with you. And it could also be a kind of spiritual awakening energy as you clear some kind of miasma or fog of uncertainty. And Mars is like the guy with the windshield defogger, so that one kind of enlightenment may be more clear for you. The kind of enlightenment down in the fourth house is to separate from your childhood or family of origin, cultural village, family norms and mores, and, things like that. Like for example, you realize being a part of your family's religious tradition doesn't matter to you anymore, right? You're going to individuate from the family of origin. I mean, we get this Mars here every 2 years, but not with Neptune and Saturn together. That's what makes it special. There could be some health challenges coming up during this period, April 9th to May 19th, with somebody that you grew up with, somebody in your family system that was in your household growing up. And they may be encountering some challenges to their health as a possibility as well, especially later on the new moon in your fourth house, but we'll get to that later. All right, let's talk about the next story. The next story is going to be getting our boots on the ground, as they say, in the war grounds, April the 14th to the 21st. On April 14th to the 21st, Mercury is going to begin the story around the 14th, as he's at the very end of Pisces, where he began to travel on February 7th. And this is now April 14th. And he's going to get ready to jump the sign boundary into Aries. Now, having him for February, March, and second half of April in your third house has been a lot of uncertainty around travel, forward, backwards, also a lot of uncertainty and changes of direction regarding your connection to siblings or to just the online social media sphere or anything to do with your neighbors and neighborhood, and a lot of conversations and changes of direction and changes of mind. So I've got that story behind you. And now Mercury's getting ready to spend some time in your fourth house. So he's going to cross the sign boundary into your fourth house, April 15th to May the 3rd. But before he gets down in the house of home, property, land, and real estate, just on the cusp of changing, he has a surprise for you. I don't know what it is. I don't want to be a spoiler, but it can be that April 14th, Mercury, 14th, 15th, Mercury will sextile Uranus and you will bring you an unexpected surprise. And it can happen to be about your local environment, your siblings, your cousins, your uncles and aunts, things to do with writing, communicating, teaching, maybe things to do with your websites and commercial activities online. And then bang, a Uranus moment. Now, if you're an artist, an actor, a creative, a performer, if you're a celebrity, at all online, this could be a nice little boost to your public standing, maybe a nice little lift, maybe a little bit of a viral vibe here, or an unexpected travel opportunity is messaged to you connected to romantic love and children. And you get the news, and here comes an opportunity. One or two of those could be true. Or you get the news that your lottery ticket won. Ka-ching, ka-ching. So look to April 14th for something very positive here that surprises you from the house of good fortune through the very communications satellite energy of the third house. Texts, phone calls, emails, and all of that. Mars and Pluto are going to sextile. Very formidable, unstoppable willpower is coming your way. But the willpower is localized to the fourth house of what you're doing in and from the home. And Pluto is activating the house of money. So between earnings and money and maybe collaborations and partnerships, Juno, and Mars really pushing for some agenda in the fourth house, you've got this kind of like determination and willpower that is superpowered. And so you can like really push through things to finish a what do you call it? A construction project connected to money, or receiving the money to do the construction project, or potentially you're going to see Mercury moving on the 15th into Aries, and that would be hiring the laborers for the work in the home for the construction project. And Pluto is just the wealth that will be available to you to do that. Sometimes this can look like selling a vehicle or buying a vehicle. So some of you might sell or buy a vehicle at this time. So around April the 14th, 15th, 16th. And if you're trying to get something done in the home, your determination is beyond measure. It is so unstoppable. All right. And then we move on to the next story. Oh, and you could rent a property off of this. I almost forgot. So starting on the April 15th through to May 3rd, you could sell a property, buy a property, but more like sell or buy or rent a property. And there may be a lot of momentum and excitement about doing that, although there will be a holdup and a blockage, but then you'll push through. So we'll get to that in a minute. On the 17th of the month, we have two things happening at once. Mercury will be conjunct Neptune, and the new moon will be forming at 27 Aries. So on the 17th, this is where the story that may unfold over the 2 to 3 weeks after the 17th new moon at 27 Aries could lead to news of a sibling with a health challenge, okay? Right around that time. So I'm just giving you a heads up. New moon rules, it would be a sibling 3 older or 3 younger. So just be aware of news about a sibling health challenge for some of you. Also, yeah, that's right. Well, this is a tricky chart. It could be a sibling 1 younger or 3 older or 3 younger. Then we're going to talk about the idea that the new moon, new beginning, right, is a seed that's planted in your fourth house. And, not every year, you have a new moon here. So every year you could relocate your home, move where you live. So there's a possibility that that is true. And, if you want to go back in a time travel machine to 2023 April, there was an eclipse right at this point, more or less. And there's a possibility that whatever you were doing around change of home in April of 2023, add a few months after, similarly, there's another big, powerful reset button here as well. So it re-echo chambers an eclipse from that time frame. I would like to say that this new moon could be a really good healing for your chironic wound of where should I live? Where do I belong? You've been under that chironic wound since 2019, and this could be a real kick the chironic wound out of the story, especially when Chiron leaves the wounded fourth house this summer between June and September. So it really can be a finding a place to land if you're looking for a home. Mercury and Neptune together, it can be very powerful memories from childhood, images or visions, or things to do with communications connected to matters of family of origin and childhood, including people who you cohabitated with as a child. In other words, it could be siblings, for example, or parents, or maybe you guys took in a stray animal or a stray person. So, family of origin, domestic people that you lived with, and communications and messages. But Neptune is a dreaming in sort of imaginary realm. We already had the fog cleared by Mars, right? Back on the 12th, 13th. So now we're looking more like, okay, now that you can see clearly without delusion, things to do with your family of origin, childhood, home, property, and real estate, What are the commercial and communicative and deal making things you want to enact? And Mercury square Jupiter could be like someone has an offer to buy a home, sell a home, to rent a home, and you're going to negotiate and you're going to sign a deal around that time, or get in the mode to do that. That's around the 17th of April, give or take a day. And it's coming off the new moon. So it got double whammy there, guys. I'm looking more like rental property here. Mercury rules your house of rentals than I am to purchase a property, just so you know. On the 18th and 19th, Mercury will sextile Pluto. So Pluto is literally like what's hidden often from our view. And Mercury is the kind of curious mind. And when the two come together, we're often given a chance to excavate deep revelations and see things that were not available for our understanding. So 18th and 19th Mercury, still at home in that fourth house with Pluto in the money house, could be a lot of things. You could really understand your childhood and how it has connected to the way you were raised, your money values and mores, how you look at making and saving money, what your hangups are about wealth and money. So there can be, especially with Neptune nearby, a real revelation and change of mind about how you think money operates in your reality. And you might uncover some deep truths here, especially with Jupiter squaring all of this, like deep truths and understanding emerge about your relationship to prosperity, perhaps. Sometimes it could be Pluto is death. He's in a Maraka or death house. And Mercury is news and news of death, somebody you know passing, okay? And it would connect to your childhood family of origin peoples. Around the 18th, 19th, 20th, Mars will bump into a wall. 17th to the 20th, Mars is going to hit a wall. He's been so unstoppable, so will-powered. You finished the entire construction project. You renovated and bulldozed your property. You did everything you needed to do. You left the home. You separated from the home. You kicked someone out of the home. You had unstoppable momentum. And then bang, 17th to the 20th, frustration. Mars, full gas. Aries, he's in his Aries kingdom. So is Venus. He hits a wall, or the parking brake gets pulled up at the same time as Saturn. Saturn is all about doing things over time, and he doesn't do so great in Aries. So there's a real mishmash of energies. Mars is stronger. Mars will try to blast through an obstacle here, but you may have to take a look at what that wall is before you push through it. It may not be the best thing. You don't want to push through the wall of a dam, right? Because it's going to flood everything. So understand what it is you're coming up against, because it has deeper meaning than you think. So the hitting the wall moment, or the frustration, or the difficulty, is going to be temporary, and it can involve communications with someone because of Mercury. And so take a few deep breaths, the 17th to the 20th. You could push through, but you may regret pushing through. I think it's a better option to take a few deep breaths here and see what the frustration is really telling you. Saturn, the Lord of the frustration, is the Lord of your sign. So he's trying to show you something good. And it could also be financial frustrations as well, or impatience. So watch out for that. It's not going to last long, but it's going to happen, and it's going to start a 2-year cycle between Mars and Saturn in your chart, indicating Mars and Saturn together might likely relocate you, at least within 2 years, if you don't move sooner. On the 18th to the 21st, Mercury will actually then talk to Mars, which is just fine. Mars has been blasting through the Saturnian wall. He's carved a hole on the 17th to 20th. Mercury will then follow right up after that. And then Mercury will talk to Mars. Now, Mercury and Mars together can be quite interesting. They're very good for actions that turn out to be, like in this case, dynamic and fast-moving propulsion that connect to acting based on information, acting based on ideas, acting based on conversations or negotiations or contracts. And so you could break a contract, but it's more looking like this with Jupiter's blessings in the 7th house. You execute an agreement here that you're now moving forward on, and the frustration is behind you. Can be a commercial transaction, a lease document with the moon in the 6th house, an agreement verbally with somebody about a relocation change, an agreement with somebody about renting a property together, and a rental agreement signed, sealed, and delivered. These are some ideas I have for you. All of this is happening around April the 20th, 18th to the 21st in particular. Let's move to the 21st to the end of the month. We do see Venus bringing us a last in a lifetime surprise as she charges forward into Uranus. This is going to never occur again in most of our lives. It'll happen again 80 odd years from now. So Venus having, or 70 something odd years from now, Venus having every year, basically every year, more or less, for 7 years, since 2019, she continually turbocharges into Uranus for surprises in a romance part of the sky, surprises connected to your children, surprises connected to your sexuality, and surprises connected to winning money, and like lotteries, and surprises connected to entrepreneurial, artistic, and creative endeavors. So I want you to go back to 2018, 19, but especially after 2019, ask yourself what kind of unexpected things happen with children, romance, love, and lottery wins, and maybe just outside the box romance, different kinds that you didn't expect, unusual types of romance. But this has been the story, and now it's doing its last hurrah here. Venus says, surprise! I won the lottery. Surprise! You fell in love with somebody you never thought you'd ever fall in love with. Surprise. All this is about surprises in love and romance, or one of your children surprises you and they're having a baby and you're going to be a grandparent. If you're going to be a grandparent with a South Node in your house with grandchildren, you've not known this soul before in another life. It's not a brand new soul for you. Could even be someone who passed away in the family of origin. On the 24th to the 26th, we have the sun squaring Pluto. Well, sun is shining brightly in Taurus, where it's going to be, by the way, from the third week of April to the third week of May. And now you're going to focus on a spotlight in love, romance, sexuality, and creative and entrepreneurial endeavors, and fun and joy and inspiration. Bring bright light here, bringing a huge amount of energy to that fifth house. And at the same time, when the sun first ingresses, and I'll show that to you, I like this a lot. When the sun first ingresses on April 20th, Venus is greeting the sun as the sun enters. So it's what I would call an auspicious entry, right? So it's good for you, particularly the 20th to the 24th, for romantic love initiations and takeoff levels of takeoff. Then I was trying to get to a point that I've lost my thread. The sun and Pluto are going to square each other. Now, it's kind of an interesting dynamic because the sun is with Venus blessing the energy, and because Pluto is about power and the sun can be an authority figure. So there can be a sort of square off here that's building up on the 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th about a power struggle with a child, with a romantic love partner, or financial matters connected to children, romance, or financial matters, and some intensity here. It could involve inheritance monies in this chart as well, and you might be squabbling over inheritance monies with a sibling one younger. No, with a sibling two younger, or sibling two younger. That's it. Okay, it is just a flashpoint, the 24th to the 26th. Now we're going to move you back a bit because I'm losing the screen there, and we're going to go ahead and talk about the next thing. There's 3 more things to focus on, guys. Mercury, the messenger, and Jupiter are going to square. It doesn't matter that it's a square; it still can represent good news. We did talk about Mercury being in Pisces, no longer there, having moved into Aries from April 15th to May 3rd, which is good for buying, selling, negotiating real estate and property deals. And then Mercury will square Jupiter. So Jupiter, 18 degrees, direct motion, visible, 7th house, moving direct since March 11th. So go back to last month of March. After March 11th, you have much more clarity regarding your sibling, 3 older, 3 younger, or a long-term relationship commitment situation. After March 11th, you begin to have momentum and clarity, whether you should stay or go, separate, divorce, unite or not, whatever it is. And your partner is also having momentum going forward in their life because that's where Jupiter is sitting. But now I want to mention that Mercury is good news about a sibling, good news about real estate connected to the sibling, 3 older, 3 younger, good news regarding a deal, a contract, a buyer, a negotiation, real estate, property, and land. Good, exciting, surprising news around the potential for renting a property. Good news, ahoy. But it demands action. You must leap before the net disappears. You must jump when you have a chance. It could be a locational change story for sure. It definitely feels like good news. And we have Jupiter in dignity, and we have Jupiter exalted, and Mercury in Aries and Jupiter exalted. It's all good. It feels like good news about money, property, land, and real estate, and commercial transactions connected to the home. And then we move forward. And we're going to connect next to the very last couple of stories. Venus is going to make a wedge as she trines Pluto and sextiles Neptune. So watch this story happening. Venus, she's coming through with excitement in your sixth house. If you think getting a job is a hardship, or you don't feel like you can find employment or something like that, or you didn't want a pet, or you were trying to deal with some debts you are holding financially, for example, Venus in your sixth house. Hello, hallelujah, hallelujah. She's going to offer up some positive surprises with Uranus over the next while, but particularly the two of them here from April 24th to May 19th indicate some positive surprises here, especially earlier on in the last week of April, the 24th to the end of the month. So Venus, Uranus, surprise, excitement. And then what we see is that Venus will be in a beautiful flow to Pluto, and she will open up doors of financial opportunity and riches connected to work, employment, or money and pets, or money and rentals, or money and debt elimination opportunities. And they're all flowing down here to Neptune. And that's your little mini grand trine filled with grace. This taking over the end of the month. Let's go the 24th of the month to the very end of the month. And it could open up glorious, surprising, beautiful opportunities for financial increase, work, job, and career, good, surprising, positive health diagnosis outcomes after a time of confusion, some very positive energy connected to family of origin, real estate, property, and land, buying and selling, but renting as well, even more so renting, and renting your property out or renting a property. And if you didn't want an animal and you weren't thinking of getting an animal, and I get that you may not have, it's not on your radar to do animal purchases or anything, but this guy can give you an animal without in your life without even planning to get an animal, and suddenly surprise, there's a animal on your doorstep. That wouldn't surprise me, under the sky. Righty, I like this for the money. I like this for the work. Venus trining Pluto is a positive wealth yoga. And so we've had energies here that are not that easy when she was in Aries. And now it's like, in Taurus. And now as we approach the end of the month into May 19th, the money and earnings and resources and career, she rules your career, begin to flow. So things go better for you in that sector. If you're not married, and if you don't have a career path, you're retired or something like that, all I can say is things to do with your reputation, your money, and your, what you would call your livelihood or job, are all on the upswing somehow, some way. That's what it looks like. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss a thing. If you look underneath my video, I have a lot to share besides what I do here. You might join me on Substack, because I do world astrology write-ups every single week. And I really dive into what's going on in the world with the astrology. And I can do that in a way that I am unplugged and I'm not afraid of being demonetized. And when you go over to, and I speak my mind, if you go over to my Patreon community, I have 4 Zoom calls a month. It's small group settings, and you might enjoy that with me, where I'm teaching astrology and taking your questions. And then when you go over to this members only join button here, I've just started it out. I'm just getting my vibe for it, starting in December, January. But I provide content there that I don't put out anywhere else. I am very, very open there about what I feel and think. I do occasional live streams where we do mini readings. So check out the membership option here. It's only $3 a month US. And so it's pretty affordable. All right. Thanks, guys. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. I'll see you in the next series of videos. Ciao. Aquarius, sun, moon, and rising. You time your life on Saturn, and Saturn is your Time Lord. You're looking at the world through the lens of should I stay or should I go? Trying to figure out who, with whom, and when, and how, and why you want to be in a committed story. If you don't find a sacred calling vibe to what you're doing, you're going to quit. Your willpower is unstoppable at this time. You can channel angels. You can communicate with the dead. You can transfer your consciousness to other dimensions and realms. You could be burning out, but you could be taking it slower and realizing you need to restructure something that you've been passionately working on. A lot going on in your private life that's surprising, unexpected. A big light is shining down there. You need to pay attention to it, or a family trauma that needs to be revealed and healed. Let's face it, you guys, you are the new guard for humanity as you let transpersonal power and willpower move through your identity. You are the lead goose for humanity.
Lunatic astrology.
Hello, Aquarius, sun, moon, and rising. I'm one of you, and we're excited because we're going to have a huge amount of activity in the third house of our chart, which can be extremely positive for communicating, writing, traveling, teaching, and learning, but also the online world if you inhabit that, and a lot of action. I love the second half of the month for surprises in love and romance, especially if you are a single person. And the good news is you have this huge new energy field that's playing out through the month when it comes to your money, where you're going to notice that you have such direct clarity about what it is you need and want and where you need to go financially. You're free from an invisible Mars in your money house. At last, he's visible again and getting huge momentum. And you also have Mercury now finally direct. All the wiffle waffle about my money, my finances, my work, all of that is about to go into a feeling in April that you know the lay of the land, that the roadmap financially ahead is clear, and you're going to go ahead and execute a plan or an action plan with huge confidence, clarity, and bold daring. Let's bring this into the story. Let's talk about your sign and go through it week by week. If you're new here, welcome. My name is Lori Lothy, and this is the Western Tropical Zodiac Astrology, not sidereal. And today I encourage you to cast your chart in whole sign houses. Free tutorial is in the description box so that you can understand how to see the sky from the view of the ancients and also be able to time your best life. You do know that Aquarius, you are ruled by Saturn, not by Uranus, because you don't live 84 years. Like every 84 years, Uranus gets back into the same place in the sky. Let's face it, that's a terrible time lord, whereas Saturn at least is 29 and a half years. So you time your life on Saturn, and Saturn is your time lord. And we'll talk a lot about what Saturn's doing this month ahead as well in Aries. A lot of stuff about today's reading is going to be about using astrology as a map of time so that you can actually make decisions and take actions and flow with what's happening. Just in case you want to see my 2026 2.5 hour video for your sign or buy the bundle. I put those together in the fall as a fundraiser. They're still for sale, and you've got a lot of the year left, and I cover everything of importance in the year ahead, 2026. You can still grab them down below. Another exciting thing that I'm doing is teaching my divine timing masterclass in May. If you go into the description box below, I probably might have the enrollment card open by the time you see this video. But if I don't, then what you'll see instead is the wait list to get in. And that's for intermediate astrologers. And that's using extremely cool, rare, and unknown timing tools, as well as some more complex ones for you to time your best life. So come join me in class. We'll be learning in the month of May. All right. So how do you listen today? Sun, moon, and rising. Sun is your essence of who you are, your essential nature. You can call it your spirit. And your spirit's playing in matter, and it has to characterize itself to look a certain way and play a role, like in a game player simulation archetype. The game player is the sun, and the role you play, the avatar in the simulation, is your rising sign. Your sun and rising sign are very accurate for predicting timeline stories, so listen for both. Sun can also lean you into career a bit more and purpose. The moon is how you feel and think about life, but the moon can represent domicile, nest as well, and home. And so we can listen for all three, and over time you begin to see patterns and pattern recognition of what is working. After the age of 44, your sun sign is more accurate. I'll have to do a class on why that's true. Now, let me go ahead and let's start out. If anyone tells you any differently on the sun, moon, rising meeting, then they are mistaken, because I'm telling you what the ancients would tell you. All right, so I'm going to share the chart with you so you can get into the week by week astrology with me, and we're going to rotate the dial and have some fun. So don't forget, liking and subscribing is never a bad thing, and hyping the video is good too, and sharing it. And I do read comments, so if you want to reflect back to me. I try to read as many as I can. All right, so Aquarius, I am one of you. I'm a rising sign. You might be a sun or moon. They're all useful today. As we move into April the 1st, you're going to notice the very first thing that occurs of note is that we have a lunation in Gemini, in Libra, in your ninth house. And this is a full moon. On October 21st, we had a new moon and you planted a seed in the ninth house. Now it's fulfilling or full. Well, a seed planting last fall and a fulfillment here in the ninth house could indicate you were planting seeds around things to do with publishing, book publishing, foreign land travel, spiritual ideology and philosophy, legal and court case matters, or planting seeds and connections to higher academic learning environments. And so that was a seed in November. Now it's a fulfillment or a completion or a ripening as a full moon light shines in your ninth house of God. What things do you love about it? It flows to your Aquarius in an air trine. So you're always welcoming actions in your ninth house. It's going to open up a beautiful flow to Pluto and Juno. Let's face it, you guys, you are the new guard for humanity as you let transpersonal power and willpower move through your identity. You are the lead goose for humanity. Yay, Aquarius. We are Plutonian. And having this energy now, the moon is going to be very beautifully flowing to the ascendant and to your rising sun and moon, but also to Pluto. Is it flowing by a perfect degree? No, it doesn't matter. So the moon is full at 13 degrees of Libra. It flows to Pluto in a whole sign trine. Energetically, this is powerful. And it may feel something along the lines of you are now uncovering hidden powers below the surface of your identity that you didn't even know that you had, including talents and gifts that are emerging for you at this time. Juno could have you wanting to partner up with others in book publishing, writing, communicating, traveling, some kind of way to team up with another person on the full moon and the 2 to 3 weeks that follow the full moon. The moon is full at 13 degrees and change, over here. So it could also activate some third house stories down here. So writing, communicating, and traveling, fulfillment, and execution of those plans may be unfolding at the full moon and the 2 to 3 weeks that follow. As we move past the full light of the full moon, and it's ruled by Venus, by the way, in your fourth house, which is also good for love in the home connected to people from foreign lands. And the full moon of April 1st will unfold over the course of at least 1 month until the next full moon in the next month. We move on to the next story of importance. The month begins with Venus. I just want to mention in your fourth house, she will have arrived on the doorstep on the last day of March. She will not leave this part of your chart where she's in her home domicile and in very good shape until the 24th of April. So having the first 3 weeks and a bit of Venus in your fourth house is going to be really good for decorating, beautifying your home, making plans to entertain in the home, enjoying your home, love and romance in the home, etc. So you have a vibe down here. You're really enjoying being at home. It's good for cultivation of beauty in the home in some way. And so keep that in mind. That's a long vibe for the first 3 weeks of April. On the 3rd and 4th of April, Venus herself will square Pluto. So Venus is at 2 degrees on the 1st. And by the time we get to the 3rd and 4th, she forms a Pluto square. Usually Pluto-Venus squares can be love of power, power of love, but also revelation, something that's been maybe not seen or understood by you. And Venus wants to go below the surface, and she's strong in her sign. It could be about your childhood, your family of origin, right? Where you're kind of plumbing the depths of something below the surface for clarity and eureka and ahas to emerge. And if you have any kind of childhood wounds about money, prosperity, or love and romance, then this is going to be a very profound unearthing of something that could have held you back. Otherwise, you could have a bit of a wealth yoga here connected to property, land, real estate, and wealth. What the heck? Why not? Well, what about the sun squaring Jupiter on the 5th and the 6th of the month? The sun is a light in the sky, and it's in Aries, and it's exalted, and it's squaring Lord Jupiter. not too shabby. We're going to feel that building up, right? It's not a day only. If you go like this and you're on April the 1st, 11 to 15, it's building. The sun is applying from exaltation to an exalted Jupiter. And here we have it. On the 3rd and the 4th, we have this beautiful, intensified, gorgeous energy. And finally, we see it really hit the mark on the April 6th timeframe. It could look like you're going to see a need to take some action, right? Because squares bring us into decision and turning point action moments. Turning point action USA. Yeah, we want to take action. We want to make a decision. We have to act on it. It's positive. It's opportunity. It's golden, exalted opportunity. Writing, communicating, social media, travel, learning, job, work, employer, employees, pets, neighbors, neighborhood, siblings, all of the 6th house and 3rd house, golden opportunity, brilliance is shining in our sky. And whatever it is, you're going to take an action that's pretty important. You're going to feel motivated to take an action. It might involve money because Mars is in the money house and he's ruling that sun. So it could be a financial opportunity that you need to spend money or make a decision on, but it connects to very positive energies as I just described to you. And your employer-employee situations belong to the 6th house. Mars is ruling this thing. Some of you might get a new job out of this or a new job opportunity, especially. So keep that in mind. When we move into I talk fast. You can slow me down. Pisces was 40 minutes. I'm going as fast as I can without leaving anything out. Slow me down on the playback. I'm an auctioneer today. So now that we passed that mark, we're going into the 7th to the 14th of the month, which is the 2nd week of the month. The first thing that you have to pay attention to is Mars sextiling Uranus. Uranus is always something unexpected or surprising or shocking. Mars, though, is flowing to Uranus. It's a money surprise. Mars can bring some financial surprises connected to land, property, and real estate, or if you work in the online realm from your home, something connected to that as well. It should be positive, but Mars is the ruler of your social media house. So again, 3rd house social media surprises out of the blue could come to you as well. And Mars also rules your 10th house of career. So career, money, social media, surprise. It could also indicate surprises connected to land, property, home, and real estate. And maybe a surprise regarding one of your children and fertility. One of your children is going to tell you, or you're going to find out. We'll get to that later. It's coming up in a second wave that maybe one of you is going to note that this month brings some information about children and fertility. I do like the idea, though, that the vibe here is to make a change, or a change happens is surprising you financially in a good way. Venus is bonifying or making good things happen with Uranus. So don't be afraid of this moment. On the energy of the 12th to the 13th, so we're moving along. Let me get myself caught up. On the 12th to the 13th of the month, there is a Venus and Jupiter narrative. Now we have 2 benefic planets, good guy, good girl, in a beautiful flow. You're going to start to feel it building on the 11th, 12th, 13th. It'll be pretty exact on the 13th and 14th. Venus is whatever is good in her home kingdom. And this is where you live. This is your domicile. This is your nest. Jupiter is rental property. So rental property opportunities, Jupiter is pets, a beautiful opportunity to secure a golden opportunity, secure a beautiful animal that's coming swiftly with a surprise. The SPCA calls you and they've got your perfect breed that's available. Venus is also loving up the Vestal flame of sacred devotion. What is it you want to devote yourself to as a possession? You could possess a home. You could possess a rental property. You could possess a pet that brings love and devotion and sacred duty to the forefront. An opportunity connected to work and home that you feel you're devoted to this opportunity, home and homeland. And Venus is also beautifully placed here in relationship to Jupiter to open up some beautiful professional opportunities with book publishing, foreign people, foreign shores, foreign places and foreign lands. And with the North Node in its position, it could be quite the lovely financial opportunity, and it could come through work, family of origin members, land, property, and real estate, deal making, buying or selling, but you're going to feel good. You see that little blue triangle? It's called a mini grand trine. It's extraordinarily positive, and it's made by that Vestal flame of devotion. One thing I'm going to say about you guys at this time, you want to be feeling like the work you do and the money you make is a sacred calling. If you don't find a sacred calling vibe to what you're doing, you're going to quit. And there's major opportunities to allow you to live your sacred calling here in a way. Even Jupiter could bring you more publicity, exposure, more influence over larger groups of people at this time in whatever line of work that you're in. We keep going forward, and we must move forward. And we want to talk about the energy here of Mars and Neptune. I love this. When Mars and Neptune get together, what is delusional and unrealistic and fantasy oriented with no grounding in reality is going to be cleared and defogged. The fog is clearing on your windshield so you can see clearly what you need to acquire or do in your third house. Now, Mars clears the fog of writing, communicating, marketing, teaching, and speaking, short distance travel, neighbor relationships, local environment, and sibling relationships. Wherever there's been confusion there's now certainty. Mars often in the third house wants to move. He likes to locate you to a new city or a town or a neighborhood. Mars is visible. He became visible mid last month. So he's very powerful. He's in his home kingdom. You know, Mars enters his home kingdom or entered his home kingdom on April 9th and stays there till May 19th in your third house. So that window of time can change your location, move your home to a new area, or decisions are made to do that, for example. But when I look at this defogging effect on April 13th, any lack of clarity in third house matters, which I've just spent time explaining to you, is going to be pierced. So now you have no illusion, and Saturn says sober-minded and realistic as well. So you feel like you're coming to a clarity or rock solid bones of something and understanding it in a new way with your mind, how you see something as well. With greater mental clarity, the third house can be the mind. I think clearly, no fog of delusion here anymore. Woo. And then we move in, and Mars in domicile, he's getting the whole show on the road there. He's telling people what to do. So when we move into the third week of the month, we're going to notice that on the 14th to the 16th was just as we begin. Well, really the 14th, 15th. I'll show you what I mean. Okay, watch this. Mercury is at the tail end. Okay, in the second week, third week, 14th to 21st. Mars is at the tail end of your money house. He's not great here, guys. Mercury could be like very bad for, getting clear ideas of what to do with your money. You might be spending too much, or you might be uncertain or unsure. He's not got the details in the lineup of what he does. And I've been dealing with this. I've been trying to figure out how to set up an international payment plan for vendors. I'm having all this god awful confusion because Mercury's been here since Mercury's been in our second house. Oh my God, ever since February 7th because of retrograde. And I cannot figure out the finances or the taxes properly. But Mars is leaving and he's getting out of that part of our chart. And look at this. On April the 14th, he will be at 29 degrees of Pisces, and he'll be sextiling Uranus for some good, surprising news. Okay, so it's really on the 14th where it's exact. You might feel it the 13th and 14th, but it is exact on the 14th. What you might be experiencing is a positive bit of news financially, second house, connected to property, land, real estate, and inheritance money. Mercury rules your inheritance house. And yes, where you could come into some inheritance, surprisingly, from a family of origin member is one of the ways it could play out. Otherwise, it's just a very positive surprise connected to your home, your nest, your property, your land, something you're doing in and from the home. If you do internet work like I do from the home, some very good financial developments through the internet work you're doing in and from the home. Kaboom, surprise, positive news, surprising you. Jupiter is the exaltation lord of what's happening. And he says it translates to maybe opportunities to pay off a debt, to secure the perfect refinancing, to get the perfect pet, purchase a perfect pet, to get some kind of clear direction with money home and employees, money home and work and job settings. All of that's happening here in a positive way. I like it. I like it a lot. Right, write down positive surprises are coming to me on the 14th of April as information and news, and it's going to be money related. All righty, around the same time, the 14th, we see Mars sextiling Pluto. So Pluto, 5 degrees, Mars moving in his home kingdom, looking back at Pluto in a flow. We'll feel it the 14th, we'll feel it the 15th, we'll feel it the 16th. And this is kind of like, okay, you are making momentum, passion, drive, ambition happen in the third house. Writing, communicating, marketing, selling, siblings, neighbors, neighborhood, traveling opportunities, short distance, Pluto, revelation, profound depth, transformation through these things. Because Mars is moving in his home kingdom and he's in good shape, he's got his handle on this one, right? He knows what he's doing. He wants to make action and decisions and momentum happen. Writing projects, traveling, learning, teaching. So I need to teach classes this year, but I'm not teaching under this energy. It's just a lot going on in my third house of teaching or learning. But just notice you feel kind of a depth of profound, powerful willpower. Your willpower is unstoppable at this time, okay? So you're coming into this time where unstoppable drive, ambition, and willpower is extraordinarily successful. You can use this by saying there's something you need to really work on and you really need to get it done. And you think, oh my God, it's going to take a lot of effort. Use this time. You'll start to feel it the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th of April, even into the 18th of April. Unstoppable determination and will. Third house, writing, communicating, traveling, marketing, selling, teaching, learning. All right, got it? On the 17th, Mercury will bump into Neptune. We already had the fog clearing by Mars back on earlier time frame, which was around the 13th, 12th, 13th. Now on the 17th of April, Mercury joins Neptune. Now this is really good if you are like a meditator. The third house is I think, and it's your mind. This could be great for hypnosis sessions, channeling, deep information coming from different realms and dimensions through your mind. And your ability to do this in written form, in particular, the third house is new. You're going to have I can channel anything vibe, okay? Until Neptune leaves your third house in 13 years. So every time Mercury comes back there, he reminds you can channel angels, you can communicate with the dead, you can transfer your consciousness to other dimensions and realms. So it's a kind of a mystical vibe as well. And with Mars managing it, you can use this kind of profound visionary understanding idea to execute new plans in your life that are going to succeed. So pay attention to that vibe. It's good for dreams at night. It's good for your information, mind, and moving beyond one way of thinking, having a visionary power that you've never had before. On the 17th as well, we have a new moon at 27 degrees of Aries, planting a new seed and a new beginning, the likes of which you have never seen before, because here we also have Neptune and Saturn together in your third house. The new beginning and fresh start, new moon energy is also about being realistic and visionary at the same time. This is good if you use social media platforms that are Neptunian, which are visionary platforms, especially video, audio. So, video platforms, and a new start and a fresh beginning. You could launch a new website, a new social media platform, a new idea. This can roll out over 6 months. It can also roll out over 3 to 4 weeks, where there's a new project that you're going to initiate here. Project is a good word for the third house, a writing project, communicating project, teaching project, a marketing project. And you could launch off of this energy. So I will probably launch the doors to the Divine Timing Masterclass that opens up in May. And that would be an enrollment cart opening, for example, launching the new enrollment website, that kind of thing. That would be wise of me. Chiron, the teacher, mentor, and guide, is with this new beginning. So that would be something I could do. Woo! A new beginning in sibling relationships, okay, as well. A new beginning with a new neighborhood coming your way. A new beginning in your travel plans as well. Fresh starts, new beginnings. We'll be diving deeper into that moon on my channel. That's why you should like and you should subscribe. You don't miss a thing, right? Woo! Yes, I'm an auctioneer. I am. On the 18th and 19th, Mercury will sextile Pluto. 18th and 19th, Mercury is going to reveal hidden information, or he's going to give you X-ray vision or a mind that plumbs the depths of the deepest mysteries of life. And so that is you on the 18th and 19th, and Mercury and the Pluto story open up the doors for that kind of deep X-ray vision about reality. It certainly could bring you into more of a conspiratorial understanding of the world, but conspiracy theory is the news 6 months out. So don't be afraid of your conspiratorial mind on the 18th and 19th. It's probably right. Communications from a sibling to do with archetypes of death and rebirth. Sibling brings news that someone in their life has died. For example, I don't want to worry you, but that's in this chart. I'd be lying if I didn't mention it, right? So I'm being honest about this. And then we see the energy of Mars hitting a wall. Frustration is here. The brake is on with the parking brake is on, but you got the foot on the gas at the same time. Be careful on the 17th to the 20th when you hit that wall. This is where ambition and unstoppable willpower that was driving the show, right? I told you, you've got that unstoppable willpower from the 14th to the 17th, thanks to the Pluto and Mars story. And all of a sudden you're kind of going to hit a wall is basically it. You could be burning out, but you could be taking it slower and realizing you need to restructure something that you've been passionately working on. And Saturn can be the reasonable and realistic approach to a passion project or direction. Also, there can be some difficulty in the life of a sibling. You're going to feel this kind of story emerging on the 17th to the 20th. Any sibling can be a part of this narrative, all right? Siblings in general, but a sibling 1 younger than you and a sibling 2 younger than you and a sibling 3 younger than you are all implicated directly in this sky. So those siblings and difficulties in their life and hardship, and you're hearing about it. Mercury brings the news. Saturn brings the difficult thing that's going on in their world, nothing to do with you. There could be local disturbances in your neighborhood. Mars conjunct Saturn, like they shut the highway down, there's flooding, the roads aren't working, the airports are closed. So travel frustrations as well in your local city or town, more than likely. So if you had a trip planned the 17th to 20th, it may go sideways as you have to wait for the reopening of the transportation infrastructure, as an example. On the 18th to the 21st, Mercury and Mars will join. Now, we've already cleared through the frustration and the hurdle, and then Mercury's up next. And Mercury's just like, okay, hey, I've got some news, I've got some information, and I've got some ideas, and we're going to take action on them already. Let's make the decisions and take the actions. Now, I'm going to lose this, so let's move us back by an hour so that I can do that. Yes. And now we'll go ahead. So I think that, Mars hits a wall, unstoppable determination, gets frustration. Now we've got information coming instead. So Mercury will be some phone calls, texts, emails that are going to help, move the story forward to create a way to move through a hurdle or a barrier. Mercury can be rebooking a ticket for travel. Mercury could be conversations on the phone with a sibling or at a distance, Zoom calls, and trying to make a decision, have an idea to move forward on what might have been a stall. You'll notice the sun, of course, moves around April 20th into Taurus and now joins Venus in domicile. And there's a lot going on for you here in the home right now, April 21st to about April 21st to about the 23rd. So let's go April 20th to the 23rd, Sun, Venus, Uranus. A lot going on in your private life that's surprising, unexpected. A big light is shining down there. You need to pay attention to it. It could involve significant long-term love partners, agreements, situations. It could involve matters to do with international and foreign people. It could involve things to do with, your home life, obviously. Okay. Now it's a little bit more water. These videos are longer than I want. And then we go into the last story here. We're going to move into the last week, and we're going to talk about the 21st, 2nd through to the end of the month. Venus will co-join Uranus for the last in a lifetime conjunction to this planet Uranus, who has been traveling through Taurus in full-time occupation since March of 2019, was a testing the waters in May to October 18. Now, this is the last time in your life that you get a surprise in Taurus, and this is property, land, real estate, home. So all of us Aquarius, a lot of us have had lots of unexpected changes in our home, where we live, what's going on. This is quite positive when this conjunction happens, although it could be a disruptive of your home life. And this conjunction will be pretty well exact on April building up on the 22nd, and exact on the 23rd at 29 degrees. Now, when Venus and Taurus is managing the show, the sun is shining brightly here. And we look at the fact that as these two planets are coming together for a last in a lifetime conjunction, not to be seen again, it could be some very positive developments regarding a situation with a significant partner in your life, a love partner, and domicile, home, land, property, and real estate. It could also be an unexpected opportunity for an increase in your wealth or financial success, because you have the North Node and the Vestal Flame in the second house sextiling this last conjunction. And with the moon in the sixth house, pets, rental properties, and increased income, surprisingly positive developments along those lines as well. And you could pay off a bank loan or mortgage or refinance a property. And even some of you might have the opportunity to, no, those are the main things. Those are the main things. And we'll go into greater depth with asteroids in my All Signs video. So like and subscribe so you don't miss that video for the last in a lifetime good news, shock, change in your fourth house. A lot of beautiful things can happen from that. We also notice the sun squares Pluto on the 24th, 25th, as it has moved into Taurus. There's not anything terribly bad because this is protected by Venus, but there could be a huge transformational or revealing regarding family, mom, dad, people you grew up with, childhood matters, illuminating, shining a light, probably surprising you, seeing deeper into the architecture of your family, your childhood, and your ancestors, potentially to illuminate something in an aha way so that you can move forward unencumbered from a family secret or a family trauma that needs to be revealed and healed. So that's very vibrationally what I'm getting here. Although for some of you, it could involve long-term committed marriage and love partners as well. And then on the 26th to the 27th, Mercury squares Jupiter, which is good news with action needed. Sometimes we get good news that demands we take an action. Mercury is telling Jupiter, let's buck up. 25th, 26th, 27th of the month, we need to make an action plan to do with neighbors, neighborhood, online, social media, employee, employers, work and work routines, with Mars, job, career, money as well. So there's kind of like, okay, what are we going to do with this? It's an opportunity. It's positive. It requires action. It requires communication. It could be new contractual agreements for a new job. It could be communications with employees that are really positive, but you need to make a move. You need to take an action. You need to do something with this opportunity. It could be an opportunity to speak on a social media platform, to be giving greater exposure on a big channel. Like for me, I'd love to be on like Next Level Soul podcast, that kind of thing. And you're just going to have to jump on the opportunity as it arises. And opportunities involving siblings as well as maybe pets. Still pets are in there. All righty. Finally, Venus will sextile Neptune while also trining Pluto. Let's take a look as we end the month off. So Venus is going to look like she's flowing from her Gemini perch, where she's with Uranus, and that's Uranus entering there April 26th, and Venus also having entered there April 24th. So now you've got a new story coming up in the last week of April, which is positive for single Aquarians looking for love. It's surprising, shocking, swift moving, outside the box, thunder and lightning. The way you love me is frightening. If you're looking for sexy, romantic love that really knocks your socks off, then you're going to find that it could start to show up for you April 24th to May the 19th. And even if you're in an existing love relationship, it could surprise you with some really weird outside the box romance. You could find out one of your children is going to have a baby. Surprise. You'd find that out anytime after April the 26th through to May 19th. And you could also be using this as an artist or creative or an entrepreneur for executing outside the box, new entrepreneurial and artistic ideas, and Mercury would deliver them into the social media sphere very effectively. It is very good for course launches, which I'll be launching my Divine Timing Masterclass and having a great deal of success doing so, because Mercury's in the house of teaching and learning with Chiron. Alrighty, what about that beautiful energy? This is a miniature grand trine that was forming here in the last week of the month. It'll start up on the 26th between Venus and Pluto, and all flowing to Neptune, and of course a bit of Saturn in here. So it's almost like a grace field around you when it comes to you, your sun, your career, your moon, your home life, Aquarius, rising, your character identity. You're looking at the world through the lens of, should I stay or should I go? Let me get down with this. I want you to think about this. Juno will have entered into Aquarius as this month starts. She will be here throughout to the end of the year, minus a break, August, September, October, when she dips back into Capricorn, having a whole year of Venus in Aquarius for the sun and the rising specifically is about, do you want to be in a long-term committed love relationship? Should I stay or should I go? You're trying to figure out who, with whom, and when, and how, and why you want to be in a committed story. And that's a backdrop for the whole year. And against that backdrop, you have some surprising love relationships, romance stories, generating a hot bolt of lightning at you in the last week of April into the middle of May. Okay. It could look like marriage proposals or decisions regarding long-term love and even cohabitation. All right. Those are some stories I've got for you. And if you're single, look for love to shock you. If you're entrepreneurial, great creative, artistic surprises that are positive and moving forward at lightning speed, especially in the online world of your reality. Thanks for listening. Don't forget, when you like and subscribe, it helps the channel grow. Hit the hype button, share with family and friends. You can find me on Substack, where I write weekly all world astrology reports and deliver audio podcasts for all signs delivery. You can also find me on Patreon, where I teach 4 Zoom calls a month in different kinds of astrology classes, including general Q&A. And you can also join me on this platform in my members only section, where I put out videos that I can talk about controversial topics without getting deplatformed here, as well as occasional live streams where we do mini readings and more. Check it out. When you join my Patreon community, you get 2 free courses from me in the back end as well. Chiron, the key to purpose. Yes. And timing your life cycle with Chiron. So purpose cycles in your sky. Thanks for listening. Don't forget, this channel grows because you help it grow. Thank you for being a part of this world, all you newbies and my long-term followers. Thank you very, very much. Pisces, sun, moon, and rising sign. There's a big flashlight shining in your house of hidden things. You may be making money in a different country. You are going to be very good, fortunately lucky, in some kind of artistic, creative, or entrepreneurial endeavor. If you're looking for a job, yes. If you have a job or raise and promotion, sure. But there is always some major issue going on where you have to cut, sever, or end, or make a decision. And you are the one with the sword in your hand. Sudden decisions need to be made and acted upon at this time. If you're single and you want to be in a romantic relationship, then look no further than dating apps. So you may be at a certain point in your life where you realize ice cream, wine, and cigars or something that you're doing isn't right for you. Lunatic astrology. Hello, Pisces, sun, moon, and rising sign. April 2026 brings you some significant, powerful, good fortune. Can show up in so many ways, monetary for sure, just a feeling of luck just shining upon you. You're also going to notice that you feel a lot better. Jupiter, your sign lord, is moving direct, and he's getting some real traction this month ahead. Ever since the 11th of March, he started to move forward, but he was moving at a super slow rate because of his stationary condition. And now you start to feel some new luck, momentum, excitement, enjoyment of life, and actually pleasure. Some of you might be very fertile, birthing a baby business, a baby grandchild could even come. There's a lot of fertility going on in the month ahead. And I think you're going to find, after the eclipses going through the Virgo and Pisces axis for the last couple of years, that big humdinger blood moon eclipse in the house of your spouse or significant other, or clients or business partners, that eclipse is still waning. It's slowing down. It's a March 3rd eclipse, but you're still feeling it for 6 months, but you're not in the meat of it, like like rocking your energy field. So I want to give you some permission to relax a bit. This is going to feel like a much better month. Venus is your exaltation lord. She's in good shape. We've got Jupiter moving direct, the lord of your sign. Mars is in dignity within the context of your chart in Aries, which is damn freaking good for your money. So let's get going. Let's break it down for you. We're going to go week by week because astrology is a map of time. It helps you time your life by looking at the astrological time map. We're going to time your life for the whole month, going week by week. But if you want to look at my 2026 All Signs Bundle or individual signs, you can time the whole map of 2026. We got 8 more months left. Why not grab that product in my description box below? That is not on my channel. It is only for sale. It's a fundraiser. The thing I want to say is hi. My name is Lori Lothian, and I'm using the Western Tropical Zodiac. And I am also encouraging every one of you to use the whole sign house system to cast your chart in whole sign houses, which is going to be useful for timing your best life. Look below in my description box. I try to explain it to you guys every time, but we all on YouTube, every astrologer here is pretending we're using whole sign houses. We're using derived houses. Okay. So you got to do it. Sun, moon, and rising. What's the difference? Because I hear this question all of the time. Your sun sign is your deepest essence and your game player in the simulation. It's the real you. The actual character you play is the rising sign. Therefore, consider that your sun sign is best activated after 44 years old. And it opens up huge amounts of energy for you connected to purpose and career. The moon is how you think and feel about life and how you mope or don't mope, how you're negative or positively thinking about reality. And it also represents matters connected to home, domicile, where you live. And then you'll notice that the rising sign is very sensitive to being stimulated in the game of life because it's your character, right? Just like a movie, right? Someone wrote the screenplay for the character in the movie to have a bunch of shit happen. That is your ascendant. So very often most people resonate with their ascendant unless they're over the age of mid-40s or they've had a very examined spiritual life. Let's start off on the week by week. I'll be showing the chart with you. We'll be here for a half an hour or so. If you want to learn how to divine time your life, my masterclass is coming up for 5 weeks in May. Don't sign up unless you've taken Sky Reader with me. That'll be coming back up again this fall in my 7th season. You'll need the introduction content. You need to have an intermediate to advanced beginner concept of the basics of astrology to take the class I'm teaching in May. Okay, let's pull up the sky for you so we can start off on the week by week Pisces, sun, moon, and rising. So here you have it. This is you. We put the ascendant here. That's to act as if, your sun was here and moon was here when we do the all signs for your sun and moon. We pretend we put them in the first house in Pisces. On April the 1st, as we begin the month, we have a moon forming. It will be exact around 12 degrees of full moon, 12 degrees of Libra. There's a big flashlight shining in your house of hidden things. Now, good and bad things can come from this. One thing is that, especially when it comes to financial resources shared with a partner or business and love partner, or matters to do with money from inheritances or money in investment structures or tax stories as well. Now you've got a big light shining here. Of course, it is tax season. And this is in the April 1st moon, and in the 3 weeks that follow, this could be very much about taxes and filing taxes. But it's deeper than that because it does trine Pluto for wealth generated from foreign lands, foreign shores, foreign people, and foreign situations, or somebody in a hospital setting. So this could be an opening for a inheritance for some of you, but it could also mean that, there's new ways in which you're going to acquire money. It may involve international digital income. It may involve things to do with people in distant shores and lands. You may be making money in a different country, and this will amp because you live there, then your natal birthplace and citizenship place. And this will open up huge doors of more wealth for you coming off this sky. And so expect a steadfast and slow but steady increase in the 6 months ahead of money if you make money from international sources. But all said and done, also secrets can be revealed anytime a lunation falls full light in your 8th house. And this is a Venusian ruled lunation. Secrets from the family of origin, particularly the siblings, may be on the menu for disclosure or revelation from this full moon. Look for evidence 2 to 3 weeks after. Moving forward into the next narrative. And the moon is supported by Jupiter, and Jupiter's in the 5th house. So also secrets connected to children and sexual and romantic love. These are possibilities for revelation off this moon. A child could conceive a child under this, and it would be a reincarnation of somebody who passed away in your family of origin. So that's another story I'm seeing. And this could be something you discover the month of April, that you're going to be a grandparent, or it could show up months and months down the line, like up to 6 months later. April the 1st to the 4th, Mercury trines Jupiter. Mercury and Jupiter, good news, good, positive, lucky, happy stuff is happening. Mercury moving through the sign of Pisces, the domain of Jupiter belongs to him. Jupiter loving up Mercury in the first 4 days, all the way from your 5th house. News that you're going to be a grandparent. Mars adds that spice. News that you're going to be pregnant or your partner is pregnant. News that you are going to be very good, fortunately lucky in some kind of artistic, creative, or entrepreneurial endeavor. And you might, if you're trying to sell something, especially in the online world, you might find that your product is selling like hotcakes, or your service is selling like hotcakes. It's not a bad time for you, April 1st to 4th, and to do proactive marketing and selling of something that you're sharing with the world in the online social media sphere. And it jacks you up in the area of entrepreneurship and creativity as well. On the 3rd and the 4th of the month, you're also having Pluto squaring Venus, Venus squaring Pluto. This is transformational and powerful energy coming here from Venus in your 3rd house of siblings, short distance travel, writing, communicating, and the social media empire. And it's flowing to wealth god Pluto in the house of distant lands and shores and far off places. In our modern world, payment and PayPal, Stripe, all of that indicates this kind of 12th house Pluto for you. And it can really show up as some really nice boosts of success financially from something you're doing in writing, speaking, writing, communicating, marketing, selling, teaching, and online social media matters. And there may be something very transformative, powerful going on in the life of a sibling. This could more particularly indicate the life of a sibling who is 2 older than you. Okay. And something very powerful and transformative going on in that sibling's life. And it could also involve positive things like more money or unexpected wealth in that sibling's life. Now, as we move forward to the 5th and the 6th of April, you're going to notice that there is a golden opportunity. I love it because we have exalted Sun in Aries, exalted Jupiter in Cancer and direct, and the two of them are going to open up a doorway of an opportunity. Do not fret about the square. The square is fine in this condition of exaltation and power of these planets. So you're going to notice something going on, perhaps pretty close to the 5th, where the Sun at 15 and Jupiter at 16 is already activated. So you're going to say April the 5th, you'll feel it on the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. 4th, 5th, and 6th, waning on the 7th. Golden opportunities, very positive luck. It opens up more money. It's basically going to help you heal a chironic wound around earnings that you've experienced since 2019. And the Sun is a ruler of the work house. So it's money you derive from work, and Jupiter rules career, 10th house. So work and career, love up, golden opportunity, positive things happening, feeling good about it. If you're looking for a job, yes. If you have a job or raise and promotion, sure. If you're just doing your own independent business, more financial success and more luck coming through the work, career, and money earning space. And Jupiter is direct, and he's the Lord of your sign. He's giving it his all. He's really helping you boost up your success. On April the 7th to the 14th, we're moving into the 2nd week of the month. You're going to notice that Mars and Uranus have a little tete-a-tete. Usually these two together are fine in a sextile. But there is always some major issue going on where you have to cut, sever, or end, or make a decision. And you are the one with the sword in your hand. So when we talk about this energy around here, you're going to feel it on you're going to feel it certainly on the 7th. So 6th, 7th, and 8th of the month to the 9th. From the 6th to the 9th of the month, especially active on the 9th. You're going to have to make a very strong case to cut, sever, end, or decide or choose. And it's going to also be about matters connected to the 3rd house, a location, a neighbor situation, a sibling, a travel opportunity, a social media situation. And you need to just take immediate action, but the causal agent of Uranus can be surprising. You weren't expecting it. Venus is bonifying Uranus, making sure it's a positive story. And she's the exaltation lord of Mars. And or Mars is traveling, your Lord, your exaltation Lord. And we also see such positivity coming off of Venus protecting you within the third house. So you might have to make a sudden travel decision. It may connect to a lot of things, guys. It could connect to siblings. It could connect to inheritance monies. It could connect to lots of stuff. I can't tell you everything. It could connect to international travel opportunities, book publishing deals. Okay. Sudden decisions need to be made and acted upon at this time. And we move onward to the 12th to the 13th. This is the luckiest part of the month ahead. We're going to have Venus in dignity, 12th to the 13th, and talking to Jupiter in his exaltation. So this combination of planets can only happen every 12 years. So you're going to really like this rarity. Venus, lucky breaks and positive developments. Jupiter, exalted luck in the house of good fortune. Now, it can be very powerful and positive luck in the life of a sibling, one younger and or two younger, but it can also just be any sibling as well. So it could translate to other people. Fertility news connected to a child, or lucky breaks for a child connected to their career gains. Really positive developments here, however, regarding your local environment and your social media land, your virtual neighborhood and your real neighborhood. Positive and very significant, powerful good things are occurring. You might have a leisure romantic getaway opportunity with a significant other, and it might feel extremely special. So you'll be feeling this energy, as I mentioned, but I'll repeat myself, between around the 11th to the 13th. And it's most exact around the 12th. If you're single and you want to be in a romantic relationship, then look no further than dating apps, local environment, stores, restaurants, meeting somebody because you're in the neighborhood doing something, or you might meet somebody because you're on a travel journey somewhere locally, somewhat locally. This could bring a powerful, new, positive, surprising, swift moving, and very exciting love story. The vestal flame of devotion flowing to both Venus and Jupiter from that, and the north node of fate. You get asked out on a date. You meet somebody in the local environment or on a trip, and they want you to date you. You're on a dating app and you swipe right, they swipe right. And the next thing you know, you're both in love. So this can but it'd be bringing in a nice devotional energy, and it will counteract any time of celibacy and aloneness. If that's been a problem for you, it'll bring back more of the romantic life into your new relationship. And it could really stimulate, as I said, a leisure romantic getaway trip, more of fun and joy and pleasure in your life with a significant already existing love story. All right, both of those are true. Move on to the next story, which will be that when we have fog in our windshield and we try to drive, it's dangerous and confusing. So often we just slow down or stop the car, whether it's a literal fog out there or it's just a foggy windshield. We get a nice defogging going on here. Really nice one, actually, when Mars in great dignity goes right through the Neptunian story around the 12th and 13th of the month. Therefore, any inertia or confusion you've been having around finances, this can involve taxes, inheritance, rebates, shared money with a spouse, can involve your earnings, about spending money, you're unsure you should spend money on something. All of this uncertainty and fog and confusion and delusion will end up leaving at this time. So now you have a clear beat on what you need and want, maybe what you need to cut away for expenses, what you want to buy and spend money on, where you need to put your drive, passion, and ambition into your work. Now you've got the clear line of sight, and the clarity is there for you. And, Mars is really good at giving you not what you add, but what you take away. That gives you more economic power here. So you might be reducing expenses, but that's okay. And you just, because Saturn says reduce expenditures, but Mars is also making clean and clear decisions. I mean, you could even make different tax decisions about filing differently this year with yourself, with a partner, whatever. And Mars has got clarity, and you've got clarity, 12th and the 13th. I like this energy that's coming up next. This is the week of the 14th to the 21st. On the 14th to the 21st, pay attention. It's a very busy week. I talk quickly. This is so I can get a lot of content in only 30 minutes or so. So therefore, just slow me down on the playback speed. On YouTube, it's free. There's a little icon at the top of the video. It looks like a gear, and you can change the speed. Mercury gives you a surprise bit of information or news. It's going to either shock you or surprise you, or just feel like you didn't see it coming. This is going to be Mercury at the very end of your sign. So I was going to say that Mercury is going to make a surprise happen. Is the surprise coming vis-a-vis you? Are you surprising people with some information you want to speak to the world, disclose? Because you're Mercury, you could have a flashpoint, brilliant download or idea, like a stroke of genius, where you suddenly have this idea about something you want to communicate, right? Because Uranus is in the house of thinking and ideas. Or you could have a sudden, surprising announcement to make to the world connected to siblings and travel and the local neighborhood. Or you might have a flashpoint of exciting and exhilarating information or news coming to you connected to or from a sibling. And so whatever this is, it is a very exciting and exhilarating and positive, but unexpected. Okay. So put that on your calendar. That will be important. It will be around the 13th, 14th, and 15th of April. Pluto will flow to Mars and Mars to Pluto at the very same first time frame, 14th, 15th, 16th. Well, Pluto, is kind of hidden from your view, behind you, self-undoing and addictions. For example, Mars is about cutting, ending, and severing things that you put in your mouth. So you may be at a certain point in your life where you realize ice cream, wine, and cigars or something that you're doing isn't right for you. And you're making a decision that's pretty hard stop to quit. So you could quit something like that. You might also be having something to do with a powerful opportunity for business partnership with somebody who's wealthy from a foreign country than your natal one. And there may be a very big energy around determination and unstoppable willpower to get that going. And if you're trying to negotiate a business partnership, which is fine under the sky, you're probably not going to want to do that till you get Mercury into Aries. So kind of be patient with that story, because international business partnerships for barter trade, export, or other country people want to work with you, do something together, you're going to want to wait till after Mercury moves into Aries on April 15th. So hold off on the 13th and 14th and let Mercury be a support structure. Okay. Watch what I'm going to show you. We want Mercury moving into the stellium in your second house of making money right here. Now, yes, Mercury, Mars, Pluto. Yes. When you're on the 15th, and the 16th and the 17th, you're capable of forming very powerful long-range foreign land alliances, but you're also showing an unstoppable drive and determination around making money, conserving money, being a self-starter, doing your own thing, being an entrepreneur even. And during this time, you're really working hard with no slag here. You're just going for it. Like you've got your mojo. Mars is in dignity. He'll be in your second house of money for a very long time. April the 9th to May the 19th. April the 9th to May the 19th is where you are unstoppably driven on the money front. However, you could hit burnout, and we'll get to that shortly. On April 17th, Mercury will fuse with Neptune, and 16th, 17th, and then Mercury-Neptune fusion is always like a divine download, but it's in the house of speech. So I'm not sure that you're going to get any information as much as there's something you want to say or speak connected to shared resources with a spouse, connected to homeland, property, and real estate matters. And you're going to try to speak in a Neptunian way, which is to share a dream or a vision or a goal with somebody around those things. I wouldn't sign a commercial contract on the day this happens, which is the 16th, just because there may be unattended details that you're not noticing. But after the 16th, sign on the dotted line should be fine. The moon is new and fresh and brand new at 27 degrees of Aries on the 17th. This is your money house. It's self-evident that on the 17th, you're going to begin at 27 degrees of Aries to plant a seed that can run for 6 months, but with evidence of its real meaning within 2 to 3 weeks after the April 17th new beginning, new moon. Having Mars in dignity while the moon is taking place is positive. Don't be afraid of that. It could give you a lifeline to deep purpose, book publishing, or international business opportunities over the course of the 6 months that follow. And therefore, this moon is good for you. And it will open up, a new dynamic drive and power. However, right away after the moon, there's going to be a slowdown of ambition. So hold off. You're going to need to wait at least a week after the moon to see some evidence, maybe, of what I might be trying to get to. And here we have this new moon at the very end of Aries with Chiron. So it's really helping you heal a chironic wound connected to your viability and your value and your self-worth, especially regarding earnings. So it could also help you with your face. Any of you want dental work, teeth, veneers, dental surgery, plastic surgery for your face, cosmetics, injectables. This has kind of got a fix your face vibe, because Mars is that guy with, the sharp objects like scalpels or lasers that penetrate or burn. And he's in your house of your teeth and face. And then you beginning to heal a chironic wound around facial appearance is what this moon offers. And you may get in 6 months out some serious work done to your nose, your face, your teeth to improve your appearance. No judgment. And changing your dietary habit and styles and addictions, as well as increasing your earnings and money in new ways. On the 18th and 19th, Pluto wants to dig up something that's unseen, like dig up the dirt of hidden things, cloaked in invisible things through new understanding or information. Well, that's because Pluto, you're going to see on the 18th and 19th, is got a kind of past life vibe, actually, to be clear. But, Mercury's in the house of money. So where have you had family of origin? Mercury rules your parents and growing up, and past life stories that have befuddled you in your success quotient when it comes to money, earnings, and resources? And to some extent, in which way has your childhood hindered you in experiencing the best of success when it comes to long-term committed love and marriage? There could be a revelation or a new understanding that's coming to you during this window of the 18th and 19th to heal those matters once and for all. Now, on the 17th to the 20th, you could, if you're working really hard to make money, burn out. So now on the 17th to the 20th, you can take some time off, or you could slow down, or you can give yourself permission to do that. Having your foot on the gas while you also have a parking brake going on is frustrating, right? You're frustrated. You might feel some frustration. Saturn, the one who is the wall, and Mars, the one who is the race car, in your second house. Saturn is the exaltation lord, fallen from the house of shared resources with a spouse. There can be some conflicts or difficulties or challenges with money you share with a spouse or with the in-laws at this time. And Saturn is also strongly connected to your career gains and the ka-ching of rewards and money directly related to professional accomplishments and endeavors. And therefore, again, a wall of frustration can be had. So I would encourage you on the 17th, 18th, 19th to take some time off. Watch this. See, look, I'm going to show you the problem. Mars is going to clash and crash right into Saturn, exact on the 19th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. Then you can take a deep breath, move past this wall. Now it's a financial wall, and because Saturn rules a house of expenditures, unfortunately, you may have a major life expenditure coming through. And Mercury says connected to land, property, home, and real estate or spouse and shared resources. And that just could be a frustration that here you are working hard, saving and making money, and now you've got this expense you have to pay. This is a test of your self-worth and self-esteem. If that happens, this too shall pass. Trust the universe has your back. The sun is still in your second house, ruling your work house. Jupiter is the ruler of your 10th house, giving you luck and good fortune right now in his exaltation, especially for self-starters and entrepreneurs. Whatever expenditure may arise, it will go away. It's just a one-time thing. So let it go. If that's what's going on, let it go. If you're trying to do facial rejuvenation or surgeries, don't do it now. Wait till Mars gets past Saturn. So in other words, starting on April 9th through to about the 20th, avoid dental surgery, avoid facial procedures. Wait till you get Mars on the other side of Saturn. You'll end up looking older and not liking the result. The triple conjunction is on the 19th, 20th as well. You may have some difficult news or conversations to also engage in, especially if it involves in-laws or shared monies with your significant other, and some hard, difficult, realistic, sober conversations about money with your partner need to be had, especially if it involves land, property, real estate, in-laws, family money, and inheritances. This could be also just putting together a will, you and your partner, so that you know who gets what when each other dies or separates in a divorce. Money, shared money, hard conversations. Yeah. So the wall and the inertia and the difficulty end by the 21st. And now you're moving into new territory. So breathe, breathe, breathe. On the 22nd to the end of the month, the first thing is a last in a lifetime surprise, because these two buddies are getting together. Venus in her home kingdom, Uranus in a fixed sign, not comfortable, but Venus is trying to tell him what to do. And there can be you've had surprises here since at least 2019 on the yearly, as Venus and Uranus co-joined here. Ka-ching, ka-ching, bang, bang, bang. And now it's over. The last time in a lifetime happens 70 years from now. You won't have it again. So what is this? More than like 70, like more like 78 years from now. So this is your time to experience your last surprise in your third house. You may have experienced since 2027 surprises connected to siblings and travel and neighbors and neighborhood and writing and communicating and social media landscape surprises. Every time Venus and Uranus co-joined here, it would have continually repeated itself over and over again, to your chagrin, I am sure. And, on the other hand, this is still Venus, and she's trying to bring you something positive. Some of these surprises may involve spousal money in the past or banking finance situations, but whatever this is, it's a last in a lifetime. It's not going to be around again. And so watch out for, or look forward to, April the 20th. A sibling could have a surprise. In this case, the sibling would likely be a sibling who is, give me a minute to find the likely sibling from whom a surprise may emerge. Siblings in general. It could come from a sibling 3 younger or 3 older. No, forget that. I'm wrong. Just let's keep it at siblings. Just siblings. Surprise from siblings, unexpected travel opportunities, disruptions or surprises connected to social media, online, digital realm, going viral. Oh my God. If you're ever going to go viral, it's a Venus-Uranus conjunction. So you could go viral on some social media endeavor. It could have some positive, shocking surprises regarding writing projects that could include the potential for partnerships and or publishing contracts. And the sun is going to be here as well, starting around the 20th of April, add 30 days. And the sun is shining a spotlight in your social media, writing, communicating, marketing, teaching, and selling endeavors, as well as travel, short distance, and siblings. So there's a lot of light down there, a lot of energy going on. Now, Venus and Uranus are going to exactly hit the surprise bullseye on April 23rd. Okay, so put it on your calendar a day before or the day of April 21st, 23rd, last in a lifetime surprise. Then we see Venus crossing the sign boundary into Gemini, your house of home, land, property, real estate, domestic, private life. This will bring more enjoyment and pleasure in the home. This will have you liking being home and having fun in your home and beautifying and decorating and painting and redesigning home, which is wonderful. And Uranus will join her. Now, she'll be here for a while, April 24th to May 19th. Venus will join her, as you can see, right down here. Uranus and Venus together. They'll be together now every year for about 3 weeks, right? A 3-week period over the next 7 years, around the same time of year, March, April. And so here we have the energy of what you're about to experience over the next 7 years, which is a kind of lovely feeling of kind of, if you are like anyone who works in the online social media sphere from home, you're going to do really, really well over the next 7 years. Okay, do a home-based business, social media sphere, and writing projects based in your home life. Success is yours to be had in big surges, unexpected success directions. And the very tail end of this, the 26th and 27th, and we're going through the 24th. Let's go 24th, 26th, 24th, 25th, 26th. Power struggle with a sibling, power struggle with a neighbor, power struggle with a writing project, power struggle with a business partner, power struggle with someone from a foreign land and distant shore, it's going to last very long. It's Sun square Pluto. It's going to be around the 24th and 26th. The sun does rule your work house. It could be professional endeavor struggles, employee struggles around those things as well. It doesn't last long. Take a deep breath. Let the power struggle go away on the 24th to the 26th. Then we move on to the 26th to the 27th. Mercury brings a opportunity with Jupiter like he did the first 4 days of the month, which I talked about. But this is a square which requires a gritty urgency for action and decisions at this time. And it could involve opportunities, but difficulties that come with it. Mercury will be making this happen in his travels here through your Mercury, right? Mercury, Jupiter, right here, square. So you'll feel it on the 25th, 6th, and 7th. I'm not going to advance the chart. I'm losing you again. And you could have a difficult conversation. Mars is still nearby with a child or a love romantic partner, not a committed love partner, like a dating partner. So a difficult conversation or a hard conversation that has a double-edged sword. It's kind of like, okay, yeah, like you're pregnant and what? You have no money. So you want me to finance you, that kind of thing. So difficult conversations with children. Difficult conversations with grandchildren, difficult conversations about grandchildren and children. At the same time, golden opportunity or good opportunity is also here. If you're making more money and being more commercially successful, for example, this could just be an opportunity that requires you to leap and take a leap professionally. And you have to make that decision and sign the contract, communicate a yes, get the email back. So just as a little bit of urgency around opportunities for entrepreneurial and creative directions. But again, some of this could involve your children. It can be a little more challenging. Venus finishes strong at the end of the month, sextiling Neptune. It's a beautiful alignment, and also trining Pluto. Now, Venus is moving through your 4th house of home real estate. We have contractual agreements, distant shores, and foreign lands, and people in distant places and lands, and money you make through international borderless income and revenue, PayPal and Stripe. And then we have everybody talking to Saturn, Neptune in the money house. This is a miniature grand trine. You're going to like the vibe of the last 5-6 days of April. It's going to feel like something you're doing in the home is providing more revenue and success financially. Or you could have some offer to buy or sell a property, and you're taking all the action you need to find your dream possession, your dream car, your dream home, your dream property, and it happens swiftly and unexpectedly. Buying property in a distant shore, far off land, and home and homeland if you've moved out of your country, and having an opportunity to do that as well. And money connected to spousal shared resources and in-laws, and some financial opportunities connected to home or to refinancing mortgages or paying off debt. All of these things are happening in a beautiful way at the very end of the month of April. I hope that's useful, helpful, and makes sense. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of these videos that I put out every single month. All of my videos are all signed videos, although I put out just world astrology stuff as separate standalones. Don't forget, on Patreon, I write weekly world astrology columns that come straight to your inbox. It's called the Pluto Chronicles. It's totally free. Also, check out my other stuff that I do, members only here, get live streams with me and all kinds of teaching content you won't find elsewhere. And over on Patreon, I have live Zoom calls up to 4 a month, and I teach classes each month, a big class, and then little Q&As and horary classes as well. You get up to 4 meetings with me in small, intimate Zoom rooms over on Patreon. Try me out. It's cheap. It's $7 a month. You don't, American dollars, don't like it, you can unsubscribe. All right. I'll see you on all the other platforms. Thanks for listening. Don't forget, I'm recording this on March the 9th. I'm trying to get ahead of my production schedule so I have time to write and do other things. But I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you who have come to my channel, who have benefited and have given me good feedback. I'm not perfect, but I try my best. Try my best. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell if you don't mind. That does help my channel a lot. Take care, and I'll see you in the next round of videos. Lunatic astrology.